Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another stream with everyone's favorite Adam Friended. How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you doing? How are you doing, Sitch?
Are
you excited? Are you excited about this? Are you?
I'm doing.
What are you saying?
Fantastic.
Jump, zip, jump.
I'm doing wonderful because when
That's it. That's all the excitement you can muster. That's it.
I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing so wonderful. I'm doing my mind.
Okay, that's right.
Because there's nothing in this world I want to see more than Hasan Piker dress up like a combination of the Colonel from KFC and Leonardo DiCaprio, the slave owner from Django Unchained, to talk about how Ethan Klein is racist. All right, that's what I want to see.
First of all, we should say Happy Mother's Day to all the moms
Happy Mother's Day,
there.
everybody. Yes, exactly.
All of you Octomoms out there with your 8 kids.
Happy
Mother's Day.
The best Mother's Day present is this stream, right? That's obviously what everyone wants to hear.
Send this stream to your mom where we will continue to say motherfucker for 10 hours straight about these two motherfuckers.
Exactly. So today, anyway, we'll be watching. This is Hasan. Finally, it only took him months and a prodding and all this drama for him to finally watch Ethan Klein's content Nuke. And he is going to respond to it. He's going to try to respond to it. Now, this is an almost 9-hour stream. Okay. So we're not going to get to the whole thing. I do have time codes. So we're going to be jumping around at the parts that I listened to this. Almost this whole thing so that you guys didn't have to. All right. This is the sacrifice I make.
This is great. That's what I want to see. We're just the good parts. Who cares?
So we're going to be jumping around a lot, but I think you'll like it.
Hasan eating is boring. Let's go.
Let's jump into this.
And we went on making the show.
Okay, right off the rip, let me get started by saying I have failed. I'm a failure. The reason why I have failed is because the Leftovers podcast was supposed to be a podcast where this man, who I thought at the time was an open-minded, empathetic, kind person, who was interested in learning, was on his own journey of learning, was supposed to be the goofs and gaps guy, and I was supposed to be the guy that gives them, the meat and the bones. I was supposed to be the information guy. He's the goofs and gaps guy. We clown on the right, and we educate the audience as Ethan himself is getting educated by politics. But
oh my God, the fucking condescending as fuck.
You
I thought
like
he was going to buy all my bullshit without any pushback.
It's so insulting. It's like, I agreed to do a stream with this guy because he's the clown. He's the dumb clown who makes the funny fart noises, and I'm like the big brain politics guy. And I'm going to be indoctrinating the audience and indoctrinating him. How dare he push back? How dare he have his own thoughts on politics in the world? He's just the fart guy. He's the goofs and gas guy.
So bad. So bad. Not only that, Ethan is old enough to have some thoughts of his own about how the world works. So
goofs and gaffs, Adam. He's the goofs and gaffs guy.
It's so crazy. This is how Hasan sees himself, as some intellectual giant.
It's so hilarious.
It is. It's a fucking dream world. We've reached peak delusion here.
There is this thing that you can trick a lot of people into thinking you're intelligent if you have like a good memory. So you just memorize a lot of facts or a lot of like finger quote facts, like a lot of information, and you just regurgitate it, even if it's all like nonsense or BS. People are like, oh, that's a smart person. He knows a lot of random things.
Yeah. That's fascinating.
seems like I failed on that educational aspect, considering that his analysis right off the rip is, well, he's a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. What does this mean?
What
does this mean?
Supports basic things. And
left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things? Okay.
We went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened.
We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are or what that represents, by the way, before Leftovers. And I suspect he might still not know what being a social democrat is, even at this point. But let's continue.
I don't hate the idea of, like, people.
Well, I've only seen this once, right? When I was looking for the time code. So it's interesting now to see it like in retrospect to get all the information. And I didn't realize. So in the beginning of this, he literally says Ian is supposed to be like the guy who doesn't know anything, the funny guy, and I'm supposed to indoctrinate him in the audience. Okay. That's what he said. He just said that. Okay. In the beginning of this.
Yeah.
Hours later in the stream, so people would have forget that he said this. I forgot the first time upon listening it. Hours later in the stream, he starts making fun of and screaming at Ethan, saying, "This is a grown man who's complaining about me like gaslighting him into politics and like believing certain things politically." And I'm like, wait, that's literally what you said was your goal from the beginning.
That's hilarious. Oh wow.
People who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. There's nothing.
I am not a hater of success. I myself am financially very successful. One of the largest points of contention with my existence from many right-wingers is that, oh, you're a socialist, but you have money. How does that happen? So clearly, I don't take issue with that. There is no disagreement there.
Wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying, no.
It is always fascinating, these socialists. They always construct this thing where it's like, well, the way that I make a lot of money is ethical and fine, but the way that other people make a lot of money is abusive and wrong. They're taking advantage of people.
Right. Yeah. Obviously. Me good, everyone else bad. He never defined social democrat either, which was kind of slippery.
Yes.
He's like, he doesn't know what a social democrat is. Let's move on. What? Well, why don't you tell us what you think a social democrat is?
Mm-hmm.
I think the implication is he wants to say social democrats are cucked, but that would make Ethan's argument, right? Obviously, Ethan's saying these people are a bunch of far left crazies. Well, and Hasan is like, of course. Yeah, of course. That's what we are.
Yeah. Well, like a few years ago, or like 4 or 5 years ago, when people were, before everyone was super comfortable saying they were a socialist, they did use this like social democrat label to kind of like sneak more into the mainstream. They're like, listen, we just want like to increase social spending and social programs like the Nordic states, right? Isn't that good? Isn't that great? And people are like, I guess that's fine. And they're like, psych, we want to abolish capital and private property. Get screwed. Right. Socialism now.
Oh,
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What
want?
is the idea that
you guys
people are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened.
This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist, what would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more...
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism.
Yeah, education. Here, I'll give you an example. What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So
this guy, this is the big brain political guy, right? He doesn't know the history of the term re-education. He thinks it's like education. It seems like Ethan knows when he says re-education, like he knows, oh yeah, there were these re-education camps in I think Maoist China that basically took people in and tried to brainwash them and shit like that.
No, listen, it's just education camps are just like schools. They're just places you go to learn things. And then re-education is when you just need to learn things again. You're just being educating. Okay.
That's like the totally uninformed perspective, but it's odd that it's reversed here. It seems like Ethan knows the history of the term re-education and Hasan doesn't know on the show Leftovers, which what was this 2 years ago now?
Mm-hmm.
And then he still doesn't know on his fucking live stream here 2 years later. Or maybe he's just avoiding the term re-education.
Yeah, I was gonna propose an alternate theory that he's just lying.
Okay, there you go. He does know it.
He knows exactly what it means, but now because he has to defend the comment. He's like, re-educate? That's not a scary word. What are you talking about? I just want to rehabilitate all those racist right-wingers and vaccine deniers. I mean, it's kind of weird that he puts them all in the same, those like categories together, but okay.
Seems like I learned about the re-education during the learning about the Great Leap Forward, where a bunch of people died in China, Maoist China.
Well, he's defending.
I think that might be the origin of the term. So
he ran a lot of. He still is running a lot of interference for China and the Uyghur stuff.
Oh, of course,
of course. You know, he's going to be like, "Oh, re-education camps. That's not a bad thing." Especially when remember the question Ethan asks is, "What do you do if you're in a communist society and you have a capitalist movement that's starting to gain publicity or starting to gain power in that society?" And instead of Hasan saying like, well, you know, we have free speech and people can vote and, you know, we're just going to have to win through the battle of ideas. And if people want to vote for it, they can. No. He says, we're going to put the capitalists into re-education camps. That's very humane.
So I looked it up. The re-education aspect of the Great Leap Forward in China refers to a campaign where individuals, particularly intellectuals, and those perceived as threats to the communist regime were forced to undergo ideological indoctrination and labor reform.
Yes.
Basically labor camps. This process aimed at instilling Maoist ideology and ensuring loyalty to the Communist Party. Yeah, exactly. So that was completely implied in the comment that Ethan made. But look, nobody's talking about that. They're complete. This is why all of this shit is just gaslighting extraordinaire. Yep. Yeah. Hey, the Great Leap Forward was a huge failure.
So if you can understand that from the perspective of like getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education.
It's all about reform. It's just reform.
Mm-hmm, of course.
Yeah, forced loyalty. Seems like something Hasan would fucking love. Are you kidding me? He'd be in with both feet for forced loyalty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get out the bullwhip. We want some forced loyalty over here.
Then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is, this is red baiting to be like, ooh, this is red terror. He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at the...
Okay, now I do believe you, Sitch. He is totally fucking lying.
I told you.
That comment, he knows what's going on.
He knows 100%. He gets it, yeah.
But he's not going to talk about Maoist China and the Great Leap Forward and how...
It's red baiting.
How millions died because he took a bunch of farmers and tried to make them factory workers.
Right. And if he's so aware that it's red baiting, okay, like at the time when he has this conversation, even if he said re-education, he'd say, well, I shouldn't say re-education because that has like a crazy connotation. I mean like XYZ, right? But he didn't say that. He stuck with re-education. He doubled down on it.
So stupid.
At this point, are now being utilized in a nefarious way to say, ooh, he really scared me with this one. Let's take a look.
And in that enforcement...
Imagine saying like, if he had said like, oh, listen, why are people so afraid of the term concentration camps? Okay. It's just a camp you go to concentrate on things, right? You're just concentrating on like schoolwork at the camp. It's a concentration camp.
Stop already.
What is this baiting? I don't understand.
Stop already. It's so funny because look, Chairman Mao was trying to turn a bunch of farmers into industrial workers. It was the whole plan was obviously insane. Who is going to speak up against that obviously insane plan if it's not the public intellectuals, right? They're like, this is madness. We're going to all fucking die. Re-education camp for you, right?
Yep.
It just seems like something. How can anyone not side with those public intellectuals who are speaking out against Mao during this situation, especially since millions died in a famine after all this? No,
I mean,
forget
that's
about
Western
all that
propaganda,
part.
Adam. I don't know why.
Yeah, totally. It's red baiting.
That's red baiting.
Totally red baiting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. This is the political giant that half of the internet listens to constantly, right?
Joe Rogan to the left, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. Okay.
Think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough,
This is, again, very scary. it does not mean he said capitalist on horribly racist. No, my point is you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes in the process. And if that happens, then yes, education and rehabilitation is absolutely a necessity. It is a far more preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan Klein claims here, camps. I never said camps. He said camps. Notice how he's
Exactly how all of these Tempak dictators work. They accuse people of crimes, and that's why they incarcerate them. So, look, this is perfect. Hasan is basically of the same mind. We'll drum up some charges, arrest these people for nothing, and then we'll make them loyal to us.
guiding the conversation.
Totally giving the game away because, again, Ethan's question wasn't what do you do to people that are committing crimes? His question was very specific. It was,
Yes.
what do you do if a capitalist movement starts to become popular in your kind of society? There's nothing about anyone doing crimes in that whatsoever.
No, not at all. Yeah, exactly.
Unless
Exactly.
speaking out against communism is the crime.
If people are speaking out against communism because it's going to fail, because the planned economy is going to go belly up in no time at all, that's what happens every single time. But according to Hasan, oh, that's terrible. You shouldn't do that.
Peanut for
Go ahead.
Peanut for $20. Thanks so much. Says the far right and the far left have united together for once, and that is their hatred of Jews. Yes, as I said, listen,
very sad.
We Jews are the squid. We are the octopus in Watchmen. It's very sad, but. JV for $20. Thanks so much. Says even if Hasan wants to argue re-education doesn't mean what we know it means, it still implies there are ideas that are not acceptable. It's still authoritarianism and creating a system to force conformity and compliance. Very, very true.
That's exactly what it is. It's the same. It's the same as fascism.
Yes.
Just under a different name, a different excuse, a different rationalization for evil.
Mm-hmm.
The aftermath, without me being able to respond, to lead you to believe that I want concentration camps.
I started to note if putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river.
Oh my God, he's so uncomfortable. This is great. This is great. It's like, oh my God, did I actually say that? And look, he's completely bringing attention to it now.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. He might be able to gaslight his stupid followers, but he's not going to gaslight CNN. CNN's going to see right through this.
They're not watching.
Yeah.
I think the problem is CNN, these stations, they have these they probably have some new, young, woke millennial producers who are like Hasan fans who lie to their bosses about what his positions are, and they're just like, oh, this is the guy that all the kids are watching on the left. Yeah, let's talk to him. He's the new up and comer.
Not watching. Yeah,
of course
not. Is he going to respond to the actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually broach the subject matter even a little bit? Probably not. Let's see. Let's see what else
Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal.
Okay, just let that sit with you for a second. The annexation of Crimea, justifiable. Socialist.
Yeah, no.
Okay, nope. Just moving on. Got it.
He's saying it's out of context. What context makes that okay? He's like, let me drop in the rationalizations for why it's just fine.
Oh, he's going to tell us.
Is he really?
Oh, he's going to persuade us. Listen.
Okay. Russian communism is hilarious. Russia, as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable. There are a million different moments where I have described this process. I fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000 after the invasion of Ukraine. I do not believe that Russia is a communist country at all. It is an authoritarian kleptocracy. Why is he presenting this?
What's the difference? Dun, 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 dun.
Exactly.
Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here? There is a difference that I have maintained over and over again. Russia's annexation of Crimea. Russia has a profoundly important military base in Sevastopol that it actually had a loanership agreement over with Ukraine even before it actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. Okay? As far as my stance on this, there's no defense of Russia taking any additional land, okay? This is a ridiculous act. And I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical process under the USSR, even before then, has been Russified. This is precisely the reason why Western Poles, not even like the Russian annexation and the subsequent quote-unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation, before Russia's military incursions in eastern Ukraine as well, people that lived in Crimea were rather sympathetic to Russia already. This is part of the reason why Russia...
Because Russia imported a bunch of people there, obviously, right?
Right.
We should seal up our border. Otherwise, everyone's going to say, oh, we're Mexicoified.
I mean, this is an insane argument because it's like, okay, we go back in time, 2014. All right. They have, there's the Euromaidan, the current president agrees to have new elections. Then he flees to Russia. And then so they have a new election. And before that even happens, Russia invades Ukraine and they just annex Crimea. And they do this nonsense. And Hasan pretends to be stupid. Okay. The whole he is stupid. Let's be real. But he pretends to be even stupider. The whole what re-education? Why is it scary? With the Crimea thing, because that if this was a Western country doing this, he would never support this action. The idea that you have a country literally roll their tanks into part of your country, have a bunch of soldiers with guns stand outside the polling place, stand outside the ballot boxes and say, okay, guys, you get to vote whether you want to join us, the side with all the guns pointed at you, or the other country that's not here right now. Right.
Right. Yeah.
Gee, I wonder, what do you think? How do you think the vote's going to turn? Oh, the vote turned out that the people just unanimously, they all just voted to join Russia when there are all these tanks and people with guns standing around. Who could have possibly foreseen that outcome? That sounds like a free and fair election to me.
Ridiculous.
It's insane. And he would never in a million years accept this if it was a Western country doing the same action.
Oh, yeah,
never.
Totally. We should do that in Iraq.
Yes.
We started flying Americans over there.
If America,
it's all American now.
If America
it's Americanized,
some U.S. military base, which is hilarious that Hasan is saying, well, they had a military base there. That's somehow
I know that was
something what?
That was comedy gold.
Yes,
and he didn't make any argument for why that was relevant.
Yes, yes. If America plops some U.S. military base in Mexico or Panama or someplace, and we just slowly moved a bunch of Americans in over 10 years, and we're like, well, I guess we get to just annex it now. Have the military roll in and tell people to go vote. Oh, that's totally fine. Hasan's going to be totally in favor of that. It makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Ridiculous.
Russian
we should do that in Turkey.
Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian law, was done without a single shot being fired in the process. That's why I always separate Crimea and the annexation of Crimea as opposed to the completely ridiculous and incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine. In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea,
if they were able to roll into the Donbass and just take it, and the war didn't
without
happen,
a shot fired, yeah,
Hasan would have just been like, well, I mean, the Donbass historically has was very sympathetic to Russia, totally justifiable, totally fine.
Right.
Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming the waterways that were designed under the...
it's interesting talking about the whole annexation thing, because I just, Hasan he despises the Israeli settlers in the West Bank. And
doing the same thing.
Right. And Israel trying to annex more and more land or whatever. He's just screaming and screaming and screaming. But in Crimea,
it's all Jewish
totally
people
fine.
over here.
Yeah, right.
I mean, what's
Totally
wrong
fine.
with giving up the West Bank? Look, it's all Jewish people.
Yes.
They're very sympathetic. Can you imagine Israel? Look, isn't that what Israel's doing now in Gaza? Just rolling in with the guns?
They are. They're
Yeah,
just doing
we're
it on
going to have a
different.
vote.
Yeah, it's just in an earlier time scale than Crimea. So I guess it's, that changes everything, right?
Right.
The USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on Russian, making Crimea basically reliant on Russia. If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation, outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already. Okay? I don't know why people still try to... I don't know why people still try to relitigate this process when Donald Trump has...
I fucking hate this guy. I totally hate this guy. All of this is complete and utter bullshit. He's just talking and talking to try to run the clock out.
Yeah. Right.
To say, you can't say just because they can't get it back that it's morally justified that they take it, right? With that same logic, you can morally justify rape because it's already happened.
Right.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Right. I mean, no one said, and that's the thing. He keeps changing the subject. Yeah, I agree that I don't think Ukraine's going to get Crimea back. I think that's off the table 100%. That doesn't mean it was right for Russia to take in the first place, which was his argument. So he changes the subject. He's like, well, I mean, they're not going to get it back, so why are we relitigating it? It's like, that's not the question. Why did you say it was justified in the first place?
These are the same people that want to come out and say America's on stolen land.
Yes.
They're like, we can't never forget.
I know.
This is stolen land.
I know.
And with Crimea, he's like, forget about it. They're never going to get it back. Bitch, why can't we say that about America? They ain't ever going to get it back either. Shut the fuck up.
The Palestinians are never going to get Gaza back, Hasan. So
of
I
course,
don't know
why
are we relitigating this? Okay,
move on already.
Just move on. Yeah, it's fine. It's justified.
God, it's so obvious people are willing to make any argument at any time, even though it completely contradicts earlier arguments they've made.
I know.
There's zero consistency in anybody.
Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia. Now, as far as Tibet,
slave mandate, autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. We talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet. These are their culture. They basically are trying to,
No one is culture is slavery. I don't know why. He brought up culture. There is no slavery culture here. From a Western perspective,
I don't think, listen, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't think when Ethan said that they took over their culture, they didn't mean slavery. I'm guessing there's other aspects of Tibetan culture beyond that, Hasan. I mean, it's very racist of you to kind of frame it that way, but.
You got to say that that's the only aspect of Tibetan culture.
Right.
They were slavers.
That they had serfs, which, it's not great, obviously. It's not a great situation.
Serfs.
Yeah, it's not the same as chattel slavery, but it's not great.
Serfs came with the land.
Yes, exactly.
This immediately rings alarm bells where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever.
Yes,
or
Hasan.
The United States of America had to tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, he's going to explain to us. He's going to explain to us how it's not the argument. Ready? Are you ready? Let's hold on to our hats here, okay?
All right.
That is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet that China has had, Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the fucking 19th century. It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership. It wasn't simply just Chinese annexation and occupation. It was actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet. This is
so. Hasan keeps saying this. He keeps claiming that there were a bunch of Maoist, communist Tibetan serfs who rose up and either called out to China or joined forces with China and to overthrow the theocratic Dalai Lama, Tibetan government at the time. Okay.
Okay.
I have looked into this because I'm going to be real. I mean, I'm not some expert on the history of Tibet. So I was trying to research this. I was trying to look into this. Every source I could find said that this is 100% not true. Okay. That the whole thing that categorized Tibet before China invaded was that Tibet was incredibly isolated from the rest of the world and did not have the cultural or political influences of the rest of the world going into the country. There were not Tibetan communists in the 50s when China took over. This is a complete fabrication. I couldn't find a single thing. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I couldn't find a single thing to validate this. And when I looked into this even further, when China first, he also is not telling the history correctly either. The way it worked is that China first invades Tibet and they take it over, and they sort of let Tibet be pretty autonomous at first. They're like, okay, we're just going to take over and you got to like pay us taxes, but you guys can still do all your slavery. You can do all your serfdom. They didn't even change any of the things, right? So this whole argument that that's why they took over, that's why they invaded was to free the people's bullshit, because they literally invade, take over, and they let them keep doing exactly what they're doing. But then after like 8 or 9 years, a lot of the Tibetans start to revolt against not the Dalai Lama, not the Tibetan overlords. No, they start revolting against China. Okay. Right. And once they start revolting against China and word gets out that China is going to kidnap the Dalai Lama, and that causes a full scale, revolution in the country, that's when China comes in. Dalai Lama flees the country. China comes in and basically just takes over everything and demolishes their entire culture and their system and everything like that. And it's only then, after that point, that they then China post hoc comes up with this rationalization of like, oh, well, we had to take over Tibet because of the serfs, because they had such a cruel and barbaric system, even though they took over the country 9 years earlier and let them keep doing the exact same thing they were doing. So this whole narrative that Hasan is framing with Tibet is just a complete fabrication.
That's hilarious. It's the same narrative that Putin has used on Ukraine, right? He's got to go in there and save the people from the Nazis.
This is what
Ukrainian Nazis.
The fucking Romans said this shit back. Like, this is what everyone would say. Like, oh, we got to invade. It's hilarious too, because
we invaded Iraq.
I know. I was going to say, yes. Is Hasan going to sit here and be like, well, listen, it was totally justified for America to invade Iraq because Saddam Hussein, who was a brutal dictator, right? But we were going in to invade to give them freedom and democracy.
Yeah.
Is Hasan going to say that was justified? Of course not. Hasan's going to say that America deserved 9/11. Okay, that's what Hasan's going to say. He's a total hypocrite on the shit. It's just because he glazes China. He even says in this somewhere in this long video that he does glaze China for all of the fucked up shit China does.
Everyone always says, look, America went in for the natural resources. That's all we wanted, right? But they don't say the same thing about Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine because they wanted the natural resources.
Right. And yes, and China invaded Tibet because they wanted natural resources, and more importantly, they wanted the strategic military position that the country gave them.
Yeah. Constant contradictions.
No different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took over, a lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely. Because when faced with these two options of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they, of course, chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards that is a certainty, because Tibetans still, as far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama. That's it. Okay? And there are contemporary issues in Tibet right now as far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by landlords, their landowners.
Homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
The part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed. Okay,
Tibet is the South in the Civil War.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. The previous serfdom structure.
Do you remember when the North invaded the South and then caused millions of Southerners to die through authoritarian rule and famine? Do you remember when that? I don't remember when that happened in U.S. history. Maybe it's part of like the cover up of U.S. history. I forgot when that happened.
We reunified pretty quick, right?
Yeah. And also, did you see he threw Taiwan in there? So he's gonna like, when China invades Taiwan, he's gonna make all the excuses in the world now too. Like, oh, listen, it's the same thing with Taiwan. Taiwan is some evil empire, I guess.
Structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say. It's like, I think this is akin to saying like black people in the South, it's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. That's not the case. Okay.
No one said anything like that.
Can you imagine?
And no one said any, and that was not like, it's just so dishonest to cast Ethan as like trying to make that claim.
Yeah, that's bonkers.
That's not the case at all. The reason why I try to use this analogy here is because it was initially an action of resistance against the the feudal serfdom structure in Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Really?
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and
re-education.
They're no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay.
According to the Associated Press.
Everything I said here is correct.
Associated Press.
I don't know why he put this in the video. I assume he's not going to make an argument against this, and instead simply claim that it's a genocide that took place and he's hiding it or something. I don't know. Let's see.
I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
Okay, that one is like Shenyun.
Okay, so he saw a documentary. This was the conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but he's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult that's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shenyun and Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far right, and they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang.
I do like that whenever there's some question of well, here's some group or here's some people that are suffering due to China. It's like, well, listen, that's only because, they worked with the CIA. They worked with America. They're far right. Like all these like weird, ad hom like attacks to be like, well, okay, what their ideology has nothing to do with whether they're, stealing their organs, right?
Right. Yeah.
I don't like. Who cares? I don't care what the Falun Gong believe. Okay, that doesn't mean you get to take their organs away from them by force.
Of course, there is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more major repression in Xinjiang, especially a couple years ago. For those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement in.
Oh, okay. And just to talk about this organ harvesting thing. Okay, so Hasan's big defense is that you can't believe this. This is some kind of CIA, propaganda from this group, this, Falun Gong organization. Okay. So I was like trying to look into this. I'm like, okay, well, where does this organ harvesting come from? Right. So I found something here. This is from the Human Rights Commission. Okay.
Okay.
The final judgment of the independent tribunal into forced organ harvesting from the prisoners of conscience in the China Tribunal, published in March of 2020, concluded that forced organ harvesting from prisoners of conscience has been practiced for a substantial period of time involving a very substantial number of victims. On June 14th, 2021, 12 United Nations Special Procedure Mandate holders said they were extremely alarmed by reports of alleged organ harvesting targeting minorities, including Falun Gong practitioners, Uyghurs, Tibetans, Muslims, and Christians in detention in China, and called upon the PRC government to allow independent monitoring by international human rights mechanisms.
Sounds like it's a common practice.
Yes. So even to Hasan, okay, we have even the United Nations, right? That big right-wing organization, United Nations, is like, it seems like there's a crazy number of organ harvesting going on here in China. Maybe we should look into that.
They always use the right-wing thing just to be dismissive, just to dismiss anything out of hand.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. There's even
so ridiculous.
There's an independent tribunal in London had concluded that the killing in detainees in China for organ transplants is continuing, and victims include imprisoned followers of the Falun Gong movement. The China Tribunal, chaired by Sir Geoffrey Nice QC, who was a prosecutor at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, said in a unanimous determination at the end of its hearing that it was certain that Falun Gong as a source, primarily the principal source of organs from forced organ harvesting in China.
Wow.
The conclusions show that very many people have died indescribably hideous deaths for no reason, and that many more suffer in similar ways, and that all of us live on a planet where extreme wickedness may be found in the power of those for the time being running a country with one of the oldest civilizations known to man. Wow, he is not playing games here. Okay. He added, and this article is from 5 years ago. He added, there is no evidence of the practice having been stopped, and the tribunal is satisfied that it is continuing.
Sounds like some pretty good evidence.
But listen, it's all just right-wing propaganda.
Right. Super made up.
Yes.
Xinjiang. Okay. Some of the Uyghur Muslims, many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now, wanted to separate from China, mainland China.
They had it coming.
In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely, in the most ridiculous ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance and also cultural erasure and also concentration camps, but re-education camps, where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools, worked to actively, and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur Muslims, okay? They bullied an entire population into submission. There was mass surveillance that took place. And also, I have never said that this was acceptable. I've never considered this to be appropriate. I'm always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over because they say, where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too? They'll say Adrian Zen's propaganda. It is still completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous.
He says he never denied this. And this isn't true. He did deny it. He denied it in the conversation that Ethan has the clip from. He didn't say, listen, Ethan, I think China is doing a lot of horrible stuff. Okay. They're totally an authoritarian regime and they're doing really horrible things to the Uyghur Muslims, but I don't think they're harvesting their organs. I think they're doing all these other horrible things, but this one thing I'm not sure about, right? He didn't frame it like that at all. He said, no, this is propaganda. This is CIA, Falun Gong propaganda. He even said it right here. And so he does like this, like talking out of both sides of his mouth things where he's like, oh, it's all propaganda, blah, blah, blah. I mean, they are doing some bad things, but it's all propaganda. I never said they weren't doing bad things. Everyone's doing bad things.
Right. Just far right propaganda.
Now, I don't know in America, the evil Western American empire, I don't know if we're going around taking people's organs in prison. I haven't heard of that. Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering, can we do that?
I don't think we do that here.
The irony of some death row inmate giving up their organs to save people's lives is just, I don't know. Do people want some heinous murderer's heart? I mean, I guess if it's going to save their lives, right? It's not a brain transplant.
Right. Well, there is interesting studies about like, do their personalities change or they feel different when they get these like organ transplants from other people? So
Right.
who knows, right?
Oh yeah, they become a
Yes.
murderer. They're like a
Yeah.
mass murderer, like a month
Wasn't there?
later.
There was some Clint Eastwood movie about that, wasn't there? He gets
I
like an
don't know.
organ transplant from a murderer or something. He becomes a
Then
murderer.
he becomes a murderer. Ooh,
Yeah.
sick.
What I'm doing here against Ethan is recognizing the truth of the matter. So let's take a look.
They're like,
He's just recognizing the truth, Sitch. He's just a
Oh,
truth
okay.
seeker.
Okay.
Gaslight, gaslight,
we
gaslight.
Falun
could
Gong.
get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading Aztecs or supporting those groups who existed under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements. That's the difference.
Okay. So let's be just completely clear here. Someone said, what's the difference between the Spanish invading, Central America and fighting the Aztecs? And what you're claiming China did with Tibet. And he says the difference is that China fought alongside the Tibetan Maoists. Okay, that's the difference. Now, we have two problems with this. Number one, as I said, I couldn't find anything that confirms this Tibetan Maoist theory anyway. Okay,
Right.
that's number one.
So it's
number
untrue.
two, right, so I don't even think this thing is true. But number two, even if it was true, that is literally what Cortez did when they fought against the Aztecs. The fact that Hasan says this, he had no fucking clue what he's talking about. The Cortez, he thinks like Cortez when the Spaniards showed up on Central America, they didn't have like massive armies of people. They had to team up with the other surrounding. They had to team up with the Laxacalanans and the Totonacs, okay, who all fucking despised the Aztecs because the Aztecs were like kidnapping. They were at war with them. They took over these kingdoms. They made them pay tributes where they had to tribute prisoners to have their hearts ripped out, in the fucking Aztec fashion. And so, yes, when Cortez showed up and they're like, oh, like, yeah, let's totally team up to take down the Aztecs. That's literally exactly what fuck happened.
Yeah, he teamed up with their local enemies.
Yes. And Hasan is saying he doesn't understand that that's the most classic thing that happens in these situations. But just because Cortez was like a white guy and he was, in Hasan's mind, it's like, oh, white European invading and killing brown, natives, right? That's different than China, invading Tibet.
Right. Not so much so.
Right. And then it's the same thing. And yes, obviously, when they, the Spaniards, there was some contention where like at first they would have good relationships with, the Laxacalanans and some of the other tribes that helped them at first. And then obviously over time, they become more and more, like, oh, you have to, basically convert to the Spanish way of life or die essentially. And it's the same thing. It was kind of similar with, he doesn't give any credit to the British who, yes, they wanted to, they had their own cynical reasons for why they were, going after the slave trade, but they also they thought it was morally reprehensible. They thought it was completely morally reprehensible. And they did do it for partially moral reasons.
Right.
They had a specific squad that patrolled the Atlantic, intercepting slave ships and freeing enslaved Africans and pressuring the African and European slave trade to end. Okay. And I looked it up. It said over the existence, the West African squad, the British West African squad, captured around 1,600 ships and freed over 150,000 Africans that were going to be sold in slavery. All right.
Wow. That's
150,000.
Massive numbers there.
Right.
And
So
those are English ships that freed all those would-be slaves.
yes. Yes. And so Hasan, of course, because, they're white, right? The Brits are not going to get any credit for that whatsoever, even though, yes, they had their own financial reasons for doing it, but they were doing something that was completely morally righteous and good, right? They're freeing people that were being sold into slavery, but when China comes in and they take over Tibet and millions of people die, like, it's fine. They're just ending the serfdom.
Yeah, not really though.
That's it. you're also comparing a foreign invasion coming into the Aztecs thousands of miles away to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership. And the previous Chinese rulership did just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Dalai Lamas can do whatever they want. You want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That is the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not under a autonomous part of China. It was an autonomous region that was still under Chinese rulership. It's just that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class. And also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care about that same exact landlord slash feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet. That's a major difference, don't you think? That's a major historical difference.
I mean, that'd be like saying, you know, when Rome would take over areas of the, you know, Europe and the Middle East, they would generally let the area be autonomous as long as they, you know, did what the Romans wanted, paid their
As long
taxes.
as they
or
got
whatever.
their booty.
Right. And that'd be like saying, oh, well, because, you know, some empire controlled the region, even though the region had its own culture and its own ethnicity and people and all those other things, that would justify, you know, decades later after they've been independent, that somehow justifies decades later them coming in and taking over and trying to wipe out their culture and reestablish rule.
I know how colonialism works.
It's ridiculous. It's just
I
so
studied
ridiculous.
colonialism.
It's so ridiculous.
Said that, however, I think that there are still many issues in terms of not giving enough autonomy to Tibet or not cherishing certain aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language. This is a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China.
Well, thank you. Listen, I'm glad we can get that much.
Oh,
Real
yeah.
issue in China. Okay. And then there's the second side of
Not enough
this,
free organs.
in terms of the historical, reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local fighters with the majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership, but never Sinicized.
See, this guy, even this person's chat's like, what are you talking about? This is like the exact scenario you're talking about.
I know. I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying it's actually the part that I'm critical of is precisely that. But what you fail to comprehend here is that what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership. Do you see what I mean? And also, the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial Spanish occupation over the Aztecs.
I find it hard to believe that they spruced it up and freed everyone. Even with Cortez, they basically just took over the institutions and were as dastardly rulers as the Aztec leaders were. So I'm sure the Chinese did exactly the same thing. It seems to be indicative of human nature.
They were listen, obviously the Spanish were pretty oppressive. I wouldn't say they were as bad as the Aztecs. The Aztecs were pretty bad, but they weren't great. They were definitely
with like
not
the
great.
human sacrifice and all that.
They did not continue the human sacrificing.
I
That didn't
mean,
continue.
didn't Cortez lock up a bunch of people in a room and basically light the whole thing on fire just to melt the gold down with all the people burning inside? That wasn't cool. I mean,
That's not cool. That's not cool. Listen, I'm not defending Cortez. I'm just saying he's, you know, slightly better than the Aztecs.
He melted
right? Spain was
down
slightly
all of
better
their-
than the Aztecs.
he melted down all their ancient relics. What
You
an
got to get that
asshole.
gold. What do you mean? We're on the gold standard. We need to go back to the gold standard. All right.
They were only there for the gold. So
Yes.
so heinous, but okay.
There is not hundreds of years of being under Chinese rulership despite having autonomy. And also what happened to the aftermath of that is important, don't you think? There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway.
So according to estimations of who you look at, they estimate that 400,000 to 1.2 million Tibetans died after China took over because of China's takeover through military action, through imprisonment, and through, you know, communists taking their food and famine and stuff. So,
Ouch.
But, you know,
400,000, that's a lot of people.
400,000 to 1.2 million, depending on what number you're
Oh
looking
my,
at.
400,000 is conservative.
Right. That's a conservative number. So,
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that sucks. And he's making excuses for that here. That's what Hasan is. Hasan's saying that was a good thing because he freed them. They were all
Yes.
freed to not be oppressed anymore because they were dead.
right.
Basically.
Right. Okay, here, let me jump
Ouch.
ahead here a little bit.
I'm cool with not being dead. How about you, Sitch?
You like to be alive? Oh,
I like
pretty
to
shocking.
live
Oh, okay. I don't know why, but
because it's fun.
You know, but that's besides the point.
Sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
Two principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you. Yeah, so this is a classic. This is something that I hear mostly from Sex Pestany and his orbiters. But the idea that like,
hey, there you go. Listen, if you say that that Hasan has an American bad perspective, it's, you know, you could have only heard that from Destiny. No, you couldn't come to that conclusion yourself.
Sitch and I aren't sex pests, and we say it all the time. So,
Right.
but anything Sex Pestany says is probably wrong anyway. So,
JV, thanks so much, JV, for $50. Says, just to be clear, Ethan argues Hasan defends Russia taking Crimea. Hasan accuses Ethan of not giving context. He then doesn't give context, argues that he thinks a different situation was not okay, then defends Russia taking Crimea. Hasan is stupid.
totally stupid.
That's about the size of it.
Yes. Great analysis.
Equishodox for $20 says, it's clear to me that Hasan has never cared about the integrity of his worldview, nor about the lives ended and ruined as a result of his ideology or actions. They're all a distant second to his image, popularity, and money.
True.
Very true.
That's all he cares about.
And Jonathan Smith for $20, thank you, says the U.S. also participated in the anti-slavery patrols. Starting after the War of 1812, growing significantly in the 1840s, people forget we fought a war. We're at war. People forget we were a people at war with ourselves over the morality of it, and was only barely accepted. Yes.
Unfortunate.
my commentary on political matters is simply reduced to America Bad is incredibly, incredibly dumb. It's
But
ironic
true.
that
But true.
this is yet another case of pure projection where
Simple.
Ethan is saying, oh, his commentary is just literally America Bad. At
True.
no point, if I simply stated America Bad over and over and over again, how the fuck would I fill 8 hours of space every goddamn day?
You say it differently.
You say it differently. I mean, there's a lot of eating. There's a lot of chair reacting, right? There's a lot
Right,
of
of
watching other people's
course.
content. So
Of
Yeah.
course, yeah. But it's every news story. That's kind of his creativity, right? Every single news story has to be linked back to America Bad. That's the kind of game he's playing.
yes, well, and it's very telling that every defense is sort of like this dishonest twisting of the argument. Because when you say, well, someone's worldview is America Bad, you're not saying, oh, all this person does is walk around and they just say like a robot, America Bad, beep, boop, beep, America Bad, beep, boop, boop. No, what they do, what he's saying, okay, Hasan, I know you're not very smart, right? I know you have this very teeny tiny little head, right? So maybe I need to break it down for you, right? What he's saying is that your first principle, which is what the clip shows you saying, your first principle is that America is bad. So you use this lens where you say, well, if America is bad, I must interpret all news, current events, and all history and all news has to be shoved through the America Bad filter. This is why people watch you. They want to know how whatever's going on in the world right now is really America's fault, is really the West's fault, how the current events fit into the America Bad lens. That's why they're watching you. That's what you're doing to fill up your time. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
That's how you get, I don't know if you saw, Hasan's, most recent take that everyone's shitting on him for is saying that India is a rogue terrorist state
Right.
because they're trying to, clamp down on Pakistan's terrorism.
Right.
So
Which is
There you go.
that was supposed to be over today, right? Everything came to a happy conclusion,
we'll see.
and it was all and Trump did all of it. Trump was on the phone.
Trump
He's taking
personally-
credit for everything.
Trump personally flew to Kashmir and he got India and Pakistan to do a 3-legged potato sack race.
Right.
And
So how's that
thus-
America's fault?
And thus we were all saved. Yeah.
We basically saved the world again.
I
Oh my
know.
God.
It's
Thank
true.
God. Thank goodness we have America.
Right.
Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why
Yeah,
I
that's a
say
good
America
question.
bad, for example?
Oh.
And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip.
I mean, this is also bullshit too. People always say people talk about all the good things America does constantly. Okay, what is he? They're just if they're criticizing you, They're going to criticize your take about it. All right, specifically.
Yeah, they're going to say you're biased.
Yes.
Clip out of context where I'm describing a complex position. Let's take a look. Coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you if you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way. As I've said before,
You see how he plays the clip and it proves the exact thing he's saying it doesn't prove. Literally proving the exact same thing. That is his first principle. You have to look at who the Western powers are supporting, who America's supporting. They're the bad guys.
Right.
Okay, let me jump.
God,
ahead
this
here.
is such a simple worldview.
I know. It's
It is.
ridiculous.
If you see America as the Nazis, you're pretty much always going to be biased in this way.
Of course. So he
Yeah.
just goes on this like 10-minute long rant about how the CIA helped fund anti-communist parties in Turkey, so that means America forever bad. That's his entire argument for the next
Well, they
10
may have
minutes.
done something like that at one time.
Good.
Yeah.
Fuck communism.
I
We
just
should
it's so,
support them
it's
for
so
doing that.
weird where people say, "Oh, America did this horrible thing." You know, you can argue whether or not it's horrible, but America did this one thing this one time.
70 years
therefore-
ago.
Yeah, so therefore that's
Yeah.
their modus operandi every single day,
Forever.
24/7, 365 and for infinity, right?
Right.
No,
Right.
what the fuck?
I know.
Administrations change, people come and go and die and move on, and politics change, and everything's a giant churn. So what's happening now could be completely different.
But that's how it all works whenever you hear people they have like the cork board red string America bad theory. It's all
Right.
like, but in 1950, America did this thing. And it's like, okay, even if I
Yes.
grant you that was bad in 1950, I mean, it's 2025. I don't know if you know this. It's 75 years have passed since then. So
Yeah.
you can't automatically assume everything America's doing is evil because 75 years ago, America did something you don't like.
Yeah, exactly. But that seems to be the argument. That seems to be the persuasive argument for people. And if that argument is persuasive, then you probably already think America's bad. You're
Yes.
just looking for rationalizations to make that argument.
Right. What is weird, they have to go back to 75 years ago for that argument in the first place.
Yeah, it's pretty lame.
one of the moments that was majorly consequential is the moment that Ethan actually decided to no longer when Ethan decided to no longer be on Twitter. Part of the reason why he left Twitter, now he says, is because of all of the anti-Semitism, and there was plenty of anti-Semitism on Twitter after Elon's takeover, so that there is a plausible deniability there. But the reason why he left Twitter was because he couldn't deal with the fact that he kept wanting to say something, okay? He kept wanting to say something about Israel, and it was always in defense of Israel, okay? That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring.
Okay, so before he goes into this next thing. So if you recall, in case you forgot, one of the big things that started the split here between Ethan and Hasan is that Hasan has this person named Frogan who is a mod in Hasan's chat. And Frogan is, you know, some Hasan
She looks like
orbiter.
Jabba the Hutt.
Sure. Froggy the Hutt, right? We have Froggy the Hutt here, right? And
Just so you can picture it in your mind.
right. And so, but just in case you forgot, like this is, think of how crazy this is. Okay. And by the way, this tweet, to my surprise, is still up. Okay. On October 7th, right? On October 7th, on the day that Hamas is going into Israel, is killing indiscriminately women, children, men, civilians, raping people, kidnapping people, just a full scale, like barbarian slaughter mode. Okay. On that day, Frogan posts on X, leftists preach in foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Okay.
Right.
So on October 7th, Frogan is literally defending Hamas's actions.
Makes
And
you wonder
criticizing.
what the leftists think the
Yes.
revolution's going to look like, right?
Exactly. She's
It's like,
she
oh
has-
my God, raping all your neighbors?
Not only is Frogan defending October 7th, but she's criticizing people for criticizing Hamas on October 7th. All right.
Right. Yeah.
So now you can't even make the argument that like, well, maybe this is before she really understood the scope of what's going on. This is still up. This is still up. It's never been taken down. She never apologized for this. She never said, oh, I made a mistake. Right. So in response to this psychotic, and then she also tweeted the same day, quote, she put Israelis, she put, quote, civilian deaths. Okay. She put it in like finger quotes. Okay. So she doesn't characterize civilians in Israel as being really civilians.
Right. They're all military. They're all occupiers in her mind. Yeah.
Exactly. So after this completely psychotic fucking take on X, what does Ethan do? Ethan, who's Jewish, his wife is Israeli. Okay. They literally have family that live in Israel. What does he do? Does he call her out for being a horrifying psychopath? Does he call her out for being a terrible person? No, he unfollows her.
What? He doesn't even quote tweet her? He doesn't go, look at this stupid bitch.
Look at this
fat fucking Jabba the Hutt looking motherfucker.
Yes, he doesn't do any of that. He just unfollows her. That's all he does. He just unfollows. He's like, holy shit, unfollow. And just because he unfollows her, she spurgs out and freaks out. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe Ethan unfollowed me. Oh, it has a total fucking meltdown about it. A total meltdown, by the way, that Anissa, Idubbz's wife, seemed to be on Rogan's side about.
I know. It's so
That's
sad.
another little wrinkle to the whole story. So she has a total meltdown just because he unfollowed her after she advocated for this barbarity. Right. And this is part of this reaction. Ethan, like, and then so Ethan, who's doing this, was co-hosting a show with Hasan, has this conversation with Hasan, like, what the fuck? You like literally have this person who's like one of your simps, one of your mods, who's saying this crazy shit. And Hasan's like, whatever. I'm not going to demod her. I'm not, she could still be like a prominent voice in my community. She's supporting October 7th, right? Because that's fine with me. Totally fine with Hasan.
Yeah, that's a retweet for Hasan. Hasan's all over that. That's his position.
Yes.
Speaking for him.
It's fucking crazy. It's crazy.
Isn't it now?
Now, Hasan won't ever bring that up, even though he knows that that's exactly what happened. He won't bring it up. So,
of course not, because it looks horrible.
Bring it up for me right now.
Bad.
Yes.
Hasan doesn't ever bring up anything that makes. Well, I mean, he's watching this video. Maybe he's failed.
Mm-hmm.
Ways in defense of Israel. Okay.
So just to be clear, that's what he means when he says Ethan felt like he has to defend Israel on X. It's like, that's what he means. It's being like, well, maybe we shouldn't be advocating for killing civilians and killing and kidnapping and raping random people, right? That's how Hasan characterizes that as defending Israel.
Yeah, saying Hamas is a terrorist organization is defending Israel.
Yes.
That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring it up for me right now. That famous moment is when he looked at Mark Barg and his post, a Muslim sex worker, an Iranian Muslim sex worker, who he said, this is it. This was the moment. Enjoy your drugs and being a sex worker, Hamas would kill you on the spot. This is what he tweeted about Muhammad.
True.
I'm in South Beach having fun on drugs. This is literally no different than what Israel defenders say. The idea that you can't show solidarity to a people that are being ethnically cleansed is ridiculous. The idea that you cannot show solidarity to the Palestinians because you have fantasized that those Palestinians would be homophobic and fucking kill you and viciously kill you is ridiculous. Even if that was the case, you could still show solidarity to people, even if they were homophobic, even if they were anti-sex work. Yeah, I know. A lot of
Okay, so just obviously it's funny. He characterizes this as like fantasizing about, first of all, it's not a fantasy, obviously, as even Hasan is begrudging to admit. Like they're not going to allow this, Hamas isn't going to be in favor of gay sex work in the Gaza Strip. Obviously.
Of course not. Yeah.
Okay. It is interesting that Hasan's like, he said this to an Iranian sex worker. Like as if, well, because he's Iranian, that somehow gives him like oppression points. And because he's a sex worker, that gives him oppression points. Am I supposed to believe that this guy is supposed to be oppressed or something? this like buff guy who's posting on X is some oppressed guy because he chose to be a sex worker. I thought that was like freeing and good on like the far left, was to be a sex worker.
Right.
So
Well, not if it makes this argument. If he's oppressed, then it helps.
Right. Now, again, Hasan, because he doesn't, he's very dishonest in this whole, conversation. He's not going to say, well, why? And it actually comes up and it's kind of funny, but what exactly is Ethan responding to? Why did Ethan post this message in the first place? Did he just randomly pick? Like, he makes it sound like he just randomly picks some Iranian sex worker and he's like,
no,
come
on now.
Okay. Right.
I mean, I would guess he's making pro Hamas posts.
Well,
and
if you
Ethan
see it says
is going back at him.
Yes. If you see the date that Ethan posted this, it says October 11th.
Right.
Okay, October 11th. So shortly after.
So,
October 7th.
What did he say on October 7th?
Right. Well, so I was curious as to like what exactly was going on in this whole conversation. Right. So I did the October 7th test on this guy. I'm not familiar with this Bar guy or anything. All right. So on October 7th, Marbarg said, of course, this is on October 7th. Okay. Not afterwards, not when there's like, the war and people are dying. No. This is on October 7th. Okay. Israel hasn't even fought back. On October 7th, people are getting killed, raped, kidnapped. This account, Marbar says, of course, I side with the Palestinians unconditionally, as should you. I probably will be a little too quiet just because there's too many right-wing freaks on this site now, but you know where I stand, smiley face.
Wow.
Okay. So we have another, and this is why Hasan's position is so disgustingly weaselly. All right. He will say, oh, of course I don't support killing civilians. Of course I don't support October 7th, blah, 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 blah. But then he just keeps running interference and defending a cadre of people around him who do openly support October 7th. And if he's ever, and this is the one part of the conversation that Ethan, I think, fucked up in their debate, was not bringing this to the forefront. Because whenever, and it always is disgusting, because whenever Hasan does finally have to like deal with this issue, he's like, oh, well, they're minorities, so it's okay for them to have some fucking psychotic position about the, anything, because they're a minority, because they're an oppressed person in America.
Yeah. Fucking, you're exactly right. If he would have brought this guy in and put the thumb screws to him on what he said on October 7th, it would definitely force Hasan into taking an uncomfortable position or denying the position with his huge rabid audience who does take that position.
Yes.
That would be a great unmasking.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. So on October 7th, this a guy, 100%, he said he sides with the Palestinians and Hamas unconditionally. On October 8th, he criticized people for posting claims that people are being sexually assaulted and saying that there's no evidence for that. This is on October 8th, saying he's claiming that it's a lie. He says it's a lie made up by right-wing people that Palestinians are raping Israeli women.
Oof, okay. Wow.
He says on October 8th. On October 11th, he said, it's silly to make the, quote, I support or condemn this thing statements online about a situation like this. Hamas and Israel are here, like it or not. Israel has the power to not subjugate Palestinians to apartheid and further strengthen Hamas. They chose Hamas. So there you go. On October 11th, anything that happened that was bad, it's all Israel's fault. The people in Gaza and Hamas, none of them have any free will or personal responsibility for their actions. It's just 100% Israel's fault. And then...
God, I hate that shit.
Yes. And then... so what exactly is Ethan, how's he responding to all this and all this stuff? So after Ethan unfollows Frogan because of Frogan's insane support of October 7th, and Frogan has her total fucking Spurg meltdown, this guy jumps in to defend her, saying,
no way.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. Saying, this is what this guy says. All right. This is what he says about Frogan's crazy take and Ethan unfollowing her. He says, the only thing that matters ultimately is achieving complete Palestinian liberation. Sorry, Ethan is being annoying here.
Wow.
That's the only thing. So this fucking piece of shit, this psychotic, degenerate piece of shit who's, living up, apparently living up the high life, doing drugs and working out and being a sex worker in America is saying it's totally fine for people to be, for civilians to be murdered and raped and kidnapped, because all that matters. The only thing that matters is achieving Palestinian liberation. Okay.
Yeah, chances are good he fled the Middle East so that he could live this lifestyle in America.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Without
the
any
irony
kind
of
of
it,
downside or ramifications. Yeah, it's
Yes.
so bizarre.
But
Yeah.
you wouldn't know any of this information from Hasan here, because he's not going to look into it, or he knows it and he's going to dishonestly hide it. No.
He fucking knows
Yes.
it. He totally knows it. Are you kidding me? He's
it's-
got
watch-
everyone chattering to him about what's going on.
He-
He's
he-
probably
he-
laughing about it.
You'll see. He does hint that he understands the context here later in this clip.
He
But-
totally understands the
but yeah.
context. He just knows nobody else does.
Yes. It's just so dishonest. He makes it just say like, oh, Ethan just attacking this random Iranian sex worker for no reason. For no reason. He's just being a big, crazy Zionist.
Such a dishonest scoundrel, this guy.
People in underdeveloped nations that have been victim of colonial exploitation do not have the same woke mindset that we do here in the Western world. Okay? That doesn't change this dynamic at all. I still don't think they should be fucking destroyed.
That's another hilarious, like, Hasan talking point, is that apparently having the right morals is just privilege. So if you're underprivileged, it's okay for you to have bad morals because you don't have privilege, which is a totally psychotic way to view the world. But
Right.
it makes sense of why he and other people on the far left will always side with criminals, because they'll say like, oh, well, they're underprivileged, so obviously they can't be moral.
Seems like he's also making the argument that you can have empathy for Hamas even though they're hugely homophobic and would murder and
Yes.
dispose of gay people
Yeah, because they're not privileged.
immorally.
Right.
Based on the non-privilege
Yes.
stuff. Well, he's
Right.
saying you can't have empathy for them being oppressed, even though they're completely detestable. He would never make that argument with like conservatives or the racist South, right?
No.
He would never
No.
make that argument in a million years.
No.
He'd be like, fuck those people.
If you had some white guy who very poor, grew up in grew up in a black neighborhood, was like the only white person
beaten
there,
up all the time.
beaten up,
Exactly.
bullied,
Yeah.
and they, because of that, they became racist. You think Hasan's gonna be like, well, listen, I'm gonna say that it's fine because they were not privileged and they had bad conditions. But no, he would never make that excuse.
No, not at all. He'd be like, fuck that conservative. That'd be his rally call.
Yes.
I still don't think that their lives should be ruined, as a matter of fact. No one deserves genocide, period. It doesn't matter if their opinions are not aligned with mine.
See, that's such fucking bullshit. He'd be screaming in favor of any kind of genocide that took place against his political rivals.
Yeah.
He
Well,
would.
If this is his real position, then why is he not calling out Margbarg here, who's advocating for genociding the Israelis?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Why is he not calling out? Why is he not calling out Frogan for being in favor of genociding Israelis?
Because those people deserve it.
Oh,
In
okay.
Hasan's mind, obviously.
Right.
Not in my
Right.
mind. None of these people deserve it. Except
This
maybe
is simply
Hasan, but-
trying to engage in the act of pink washing. It's also a conflation between
Pink
ISIS
washing.
and Hamas. Hamas is a militant organization that was designed under the rulership of the oppressive Israeli apartheid regime.
If you point out that they're completely homophobic now, that's pink washing.
Yeah, and he keeps trying to do this dishonest thing where he's like, oh, Ethan is racist, and so he's conflating Hamas and ISIS, and they're different organizations. Okay, everything I've seen has said that Hamas is very anti-gay and will kill people for being gay. I don't know, like, this is completely nonsense. This is
And
complete dishonest
ISIS
argument.
is progressive?
No, he's
No,
saying
come
that.
on, they're
you know-
both homophobic.
Yeah, no, he's saying that, like, he's trying to make it kind of sound like that ISIS is the homophobic one, not necessarily Hamas. And like
Mhm.
the racist white people are just conflating them all as like the same thing because they're all in the Middle East.
It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Hamas's tactics have evolved throughout time and become more radical. Hamas's tactics have become more violent throughout time, but that violence is still maintained. The standard of violence is still maintained by the colonial power in this process, which would be Israel, because Israel has gotten more and more violent throughout time. That's why.
So he's just made this argument.
Israel's fault again.
Yes. So he just made, of course, obviously, only white people and Jews apparently have, moral culpability or responsibility, free will. So he made this argument that, like, well, Hamas evolved to be more violent in response to Israel's violence. Okay. Which, when you hear that, it makes it sound like Hamas started off as like some nice, peaceful organization, and they were like forced to become violent because of Israel. That's sort of the implication, right?
Right.
So,
yeah.
so I go and I'm like, okay, well, what is the history exactly of Hamas? So I'm looking at the history. So I found this article. Now, this article is from Al Jazeera, right? So you can't accuse me of like reading, Jewish propaganda or Israeli propaganda or something. Okay. And this is what Al Jazeera says. They say the story of Hamas and its fight for Palestine. From its inception, Hamas has chosen armed resistance in its efforts to liberate Palestine from Israeli occupation. Hamas carries out its this is Al Jazeera. Hamas carries out its first attack against Israel in 1989 by abducting and killing 2 soldiers. Okay,
Wow.
that's the first thing that they do. Is they abduct and kill 2 soldiers. And Hasan's like, listen, they evolved. Okay. They evolved to be, more violent over time. That's how they entered into the public stage, is by abducting and killing 2 people.
Sick. Terrible.
And then I was further looking into this, what was Hamas doing around this time period? So in 1993, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin and Palestinian Liberation Organization negotiator Abbas signed a Declaration of Principles of Self-Government, also known as the Oslo Accords. Okay. And this was supposed to be, Bill Clinton was working on this. It's supposed to be like this pathway to peace between the 2, regions, blah, 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 blah. And it says a few years later, under this, it says, in a setback for the PLO, the militant organization Hamas has refused to agree to stop attacks against Israelis and has refused to agree to participate in Palestinian elections in January. The statement followed 4 days of negotiations between PLO leaders and Hamas representatives in Cairo. Sources close to the negotiations said Hamas did, however, consent to a gentleman's agreement to suspend the attacks, which usually have taken place in the form of suicide bombings and have killed 130 Israelis since the original peace agreement in 1993. So there's
How long?
This is your evolution of Hamas, right? Becoming more extreme, becoming more violent.
They said they were going to chill for a little bit.
Yeah, it didn't last very long. It did last very long, obviously.
The cliche here is that the first intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that?
I was like relatively peaceful. That's you had mass suicide bombings and bus bombings and children dying, getting people exploding, intentionally trying to explode in civilian centers. And it's like, that's like the, the clip of the guy during the BLM riot where it's like the building's on fire and it's like mostly peaceful. It's like the city's like on fire behind him.
Yeah, of course.
Like, oh, there's a mostly peaceful intifada. Just ignore this bus bombing and the suicide bombings. Just ignore that. Mostly peaceful.
Well, they never go into detail of how Israel escalated things. They never really go into detail on that aspect of it. I mean, I'd expect something major.
You'd expect.
Yeah.
That process. Well, if you watched any number of different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation. Why did he even attack this guy? I think he probably said
more
something
violent. What kind of violence?
That'd be interesting, right? So he cites this guy, Zachary Foster. I've never heard of this guy. He cites him multiple times throughout this watching. I guess he's like his, resident Jew he can point to. He'd be like, listen, this guy thinks Israel's terrible. Okay. So I looked up this Zachary Foster guy. I know he's supposedly some journalist. And I was like, I wonder what he was I wonder what this guy, I wonder what he was tweeting on October 7th, right? That'd be an interesting indication to kind of get a sense of what this guy's, because obviously
if Sitch is bringing it up, it's not good. I guarantee you.
You know, well, I mean, like, obviously, listen, you could be a totally sane person and you could be like, listen, I think that, you know, the settlers are wrong. I think Israel, you know, occupation of the region is wrong. I think their war, when like they're killing people in Gaza is wrong. You can have all these opinions about this, right? And I would say, even if I disagree with some of them, you could still have all those opinions and be a sane, rational, moral person and say, all that aside, obviously October 7th, completely morally reprehensible and disgusting, right?
Of course, yeah, you could.
Totally normal position to have. There's lots of people that do have that position, right?
I'm sure that's his position, right?
So on October 7th, we'll see what Zachary Foster, old boy Zach, was tweeting out. So he quote tweeted someone who said, as you watch news in Gaza and Israel today, keep one thing in mind.
Oh,
one thing.
One whole thing. All right. What is it?
The largest terrorist organization in all of Palestine and Israel is the Israeli military, which has killed thousands of Palestinian civilians and hundreds of raids in the Palestinian towns over the past decade.
IDF right there.
Yes. And Zachary Foster on October 7th quote tweets this with the 100 emoji. Okay.
Oh, wow. Oh, shit.
Right. So thank you. This is our credible Jew that Hasan wants to point to here. The guy who on October 7th is like, listen, ignore what Hamas is doing. Israel's the real terrorist organization. Okay.
What is IDF doing? I want the details on that.
They're the real terrorist. Okay. And then the next day on October 8th, Zachary Foster tweets out, he retweets some picture from 2014, and he says, in 2014, and I don't even know if this is true, but even if it is true, he says, in 2014, Israelis camped out and clapped and cheered as bombs wiped out entire Palestinian families, and as the Israeli military slaughtered thousands of innocent Palestinians. Just in case you heard someone say this attack was unprovoked. So
that's bad.
How is it so fascinating, so interesting that the first three people that Hasan mentions, why does Hasan keep fucking mentioning people that keep justifying October 7th? It's so weird. It's so strange. There's an entire world of people out there. There's billions of people out there in the world. And for some reason, Hasan just keeps finding himself surrounded by and talking to and defending people that keep defending October 7th. It's so strange to me.
Yeah, because he hates them.
How does this keep happening? It's just like a comedy of errors.
Violent throughout this process because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation. Why did he even attack this guy? I think he probably said something like "death to America" or something. I don't fucking know. He was wilding out on the timeline.
So here, the side acknowledges, like, okay, I don't know, but he probably was saying something crazy. Okay. Only when someone's like, well, what? Wait, why? Oh, I death to America. I don't know, something crazy. Like, what the fuck? Then it's totally justified, Hasan, you piece of shit. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, it's justified for Ethan to respond, obviously, if he's being crazy. So,
of course,
yes.
Okay. There's more to this though. He had a back and forth. Does anyone have that? Do you guys have the back and forth that took place? Because he expands on his ideology here.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I stopped using Twitter to protest Elon. No, you stopped using Twitter because you couldn't handle the backlash of your racist ass comments. There was a queer Muslim content creator. Do you think we forgot? You are a ghoul, fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas?
Good question.
Yeah,
totally
great question.
Good question. Let's see the answer.
Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand, jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what?
This is all they can do. It's like, I'm asking you a question, what are your thoughts? And it's like, you're racist. You're just a fucking racist. I don't have to answer your questions. You're just a bigot. You're like, well, what did I say I was bigoted? Shut up, you racist.
What the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. And he hasn't changed from this.
Is that what Ethan said? Is that what Ethan said? He said that the second this guy steps foot in Gaza, that a horde of Palestinians are going to come around the corner like zombies and tear him limb from limb. Is that what he said? Is that what he meant? Or did he mean, listen, how can you be, and I don't know if he's gay, but be gay or be a sex worker doing drugs in America and be totally and so one-sidedly supportive of an organization that would literally fucking kill you for the freedoms that you have here in America?
Yeah, it's an honest question. It's a good question.
A completely valid question. And this guy, he could say, listen, Ethan, I don't support Hamas. Okay. I think Hamas sucks. I think it's a horrible organization. And I don't support what they did on October 7th. But I also think that Israel is being horrible and killing too many innocent people and stealing their land and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He could just, it'd be so simple for him to say that. Isn't it interesting that none of these fucking people say that? They don't say that.
No.
Perspective, because he literally said about me going to Gaza potentially, right? When I was working alongside Jeremy Scahill to try to apply pressure to the Egyptian government during the brief period of ceasefire to open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway. In that process, he kept saying if he goes to Gaza, he'll be a high-profile target for Hamas. Why the fuck would they do that? If Hamas was in the business of kidnapping any random non-Palestinian that happens to be inside of Gaza, they would have kidnapped a shit ton of the aid workers. Except those aid workers were, once again, just like I was concerned about my own safety and well-being, those aid workers were killed by Israel, not Hamas, like the World Central Kitchen aid workers that were killed by Israel.
So there's two things. Number one, I do actually agree with Hasan here that obviously Hamas wouldn't kidnap Hasan because he's too important to their propaganda. Okay. They're going to give him the grand tour, right? If he ever went to Gaza. I mean, not now, but if he had gone to Gaza, while he could. So I do agree that that's,
yeah.
But it is funny because this comes up later in the whole thing when I was looking into, the Houthi situation, because, Hasan can make this big deal about how the Houthis after almost a year, let the people from the Galaxy boat that they captured, they let them go. Did you know that the Houthis actually have kidnapped a bunch of UN workers and are holding them hostage currently and just no one's talking about it?
No, I didn't know.
The Houthis have captured a bunch of UN workers and holding them hostage. And it's at the situation where the UN has cut off all humanitarian actions in Yemen or in Houthi controlled areas of Yemen because they don't want their aid workers to get fucking kidnapped by the Houthis.
Wow.
So I just thought it was funny. It's interesting. It sounds like, why aren't they capturing aid workers? Well, it's true. The people in Gaza aren't, but your boys, the Houthis, are.
Killed by Israel. They were there under the watchful gaze of Jose Andres. They were working alongside the Israeli government. The Israeli government brought World Central Kitchen to the Gaza Strip to show the world, to disprove the narrative by their estimation that they were not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip. So they worked with Jose Andres, a very famous chef, a very famous activist chef, and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their fucking Israeli occupying force commanders lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip. It's Israel. And the reason why I bring this up is because Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still, to this day, does not recognize that. He still thinks it's like Hamas is the barbaric, violent force. And not Israel. Israel is a far greater evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth. That's it. There is plenty of evidence to showcase this truth. This is just the reality. It's an observable reality that you cannot deny. Okay? That's it. If you are a lesser evil voter and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas as opposed to Israel in this process.
See, this is just crazy. It's fucking insane. What is the October 7th equivalent for Israel? What is that?
Well, they're just going to look at it. They'd say that like the responses, because they're going to just look and point to like the numbers and everything.
Well,
Because
look,
they say, well, Israel kill a lot
that's
more people.
completely
So.
ridiculous.
Right.
Like, yeah, obviously the response is 10 times worse, but I mean, it was provoked. You got to look at who started it. That's a big part of it. So, what did Israel do to provoke the October 7th? October 7th was supposedly a response to Israel, some crimes Israel has done, but just nobody's ever shown me anything that's measured up by comparison.
Well, they'll say it's not one thing. They'll say it's all of
The
the
checkpoints and this and that.
the checkpoints, the embargo, the
1,000 cuts. It's 1,000 cuts.
It's 1,000 cuts, right? Like, kicking people off their homes, the, other people being killed or bombed or detained or all these other things, right?
Sure. Yeah. 1,000 cuts.
But it always comes back to like, listen, you can have the position. As I said, I do agree that Israel's gone, like, I think too far in how they're handling the situation. And it is an ethnic cleansing, which I don't support. Yes.
Well, they're just like, this is never going to happen again. We're basically taking over Gaza. You guys can shut the fuck up. Like, they have a sympathetic administration in America now. So they're like, we got 4 years. Gaza's ours now, bitch.
I mean, yeah. And this is what I said. I mean, I said this, right after October 7th, I said that this is, the Gazans are never going to control that area again because of this. And the people, don't realize this.
They're gonna deport as many of them as they possibly can. I mean, you've got the American president basically saying, "Hey, that's a good idea."
Right. Yeah,
it's gonna be so nice for them in Egypt, in Iran,
exactly. Some other country, right? And so, so like that. Listen, that's all fine. I'm not even saying I'm opposed to people criticize Israel. Israel's done lots of fucking horrible shit. Criticize Israel. They
criticize away. I don't care.
Shit, including the killing of the wall kitchen workers that Hasan was talking about. Okay. That's really fucked up. Really horrible. Okay. All of that considered, the question that they never addressed, which you have to address when you're talking about the issue, and Ethan has said this multiple times, and he said to Hasan, and people keep bringing it up to them, and they never have a response to it, ever, is that you keep saying Israel has all the power in the situation because they have the stronger military and because they have more money. Okay. But that's 100% not true. Because, as we all know, if for the last 10 years, or 20 years that Hamas controlled Gaza, at any point, they could have said, we're not going to build tunnels. We're not going to build mortars. We're not going to try to kill people. We're not going to plan terrorist attacks. We're going to actually try to govern this area as best we can and build up the infrastructure and try to make a functioning society. And if they did that, Israel would not be able to engage in any military action against them and would actually drop the embargo. And even if you believe that Israel is the most evil, psychotic, people on the planet, and they all want to just kick them out, they would lose the excuse for any of those actions. And the world, including America, would force them to play nice and to drop the embargo and to, have better relations with Gaza.
Yeah, it's so funny. If they just competed with them economically, none of this shit would happen. But fucking Hasan would lose his mind about that too, because it's capitalism. Oh my God.
You're giving up. You're giving up. How dare you capitulate, right?
He would rather them compete militarily than economically.
And get annihilated and get wiped out.
Well, no, if they competed, look, just because they're a small place doesn't mean they can't compete economically, right?
No. I'm saying militarily. If they compete militarily,
look at Taiwan. Oh yeah. Look, they don't stand a chance militarily, obviously.
Yes, right.
And they shouldn't be competing militarily. But look, it could be a Taiwan situation where they've developed the area. Yeah. I mean, not basically when the only education for school children is how Jews are horrible and they're all evil baby killers, right?
Of course.
That's not the way to compete economically.
And this is the problem with the worldview. Their worldview is so fucked because if Hamas laid down its arms and, at any point it would completely take away Israel's power to do any of the horrible things that they think Israel will do, wants to do, going forward. Okay. Yeah. It's completely, the ball is 100% in their court. If Hamas said we're not going to be violent, and actually wasn't violent. Okay, they could build their area, they could prosper, and Israel wouldn't have any justification for military action whatsoever. But if Israel says, listen, we'll tear down all the walls and we'll tear down all the checkpoints and we'll melt all our guns, into plowshares, and we're going to live in peace and harmony, then Hamas is just going to run in and fucking kill as many people as possible. Okay. That's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference. And they never accept this, or they operate with this idea.
Well, they want the conflict. They live off of it.
They do. They
It
do.
fucking gives them energy and life.
Yes.
Just
And that's why
horrible.
That's why Ethan keeps saying, which I think is a completely reasonable thing, is that you have two sides of this conflict. You have the Palestinians who have a right to live in an area peacefully, and you have the Israelis who have a right to live in the area securely. And until you address both the needs of both these people, there will always be war and death. And Hasan will never acknowledge this, ever acknowledge this.
Yeah, he fucking loves it. He loves them. He loves Hamas being a thorn in the side of Israel because he fucking hates Israel and he hates the West.
Yes.
He hates Israel because they're in league with the West.
It's just, even if you, and it's just, I hate it because so many people, they don't, it's kind of, and maybe it's a weird comparison. It kind of reminds me of the Kanye situation where, Kanye's like, I want to see my kids again. And what does Kanye do? He does everything imaginable to never see his kids again. Okay. He's like, I'm going to make my ex-wife, walk around naked in public. I'm going to, go on Alex Jones show and praise Hitler. I'm going to make a song praising Hitler. I'm going to make a song about how, when I was underage, me and my cousin were like engaging in sexual activity. He says he wants one thing, and then he does everything he's doing is will never accomplish that goal ever. Right.
Yeah. It makes you think he's lying.
Or you're just or he's just psychotic, right?
Either he's using the kids as a way to claim oppression. Oh, right. I'm being kept away from my kids. I'm so fucking oppressed.
Right. You're either lying or you're just crazy or some other motivating factor here. And it's the same thing. Like, even if Hasan like hates Israel, hates the West, hates America, and all that stuff, that's all okay. You can do all that stuff, and you still have to say, I understand the objective reality. The objective reality is that Israel is going to continue to exist. It will not go away. It will continue to exist. And if you actually want the people to live in peace, then they're going to have to, then the Gazans and the Palestinians are going to have to change their behavior and capitulate to some extent that you maybe think is unjust because the people are not going to get their homes back or all these things from, 50, 60 years ago. And I get it. And it is unjust, but that's the way it fucking is. You gain nothing by saying, oh, well, let's just keep doing terrorist attack after terrorist attack until finally they get fed up and just kill everybody and just ethnically cleanse the area. How does that solve the problem for fucking anyone? It's because these people never fucking think for a second. They never say, is what I'm advocating for actually accomplishing my goals? They don't give a fuck. All they care about is just, I'm angry. There's an injustice going on. So I'm just going to fucking spurg out and rage out and foam at the fucking mouth. And I don't care if it actually brings ruin and destruction to the very cause that I'm advocating for.
Of course. I mean, this is his argument in Ukraine.
Yes.
It totally is.
Yes. Yes. It's so funny. Like when it comes to Ukraine, it's like, oh, well, I mean, they're never going to get Crimea back.
It. Yeah.
Just get over it. They're never going to get Crimea back.
Yes, exactly. It's funny, isn't it?
It's terrible.
Hey, I listened to that Kanye's Heil Hitler song. Man, it wasn't even fucking good as a song. I mean, forget about the incendiariness of putting Heil Hitler in a song, right?
Of course.
But I mean, the song itself just fucking sucked.
Listen, I've never liked
You can't
Kanye,
do
so,
that.
yeah.
You can't do that, and the song is not even very good.
Right.
Come on.
Right.
Come on. The whole game that you're playing is making people feel bad about liking it because it's such a killer beat, right? Because it's such a good song.
Yes.
Yeah. What a loser.
I mean, it is sad, but it's sad because I was like listening to Sneako's, stream, and they're all like, oh, we want to help Kanye get his kids back. And I'm like, okay, well, you're not fucking accomplishing that, guys. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's bullshit. That's total bullshit.
Well, anyway, but I mean, I didn't. I agree with you. I think the song sucks, but I never liked Kanye's music ever, so I
Right.
can't judge it on that.
I mean, that's
grounds.
really the first Kanye song I've ever really listened to. So
Really,
and
okay,
knew it was Kanye because I
Oh.
probably have heard his songs before and just not known it was Kanye West.
right. I've heard like a million.
But I don't
Kanye
listen to
songs,
any
but-
Kanye songs.
yeah.
I don't
So.
I don't hear a song and go, "This is great." Who sings this?
I
That's
think
never
the-
happened with Kanye.
In my entire life, the only Kanye song I ever liked was "Stronger, Faster."
Okay.
And I mean, a big part of that is because Daft Punk's song is a good song.
Daft Punk
Right.
is great.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
So
they're
I'm not really a
badass.
good judge on like the musical quality of the song.
right.
Philip Kogan's for $20. Thank you. Says, I wonder what Hasan would think about those Kurdish commies in the YPK that I fought alongside with in Syria and Iraq. Well, that's a good question. It's a good question. Imperialist scum. JMac, or Gafar, thanks so much, Dad. JMac for the $20. Says, let's not forget today to also honor the man who made women the mothers they are. Shout out to all the motherfuckers out there.
Oh, nice. Yes, of course.
That's terrible.
Those guys who could stick the landing
Yes.
and stuck around to be good dads. We'll be
Right.
celebrating them soon.
Right.
Father's Day is right around the corner here.
Yeah. Sian Arkale for $20 says, everyone continues to talk about how dare the Palestinians not be given their homes back. You know who else lost everything they had and didn't have their homes? Jews after the Holocaust. I'm so tired of the double standard.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of them, their homes were confiscated by the Nazis, right? They didn't get anything for them. They didn't sell them on the open market. They ran for their fucking lives.
Yeah.
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 Probably had to buy a home in the Middle East from some Palestinian.
Right. Right. Now, the argument that Hasan would levy against that, which he does in this clip, is that, the Palestinians didn't do the Holocaust, so therefore they should have made Israel in Germany or something.
So they
his
should
response.
have not sold their homes to Jewish
Well,
people.
they should. I mean, if you want to be objective, they should have agreed to the original borders and decided to live in peace. But
Mhm.
the surrounding Arab countries that all wanted the region for themselves, or wanted Jordan, Egypt, and I don't know what other countries were involved in the conflict. They all wanted to cut Israel into little pieces. They wanted to use the people there as a political prop because they didn't like the idea of Israel. They didn't even really like the idea of Palestine being an independent country either, which is something that Hasan always people leave out when they're retelling of events.
Right.
If Israel lost the war, if there's an alternate universe where Israel lost their war of independence after the Holocaust, there wouldn't be a country called Palestine
No, of course not.
at all.
There'd be like four corners Middle East.
Yes, you just have Jordan would be bigger, Egypt would
Yeah,
be bigger,
Exactly.
Lebanon would be bigger, Syria maybe would have a chunk of it. Like that's all that would happen. There wouldn't be some independent country of Palestine there.
All right. Back to this garbage tier content creator.
Was seemingly okay with this.
Can you do you care that all your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
moderate that
I
at
have
all?
not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
Yeah, this is, I think, probably the most honest criticism that Ethan has here, okay? Which is that his feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt because he's saying things to an audience that has a higher political acumen than he does. And that audience is obviously tuned into the frequency of right-wing reactionary propaganda. So, of course, they immediately hear some of the words that are taking place in this conversation, which, by the way,
All the people calling Ethan a fucking baby killer have the high political acumen here.
Right.
It's just a lot of delusion going on in this video.
And this that conversation, we watched that conversation is just because Ethan is he's like, listen, Hasan, I agree with you on 99% of everything. But this phrase from the river to the sea does seem like it's advocating to kill Israelis and Jews. Oh, you're racist for even suggesting that, Ethan. How dare you?
They were calling his wife a murderer and shit.
Yeah.
How is that politically astute? I mean, they're just a bunch of bastards.
Well, it's also, again, it rings so false when Hasan, either because he agrees with it secretly, or because he's so wrapped up in the oppression hierarchy, toxic ideology that he can't denounce these people around, all these people around him who keep supporting October 7th. But he's going to, get into some big shit fit with Ethan because Ethan said, well, I think that, like, imagine how crazy this is. Ethan saying, I think the phrase from the river to the sea is like offensive and advocating for death. Like that is like a bridge too far for Hasan. Hasan's audience will attack Ethan. But all these people supporting October 7th, that's okay. That's acceptable. That's fine.
Yeah, it's just crazy town. Totally crazy town. The hypocrisy is what killed Ethan. Just because obviously Hasan is constantly talking about the microaggressions, and Ethan even framed it that way. Like,
Yes.
how can you go out there and talk about all these microaggressions being thrown at various minority groups? And here I am, a minority, and people are basically telling me I'm a fucking murderer, right? I deserve to die. How's that different than a microaggression, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's twofold. And I think I don't know if I have the time for it, but he does play the clip of it. The clip that to me really is the end of Ethan and Hasan's relationship is Ethan saying, in a very pained voice, saying, I listen to everything you say and I change my opinion and so many concessions to you, and you give me nothing in return.
Yep,
Okay?
totally.
And that is where the relationship dies, is when you realize, I thought we had some sort of good faith friendship where we listened to each other and maybe we change each other's opinions, and then realizing, no, this is a completely one-sided. You either because you just are like egotistical, or because you're so afraid of your audience, refuse flatly to give me anything whatsoever.
Yeah, I like the phrase, truth emerges from the argument among friends. That you kind of have to have this good faith back and forth where you're both kind of searching for what the truth is. You're setting your ego aside. And it just became obvious that wasn't what was going on Leftovers.
No. And you could even like Hasan, like on the Rivers to the Sea thing, Hasan, if he was being like a good friend, okay, if he was being Anakin, if he was being a good friend,
yeah, he would at least try to empathize with Ethan, right?
He could say it in a way where he's like, I completely understand like what you're saying and why you think that way, and even understand the argument. But here's why I don't think it's like we should be, focusing on it too much, right? There's ways to do it where even if you disagree, you can still show some amount of respect. And it's just,
there you go. Respect.
Right. And just because either Hasan just doesn't respect Ethan or doesn't respect the positions whatsoever, or because he's just terrified of his audience, because he knows his audience is full of these like fucking bloodthirsty, psycho, or maybe not full, but like the loud voices in the audience are these like bloodthirsty, psychopathic, communist revolutionary people. And if you give any like level of capitulation, they like try to attack you.
Hasan can't respect anyone who has a different opinion than him. Like all the people he respects, I'm sure fall in line perfectly with his opinions. Like that's the only reason he does respect them, because they sign off on things that he already believes. It's much more difficult to muster respect for people who disagree with you, but obviously that's essential for making our political system work. That's why we've drifted so far away from our political system working at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sucks so bad.
More informative than this context, Nuke. If you want to understand Ethan's actual framework and actual perspective on the matter, you should go back and rewatch that debate that we did. Okay, this debate, all the way in like the 17th of October 2023. I believe that's when we had that conversation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, but yes, of course, when they hear you say things that are in defense of Israel and engage in racist tropes and racist stereotyping, and
this is so bad. And then he's framing all of this as racism.
Yes.
The ultimate bad faith move on the left. This is like their signature move right here.
Yeah.
Any disagreement is framed as racism.
And he never explains how anything. That's how you know it's dishonest, because obviously there are racist people out there, but they never explain. Hasan never explains Like, what is Ethan saying that is? How is what Ethan's saying racist? What did he say that's racist? Explain it.
You can't, because as soon as you do, the argument completely falls apart.
Right.
Like if you start talking about the security issues, right? Well, that's not fucking racist, right? Not racist at all.
No, it is racist. You don't understand. The only reason you could possibly think that if Israel, lowered its borders and stopped the embargo, the only reason you think that, Hamas would go into Israel and cause devastation is because you're racist against brown people.
This is why the left has lost so much cultural currency, is because they frame any justifiable criticism as racist.
Yeah.
It's just completely bonkers,
Well,
but that's their move.
And then also Hasan completely undermines that own position because he acknowledges like, well, these people don't have progressive values because they're not privileged enough. And it's like, well, which is it? Are you being racist? Why are you saying like,
It's so true.
like,
yeah.
what's going on here?
Yeah.
And acting as though like Hamas is ISIS, for example, then yeah, of course people are going to say you're being fucking racist.
What's the difference between Hamas and ISIS? I don't see really any difference.
Well, different. I don't know. He doesn't even go into it.
Right.
They don't like each other. So, that's a difference. But in terms of
the Bloods don't like the Crips either, but what's the difference?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
What's the fucking difference?
Right.
The culture is exactly the same. So,
Racist. Hasan, you're literally playing into Ethan's hands with this. Don't speak positively of a literal fascist terrorist group. A fascist terrorist group? What the fuck are you saying? Hamas is also right-wing and reactionary, though. We don't need to support them. What is the support here? Who?
That's like, bro. Like, what? I thought we were on the left. Why are you supporting Hamas? What the fuck? What are we doing? They're not leftists. Hamas is not leftist, Hasan. Okay.
Like, I'm not saying, oh my God, it's amazing. It's the greatest fucking liberation group that has ever existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity doing a genocide? Don't you feel like it's a little suspicious that you constantly are railing against people who are fighting against the genocide? What the fuck are people supposed to do? What would you?
Listen, what were people supposed to do against Israel? Okay. I don't know, like before October 7th, what were they supposed to do? How could they possibly have created a better outcome for the people in Gaza? I can't think of a possible way that anyone could have created a better outcome for the people in Gaza other than doing a horrible barbarian attack that led to them all being killed and ethnically cleansed from their own region. I can't imagine what else anyone could have ever possibly done.
That's fucking comical.
That's just insane.
Anything would be better than what they did, right?
Yes.
Just any possible outcome would be better.
Yes. It's so insane. It's so psychotically insane. This is the take.
The justification. I can't stop thinking about Crimea and this framing of Russia as a settler colonial empire.
Right.
It's
I
like,
know. It's so ridiculous.
why? What?
Yes. It's so obvious, Hasan. They could have just not been violent. Hamas could have just not been a violent terrorist organization and just built up the region as best
Peaceful
they could.
resistance. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. And they could have just been like, look, we've been your peaceful neighbor for 10 years, for 20 years. Okay. We can have good relationship. And we could, just, stop the embargoing. We can get better resources. We can be at peace. That's all you had to do.
When's
Pretty
the
simple.
next Olympics? We want to see Gaza competitors in the next Olympics, right?
And all the world would be fucking showering them with money and support.
Praise. Yes,
and
exactly.
Praise, right.
Not only that, they've got a wealthy trading partner right next door. They're poised to kick Egypt's ass.
Yes.
Economically. Yeah.
Wealthy trading partner. They're right on they got the beachfront property, right? That, Trump's always talking about.
Yeah. They could have done a lot with it. They really could. But they can't because, they got to let this feud, this 1,000-year feud just completely fuck things up, right?
But no, they took all the money, all the resources that they got, and they said, we're going to build underground tunnels, and we're going to build underground bunkers, and we're going to, build mortars and rockets, and we're going to spend all of our resources planning to do terrorist actions against the neighbor who, if they ever decided to, could wipe us the fuck out and
Right.
kill everyone here, but we're going to keep fucking with them.
Yeah. If they ever had a good excuse, would completely wipe us off the map. I have an
Yes.
idea. Let's give them a good excuse.
Let's give them that excuse. Yes. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
And Hasan framing that situation, like giving them an excuse, was so great. I mean, that was a perfect move for them. What
Yes.
else could they do, right?
Right.
They've been oppressed all these generations.
This is a reality that former Israeli Shin Bet leaders also recognize. This is a reality that Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, also recognized when he said, if I was on the other side of that Gaza fence, I would join Hamas. Of course you would. What the fuck do you mean? What is this expectation that people are supposed to be perfect victims after 76 years of colonial?
Well, look, they might have said they would join Hamas because they had no other economic opportunity in the region.
Mhm.
Like we often say, like, we understand why young men join gangs, right? That's not necessarily a justification for them joining gangs. So I would
Well,
have to see the
yeah.
context of what these people said.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
it's stupid. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but it's stupid because, again, you can be like, I understand why I understand why people in bad situations make very fucking poor decisions
Yes,
psychologically.
totally.
Like, I
Yes.
understand why. Doesn't mean you say, oh, well, because I understand it, that makes it okay. People have this like really fucked up mentality where it's they either like their empathy is either, if I don't understand your actions, I have no empathy for you. If I do understand your actions, I have empathy for you. It's like, well, no, I understand, but they're wrong and stupid and self-destructive. And you need to acknowledge that, Hasan. You can't acknowledge that without supporting Israel's actions, but you need to fucking acknowledge that. And the fact that you don't is why, and the fact that the world doesn't acknowledge this, and that so many people that are, against Israel don't acknowledge this is why the situation will never resolve.
Yeah. Why it continues to perpetuate over
Yes.
and over and over again.
Yes.
Yeah. We need a change.
Fuck. By the way, I actually talked to Ethan about this in this very same conversation, but he clearly did not listen. In this conversation that I had with Ethan, we discussed the subject of Hamas and anti-Semitism within Hamas, where I said, are there anti-Semites within the ranks of Hamas? Of course there are. There are anti-Semites everywhere. Having said that, the broader goals of Hamas and all Palestinian resistance and all Palestinian militancy is an end to the occupation, so Palestinians can be free, so they can be a sovereign state, so that Palestinians no longer have to worry about drones hanging over their heads and mass surveillance and death and destruction. That's it.
I want to see the Hamas member that comes forward and says, "Oh yeah, I like Jewish people." I want to see how his friends respond to that. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, probably the same as Hasan's chat responds to anyone that comes forward and says, "Oh yeah, I like Jewish people."
Well, is it weird that in one breath he's like, well, it just makes infinite excuses because he's on one breath he's like, oh, these people, they don't have the privilege to not hate gay
exactly.
people, right?
Yeah.
They don't have the privilege to not want to, kill gay people and sex workers, right? But for some reason, they all have like the magic privilege to not be anti-Semitic and not be racist.
Right.
Which it's an interesting framework too, to basically make the argument that the only reason someone can or should not be racist or not be bigoted is if they have like enough material
Freedom,
possessions, right? Enough freedoms or enough like things, enough money to be a good person. It's a very weird framing of morality.
It is. Yeah. I frame morality completely independent of that. Your economic circumstances, of your
Yeah.
upbringing, any of that stuff.
Yes.
I don't let people off the hook.
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
as fuck.
I love you, but there's
Why don't
only
you
so
moderate?
much I can
How
do.
can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I
freaks
love you, but there's
talking
only
shit
so much
about
I can do
Matt?
if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hasan's chat.
let's see what argument he was making. Does anyone have the clip?
Well, I mean, it's obvious when he keeps surrounding himself with people that are in favor of October 7th. Okay. Oh, shock. What a shock.
It's just such a bully tactic, too.
I know.
He's basically saying, just adopt my argument and they'll stop fucking harassing you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what argument he was making that caused people to respond that way. I want to see. Because my statement there is, listen, as much as I try to moderate my community, of course, if your output is fucking insane, of course chat is going to respond to that by going, what the fuck is this arrogant asshole saying?
Okay, so let's jump ahead to where I think he pulls up. He's like trying to find like what is exactly he's responding to here. Takes him a bit here. So let's see if we can find it. Okay, I think this is it. So you can see if it's an insane argument. Okay, this insane argument.
I can't imagine a world where chat is going crazy yelling at someone because they're actually saying something true. I mean, that probably never happens, does it, Sitch?
That's never ever happened.
Yeah,
ever.
no, that happens all the time. Just because the entire chat is aligned on a position doesn't mean it's real
or correct. Yes.
Yeah, but that seems to be the argument Hasan is
unless
making.
chat's agreeing with me, then obviously they're correct.
Oh yeah.
Like, no, anti-Semitism is like totally fine actually with this one phrase.
But what you won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen and I fucking try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you,
oh, you found the actual timestamp?
You care that you're.
I just love it. It's like it's the moment that Ethan's heart's breaking. He's like, "Oh, what? You found the timestamp?" Just not even paying attention.
And he moves on.
Just moves on. Yeah.
Your chat is calling me right.
Let's see what it was. Let's see what the actual thing that he said was before. Like, there were plenty of moments where he's listened to my words. Does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter, or does that change what? Oh, that's right. It was because he was complaining about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, saying, well, according to Jews, it actually is a scary statement. To which I responded with, hey, Ethan, you understand Black Lives Matter. You ask white people what Black Lives Matter means, right-wing white people will tell you, well, Black Lives Matter is a scary slogan. So if you can understand why I don't give a shit about the perspective of white right-wingers when it comes to Black Lives Matter, you can understand why I don't care about your perspective in this regard. Because if you don't understand that this is an emancipation...
This is, it's so funny because this is the argument that, like, I think Hasan has even made this argument. I'm not 100% sure. But it's like, in South Africa, the whole, like, Kill the Boer song, they have, like, there's, like, literally a song, Kill the Boer, which is, like, the white South Africans, okay? And people are like, huh, that seems pretty like fucking psychotic. You're literally talking about like killing someone on the basis of their ethnicity. And people are like, no, listen, like, it's just a culture thing. They don't literally mean it. Like, you can't tell them that their phrase, because these people were oppressed, you can't tell them that their, catchphrase is scary to people. It's like, go fuck yourself. Okay. You have to look at what the phrase means. Comparing from the river to the sea to Black Lives Matter this way is so massively dishonest.
This is the same argument they make in the South about the Confederate flag, and Hasan is not going to buy any of that.
That's
shit.
just oh well. Listen, the South was victimized and oppressed by the North, so it's just their culture, right? You can't tell them what the phrase means. How dare you?
Yeah,
it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
The Confederate flag doesn't mean they hate black people. What are you talking about? It's just their culture.
Emancipatory slogan and not one that is exterminationist, then yeah, I don't know what to fucking tell you. What people mean when they say Black Lives Matter.
But Black Lives Matter doesn't, again, it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying or the thing is, like, saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free also doesn't feature from the river to the sea, we should destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that is the secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know, but if you were to tell me this is how white people feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say, I don't care.
I mean,
Ethan, I don't care about white people. Fuck them.
Ethan is making like a horrible argument here. Okay, the argument is like, and obviously Hasan knows this. He doesn't care. He's just fucking lying. Okay. The argument is, if you're saying from the river to the sea, you're saying from the Mediterranean River, okay, to the west, to the Jordanian River to the east, which is the entirety of Israel. Okay. You're saying this entire this area, Palestine will be free. Okay.
Of what?
Well, yeah, exactly. Of what?
Free of what?
Of what? Of who? Right. But if you're saying, if the context of the statement is, well, this is all Palestinian land, and the evil Jews, Zionists came and they took over and they're occupiers, and we will be free. Okay. The implication is, well, we're going to kick all those people out. We're going to remove that country from existence, that the entire region is going to be Palestine. That's what the phrase means. And anyone that says otherwise is fucking a useful idiot or a liar. There's no other way to interpret that statement. That's what the statement means.
I'm sure Hasan has hours of content where he's making excuses for that phrase, though.
He does. He has hours of content making excuses for that phrase to Ethan in this conversation. It's so,
free of the concentration camp.
It's
free
so
of the
dishonest.
open air prison.
It's so dishonest. It's so gaslighting. They're like, he's lying right to his fucking face. And like, you're just supposed to, this is part of the cult indoctrination. Okay.
Right.
This is how you know you're in a cult. People are lying straight to your fucking face in the most blatant, obvious way possible. And you're just expected to swallow it down and say, yes, give me more, please.
Yeah. Cause that's what the chat wants to hear. And he's supposed to play along. Jeez.
It actually is. This actually is a element of cult indoctrination, is forcing people to adhere to a very obvious lie and have social pressure to adhere to the very obvious lie. That is an actual method of indoctrinating people into a cult. And that's what this From the River to the Sea thing is.
Yeah. They gotta pay. They gotta sink a lot into the cult philosophy so they adhere well. They get the sunk cost fallacy going.
How white people feel in this regard, because my business is not about explaining what this.
There's there's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking
There's nothing
slogan.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed and Jewish people in it must be killed.
A lot of people disagree because you're talking about.
What does it mean, Hasan? What the fuck are you talking about? What does it mean if you say this entire region will now become a completely another region? What does that mean? What the fuck does he think that means? It's psychotic.
Yeah. Free of what?
About from the river to the sea.
Yes, a lot of people who are not Palestinian and a lot of people who are not anti-Zionist disagree. Anti-Zionist, on the other hand.
And also, I mean, when we watch this conversation, the origin of the phrase was literally, yes, we are going to purge the area of Jews. That was the origin of the phrase. Okay. So I don't you can make some argument that a bunch of retarded college kids maybe don't realize that and are saying that without that realization now. But that was the meaning of the phrase when it was created, when it was crafted.
And don't agree. And they are the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan, why would I go to in the broadest majority, Zionists, both Jewish and Christian, why would I ask them what they think about a anti-Zionist slogan?
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
This is why people were saying, hey, Ethan, you're fucking racist. Hey, Ethan, you're a Zionist. Do you feel like it is inappropriate for people to assume that he is a Zionist in this very moment? Is it because of the Jew hatred that is in the heart of every single one of my chatters that caused them to think that his resistance and his lack of interest in understanding the argument that I'm making came across like he was still very much defensively posturing at the behest of Israel?
This is just sick levels of dishonesty here, Sitch.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Any disagreement with any level of the conversation is you're a Zionist, you're posturing, right? This is why this is why it's like a cult. You have to swallow down the obvious lies. It doesn't matter that Ethan is 99.9% aligned on the issue, says that Israel is doing a genocide, literally said that IDF was like a terrorist organization, he's saying every fucking thing that they want to hear. It's like, but here's this one little disagreement, and it's like, no, you're just a Zionist shill. You're just a dishonest person.
Even if you take the position that you could see it both ways. Look, I think from the river to the sea, it's much easier to see it as some sort of incendiary slogan that we're going to rid the area of Jewish people. It seems obvious that that's the meaning.
Yes.
But even if even if you say, okay, I can see it as innocuous or bad, and you could acknowledge that some people see it one way and some people see it another. But Hasan is taking this way crazy position that everyone, it's impossible to see it as bad.
Right.
That's just you fucking daydreaming. That's so dishonest. That's so dishonest. And for people in his chat to take that position, for anyone to take that position, man, that's a level of dishonesty I am completely uncomfortable with.
It's very dishonest.
Yeah.
Massively dishonest.
The fucking slogan itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
But it's not-
that's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay. Ethan?
That's it, man. That's how
Ethan?
people see it.
And then he's going to give him that condescending fucking voice. Ethan. It's so crazy. This is what, look, I empathize with Ethan here losing his mind because you're talking to a literal psychopath.
Yes.
When you're in this situation, someone who is not even willing to acknowledge that you can see it in the incendiary way. He's a full-on liar.
Oh yeah.
No,
I'm not-
you can't simply say that's how people see it and
It is,
stop
though.
there. Remember,
And then at this part of the stream, Hasan watching his old stream, he's just eating. He's like, yeah, this is a good time to grab a bite of my burrito. I got nothing to say about this. My audience completely buys into this lie.
Yep.
They're in the cult. Actually,
Yep.
it would be interesting. I would love to do a sit down where you do one of those interview style meetings with 100 of Hasan's fans, people who watch Hasan regularly, because I do not understand the makeup of his audience at all. That you get so many fascinating insights out of that kind of situation.
this slogan has been used to censure Rashida Tlaib.
Good. But also, you know,
yeah,
it's,
good. She should be
This
fucking
emancipatory-
fired. Sorry, go ahead.
it's and also like especially in the context of like this is very shortly after October 7th too.
oh yeah,
it's like-
yeah.
It's like right after October 7th, people are shouting this slogan. You're like, what is that? Like, if there's any like misunderstanding of what, you know, the interpretation of the slogan, you know, could be or should be, right after October 7th. You're like,
Yeah, it's kind of in your face at
Yeah.
that point.
Slogan has got
I mean, again, they're not saying from the river to the sea, Palestinians will have equal rights. I mean,
No,
that's not the
at
phrase,
all.
right? Not what they're saying.
Right.
It's
Not
interesting. They don't say
Palestinian lives matter, right?
they don't even say from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, right? They don't even say Palestinians. They say Palestine, the country. Isn't that
Right.
interesting?
Yeah. Free of what?
gotten people to be fired like Mark Lamont Hill. There's a reason why I
Good.
won't back away from defending this slogan and saying this slogan.
Oh, wow. Wow. He's
Wow.
still backing up the slogan.
Yeah, of course he does.
He should go on CNN and say that in his next CNN interview.
He should.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm sure those center left CNN people would love to hear that. Oh, what's this river to the sea nonsense?
It was so disingenuous of Ethan to use Norm Finkelstein. It was so disingenuous of him to use Norm Finkelstein and his assessment of the slogan when Norm Finkelstein would never in a million fucking years sit there and be like, well, my feelings are more important here than Palestinian emancipation. He says that's how people see it, but in reality, that's how he sees it. Exactly. Do you feel chatters who are...
It's completely the opposite. These people's feelings are more important than Palestinian, than the Palestinian cause, because obviously Norm Finkelstein made the argument that this was politically toxic for them, that they weren't getting any closer to their goals of liberation by using this phrase.
Yes.
So they're only using it because it makes them feel good, basically.
Of course.
So it's completely opposite of what he's saying.
Like, let's just say, here, let me give you a wild hypothetical to completely pan out what you're saying. Okay. Which is a good point, because a lot of these political, like Hasan and the far left, they have this like retarded view of morality. Okay. That like, because you're oppressed, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can say whatever you fucking want. Everyone
Right,
has to
yes.
kowtow to you because of guilt. But in reality, it's like, well, no, the point of these political movements are you have to get people on your side, right? That's the
Yeah,
whole point of it.
persuasion.
You have to persuade people. And yes, Finkelstein's point was like, well, this slogan is super not persuasive to people It sounds fucking scary. It is fucking scary. Maybe we should, tweak it a little bit so it doesn't, turn like a bunch of people off that could be your allies. And Hasan, all these fucking retards say, no. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit because, they don't actually care about manifesting the objective or the goal they claim to want. All they care about is feeling the emotion of righteous anger, indignation.
Of course,
that's all they care about. And
they're framing it like it's the other people's feelings that
yes,
they're worried about when it's really their own feelings.
It's their own feelings, right? It's how dare I be slightly inconvenienced in order to make a politically persuasive message, I have to slightly tweak my slogan so it doesn't sound fucking genocidal, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, just imagine that if in Arabic, for some reason, here's this crazy hypothetical, all right, that there was some word that had something to do with Palestinian freedom that sounded or was, let's just say for the sake of hypothetical, was exactly the N-word in English.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so there was some Palestinian freedom chant that was literally just them saying the N-word.
Oh my God. That's such a good example.
Or let's say for some reason, here's your wacky hypothetical. They said oh, we will be free of the N-word, right? That's like how it comes out. Now they don't mean it that way, but that's the way it sounds in English. Okay. Do you think that Hasan or these fucking people would be like, well, listen, I get that it doesn't mean that, but that's totally fine for them to just keep saying that, they want to be free of the N-word over and over again, right? You think that would be Hasan's position? You think he would support that slogan? Or you think he'd be like, listen, I get that's not what it means, but it sounds bad to Americans, so maybe you should say it a little differently. Maybe you could tweak the slogan a little bit. You think he'd be in favor of tweaking it then?
He'd be supporting the feelings of black people and say, we shouldn't probably say that.
I think that's my guess. My guess is what his position would be. He'd be
I
totally
think his
in favor
position would be fine.
Of all of a sudden, Hasan would be like the most pragmatic person on the fucking planet and be like, oh, okay, maybe we should change the slogan a little bit so it's not just saying the N-word over and over again.
Yeah. That would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
We're watching this right now, 16 months into this genocide. If you felt like Ethan was unjustly maligned, do you feel like your opinion has changed now in terms of why people saw this argument? Which is an argument that he still tried to present to me 16 months into a genocide when we had a conversation this past Friday. Do you feel like this is reasonable for people to assume he is Zionist? Norm has said that. No, Norm said that he doesn't approve of it because it comes across as something that Jews fear, not even Jews, Zionists fear, but he totally gets it and totally understands it.
It's only Zionists that fear that. Jewish people don't fear it at all.
I only started watching you
So stupid.
again because of his claims, and it got me to resub. I tried to use a perfectly coherent narrative that Ethan should understand here, okay? Which is something that he gets. He gets that Black Lives Matter, gets a lot of flack. He's in support of Black Lives Matter. Who cares? Who cares what racist white people think about Black Lives Matter? Just like, who cares about what people who want to defend Israel feel about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free?
I mean, this is exactly what you were saying. Okay. It's like if the slogan was, we need to be free of whites or something. Okay. And it sounds like, oh, well, who cares? Like, what do you mean who cares? These are the people you need to be on your fucking side, idiot. You do need to care. It's not just about you. It's not just about the people that feel they're oppressed. They're trying to form a larger political coalition. You should care what other people fucking think about their saying and their slogan.
Yeah, especially in a democracy, obviously.
Yes. You're literally trying to get people on their fucking side. You're so stupid.
Bro, you fucking fell off after the content nuke went from 30K to 53K. Suck my ass. I know, I'm falling. I'm consistently falling off over and over again.
True.
He was just critiquing Norm was critiquing the use of the phrase, not its inherent meaning, but it doesn't matter. Norm also doesn't give a shit about that phrase.
The cult is waking up right in front of us, Sitch. This is great.
I know.
Anyway, now that you know the context of where he drew got this clip from, where is he wrong? What is Ethan's complaint on this one, I wonder? Ethan is a left-wing grifter
I've
Zionist.
been
Fuck
calling
his
me a
content.
Zionist, baby killing.
Bro, nothing is wrong with this. Yeah, this is W. Am I wrong? He's not wrong. Unrelated buying a hang glider. Like this is edgy shit. Okay, that right there is 100% people fucking people being
You like when it's like, oh, a bunch of people in Hasan's Discord that Ethan was talking about are pro October 7th. He's like, okay, I mean, it's edgy. I guess it's a little, I mean, you shouldn't say it. It's a little edgy. Shouldn't say those little edgy things, right? Stop being a little edgy boy.
He would never give that kind of grace to anyone on the right. If it was someone making an edgy joke in some sort of right-wing chat, he would immediately say, oh, these people are Nazis.
Well, let's see. I'm curious. We can go back and we can look and see what was Hasan's coverage of the guy who made the beeper joke.
Oh, that guy. Oh, he definitely had it coming.
You think he was like, oh, like that was a little edgy. He shouldn't have said that. That was a little edgy joke. Shouldn't have said that.
No. He was canceled immediately from CNN and deserved it. I'm sure that's his coverage.
Yeah.
Being edgy as fuck. That is fair. He didn't even bring that up, by the way. He's just talking about.
Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking
because you're racist. Is this guy not spitting facts? What the fuck?
Him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's
they are settlers, you stupid fuck.
Not something
they really should stop aid to Israel. Ethan's going full goblin mode for Zionism. Nothing controversial to say. All these said so far. Like the only thing he fucking cares about, the only thing he cares about is his own personal feelings. There is no moment where he tries to understand my position here. There's no moment where he tries to understand why people have this attitude over him. And and this is a Discord chat that he can't see about.
This is like pure narcissistic projection.
That's such bullshit. Yeah.
It's so disgusting. It's so fucking vile. Oh my God. The narcissism on display. He never tries to understand. Bro, he's like 99% in your fucking camp. He's bending over backwards for you. And you're like, but he never tries to understand my position.
Yeah.
Chat that he can't see, by the way. He pulled after the fact to be like, wow, this is really fucked up. And if that's the most fucked up shit you saw in a fucking open to everyone Discord, holy moly, dude, you are out of your fucking mind. Yes, nobody cares about your feelings, Ethan. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings.
Well, that was very apparent when you were his co-host, and that's why he left. Very apparent.
Can you imagine if I spent the past 16 months constantly talking about my own personal feelings? Like I'm talking about, babies that are in plastic bags being carried over to medical facilities by their crying fathers after being lasered out of the sky with Israeli munitions that we fucking shipped over to them. And I just sit there and I say, you know what? My feelings are so important here. And we really need to take time and cover what I feel right now in this moment.
Wait,
he's doing that thing, that human shield thing again.
But that is his feelings. How, like, this is what all these fucking people do this. These political pundit retards do this, where they're like, I have an objective fact, and my worldview is the objective facts of reality. And everyone else just has opinions. Okay. No, Hasan, you have an opinion. That's your personal opinion about the war in Gaza right now. It's your opinion. And every day you say your personal opinion about the issue. That's what you're doing. It's your fucking personal opinion. That's what you're doing. That's all you do.
Well, and his personal opinion is that Ethan is somehow responsible for those dead babies.
Yes.
And that's just horrendous.
That he's participating in a evil liberal cultural environment that allows Americans to support this genocide. That would be probably Hasan's argument, something to that effect.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Of course your feelings don't fucking matter in this process. What do you mean? Especially when I am, at this moment, back then, as his fucking friend and podcast co-host, trying to explain to him why people are being critical of him. And he totally did not understand this at all. I was saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do in terms of moderating this community. But if you keep your output to this like ridiculous Zionist propaganda nonsense, yes, it seems like it's a good position in your mind, and maybe your chat will actually hype you up and say, no, King, you're so valid. You're so valid for actually constantly reframing the conversation around your feelings. But yes, outside of your own community, outside of your own echo chamber, people are going to hear what you're saying and go, yeah, you're defending Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, Ethan did throw Israel completely under the bus.
Yes.
I think the disagreement was that he didn't idolize Hamas.
That was the disagreement. Yeah.
So it's such a bizarre situation. It's such a bizarre conflict, because really the only way that Ethan would be acceptable to this community is if he just said, oh yeah, Hamas based, what they did was perfect. And
Right.
Israel
Well,
had it coming. Yeah.
you-
That
you
is the
have to-
right opinion in his community.
Yes. You either have to say Hamas based, or you're not allowed to criticize people who do. Because
Right.
then you
keep
give
your
the-
mouth shut. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to give the disgusting, bigoted position that Hasan gives, where like, well, these people had no choice. They're not privileged, so obviously they're going to be barbarians. Like, people that live in bad conditions can have no free will or no ideas about morality whatsoever. So it's not their fault.
That's so repulsive to me.
It is.
So ridiculous.
And it's just a pathway to it. Like, even it's also, it's incredibly self-destructive, because if we accept that position, okay, if you look into Hasan's dead pig eyes and you say, I agree with you, people that are underprivileged cannot have free will, people that are in bad situations can't have free will, can't make moral decisions, Hasan, okay, so therefore we should just wipe them all out, because they will forever be like this, horrible, fear that we can never be secure from, because these people are incapable of being moral actors. That's what Hasan's argument leads you down that pathway, if you fucking agree with it.
Right. Yeah, there's no reform for him.
Yes, you're a racist Zionist is what people are going to think. There's nothing I can do to change their mentality.
I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant?
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full?
They're calling him a child killer.
I know.
How many children has he killed? God, this stuff is so sick.
Full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist.
all right. Oh, and then he brings it back
Whatever
to
ask for.
and all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you, like, what's so crazy about this is he's literally pointing to XQC, which he knew at this point was constantly inviting hate towards my position, pulling the fuck Hasan ripcord, as Ethan is doing now, to basically light up every reactionary online who fucking despise me to the goddamn core. Okay? I never did this to Ethan. I did the exact opposite to Ethan.
I love
This is
that
so
so
funny.
many people are pulling the fuck Hasan ripcord now. Osmond
know.
Gold is, XQC is.
I know.
God, he's so beautiful.
The only thing I will say, which I will give Hasan some level of credit for, okay, is it is true. He did tell people that they should be nice to Ethan. Not in that conversation, right? But he did tell people, it's kind of bullshit, because on one hand, he's like, oh, you guys should just not contact Ethan, right? But the same token, you're like, he'd be like, yeah, like Ethan has like wrong opinions and is a Zionist and, is part of this like, liberal brain rot, whatever, but you should leave him alone. He's like a nice guy. It feels a little like two-faced to me when he goes on this whole tirade about how he told people to not, to be nice to Ethan.
Yeah, he found a couple clips where he said something.
Right.
He wasn't consistent about it at all. And his position is idolizing Hamas. I mean, that's why we call him Hamas Piker.
Yes.
Ethan is never going to idolize Hamas.
No.
And no one should. It's fucking
No.
insane, obviously.
Yep. Why? And that's what's so stupid. Why? Even this is why I fucking hate these people. I hate human stupidity almost more than anything else. Even if you believe that Israel is evil and you think all those people should be wiped out, why would you support organization that's leading to the literal exact opposite of that?
Yeah.
It's like, it's so fucking stupid.
They're oppressing their own people.
Yes.
And tell me, so fuck that. There's nothing wrong with me and Hasan, but there's a lot of shit that on the way that he covers this that I think is fucked up.
Okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what? Are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying.
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground.
Hasan eating is so fucking gross. Just completely grosses me out.
Well, it's weird too because, you know, in all these little interviews that he's been, I was like, oh, I'm like a faster. I go on these fasting diets, right? And yet every fucking clip we see of him, he's shoving food in his face. He's eating constantly. When is he fasting?
Well, I mean,
fasting off stream?
I eat snacks on stream. I'm not shoveling giant fucking heaps of food into my mouth. It's just, it's disgusting. The way he eats is disgusting.
Right.
He eats like a fucking animal. He does. It's gross. And like he leans over his plate like he knows, okay, this is way too much food for this spoon or fork, whatever I have. It's going to spill off onto the plate. And if I eat like a normal person where I bring the utensil up to my mouth, it's going to end up all over me.
Right.
So I have to dive in like this is my fucking dog food dish. And I have to just scarf down. It's inhuman. I don't
wow, you're just saying that
because
you're a bigot. Okay. You're just a bigot.
Is that, I mean, is it bigotry to just...
No.
Look, I'm describing what I'm witnessing here,
yes,
okay?
Yes.
He eats like a fucking dog, okay?
And at the very least, if he was going to eat this way, where he's going to shovel food down his, you know, gullet and smack his lips and all this other shit, like just try, like, I think your chat would be fine if for 10 minutes you didn't have your camera on because you were eating. I think they would survive. Okay. If you had a little picture, like you have a little animation, a little cute little chibi animation of Hasan, you know, eating food, right? I think everyone would appreciate that instead of seeing you shovel food in your face like disgustingly for 10 minutes.
Is that what it is? He's trying to eat fast so he can get it over with?
I'm guessing that's what it is.
How many times a day does he eat?
It seems like it's nonstop. Like every clip we fucking watch of him, he's shoveling food in his face.
I try to have a big meal before we stream. When we stream for maybe 10 hours, sometimes 12 hours, and I have some snacks. It's not a big deal.
Yes.
Hasan's like, where's my dog food dish? Let me dive in here. I'm freaking starving. You want me to starve?
You want me to starve? You want me to be homeless? Do you want me not to have a car? Okay.
Right.
Communism's when you starve.
So disgusting.
Actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital, then what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs?
I don't understand the theory that like the truth doesn't matter. Someone said, hey, I don't think Israel bombed the hospitals according to the evidence. Something like really mild. And he freaks the fuck out.
I wonder why I freaked the fuck out. This is right after Al-Ahli. No wonder his fucking audience understandably thought that he was defending Israel. Can you imagine claiming Israel would never bomb a hospital? I don't understand. This is definitely the doing of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas or whatever the fuck Israel said without any evidence whatsoever. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know this shit. This is my first time seeing it. Yeah, of course people are going to think you're a fucking Zionist. This is Zionist propaganda. This is
Okay, to be clear, if you recall what they're talking about, this was Ali Hospital. Remember, this was the hospital that Hamas said Israel bombed this hospital and killed 500 people in the parking lot.
Yeah, we covered it. He got it insanely wrong.
Yeah,
totally,
and people were like
wrong.
Kind of confused because the building itself didn't look that damaged, and we're like, that's a little weird. And then also there's a lot of confusion about like what Israel was saying that it wasn't, and there's a lot of confusion about what the ordinance was and all these other things. And then it turned out that the most likely scenario was it wasn't Israel. It was actually, so they're saying it was some other militant fucking group in Gaza that had like shot a mortar that, you know, went in the wrong direction and, you know, went to this hospital and killed a bunch of people.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
This was the
friendly fire.
Right. It was a total friendly fire situation. And it became pretty clear after a few days that this was the most likely outcome. And
of course he came out and retracted his wrongful telling of the story, right?
He did it. No. And remember, there's like this crazy clip of Hasan who was like claiming he's some sort of like weapons munition expert, and he's like, "Oh, you can
you're
hear
right.
from like the sound of it. It doesn't sound. It sounds like a Israeli missile or something." People are like, "What
You're
What, are you
right.
crazy? What are you talking about?" Like,
Suddenly he was an expert on everything.
yes, he was a total weapons expert. So this this the context. This is how fucking revisionist history psychotic this is. Okay, so Ethan turned out to be 100% correct that it was not Israel. Hasan turned out to be completely incorrect when he kept saying it was Israel, and he would get super fucking triggered when anyone said, "Well, maybe it wasn't Israel. Maybe it actually was a friendly fire instance." And Hasan is saying, "Oh, well, if you adhere to this, if you say that it was possible that it wasn't Israel, no wonder people think you're a Zionist shill baby killer."
Right. If you care about the truth, obviously, you're a Zionist.
So fucking crazy.
Precisely what it is. Oh, I care when all Palestinians die, except it's really fucked up that you would say Israel bombed a hospital. Does Ethan know that Israel actually bombed the Al Ahli hospital the week prior? 2 days before the courtyard explosion, Israel actually blew up and artillery shelled the fucking radiology room in the Al Ahli hospital. I wonder why all the doctors in the Al Ahli hospital were like, oh, Israel did this.
So again, now this is a classic example of someone says there's one very specific claim that's being made, and Hasan changes the subject, right? So they're talking about there's this incident where supposedly 400 or 500 people died, and Hasan wrongly blamed Israel and turned out to be completely fucking wrong. Okay. And so now he's changing the subject to, well, wait a minute. Israel bombed that hospital a few days earlier.
Right.
Okay, they bombed the hospital a few days earlier. Now it's very interesting because he says they bombed the radiology room. Now it's a little weird because I don't know about you, but when I think of a bomb dropping on a building, I would think it'd be strange if somehow an Israeli bomb blows up a single room in a hospital, right? Like it just blows up the radiology room. That seems unusual to me, right? Doesn't that
Yeah,
seem,
you go
doesn't
for
that
the
sound
whole
strange?
hospital, right?
Right.
You want to leave like a giant crater.
Yeah, like this is some kind of like amazing bomb. It's the single room bomb. It just blows up a single room. Okay.
Right.
It's incredible. So I looked into this because I was curious about this because I've heard Hasan make this claim, before. I've heard other people make this claim. Oh, well, it's reasonable because they blew up this hospital before. So I looked into this. All right. So what actually happened? Okay. And this is uncontested so far. I didn't see anyone contesting this. Okay. From a bunch of sources. It says, according to several specialists, and they have a photo of this shell that did fall through the roof into the radiology room at the hospital. Okay. Now
Sounds like it didn't go off.
It didn't explode.
Oh my
Okay.
God, no.
But there's like this shell that falls through the roof into this room. And so someone was injured. Okay. Because like the fucking ceiling, came in this one room. But it says, according to several specialists, the photo shows a 155 millimeter caliber shell. Richard Stevens of the CAT-UXO Collective, which specializes in collecting information about explosive devices, says it looks like there's an underlying color of yellow that indicates that it is a 15 millimeter illumination projectile. Okay. And so I'm like, well, what's an illumination projectile? So I looked that up. So illumination projectile is when the military, when they want to light up an area, they fire this shell that is not explosive. They fire a shell, which then once it's in the air, the shell part detaches and this little like parachute like device floats down that lights up the area.
A flare, yeah.
Okay, but it's like a bunch.
Flare.
It's like a bunch of, it's like super bright. Okay. And
nice.
and I looked this up and everyone confirms this. There's nothing saying against this. Okay.
This was a shell part of that?
Yes. So what happened was unintentionally, which is not great. Okay. But 500 people didn't fucking die. All right. They didn't bomb the hospital. What happened was the shell part of the illumination round, after it drops the illumination part, went through the roof and landed in the hospital.
Wow.
In this one room. Didn't fucking
That's
blow
a
up.
strategic airstrike?
Yes. Doesn't blow up because it doesn't have any explosives into it. Wasn't intentional, wasn't errant, shell round. I think like one person was injured because of this. Okay. So Hasan he then turns that in his mind into, well, Israel bombed this hospital 3 days earlier.
Deliberately, yeah.
So then when 400 people to 500 people die, obviously it's Israel again.
Right. This is the Israel bad, America bad lens right here.
Yes. Yes. So he's
How is it
still
the-
promoting this nonsense to this day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're listening to this is recent.
Yeah, this is recent. He's still arguing that it's reasonable to say that Israel was the one that attacked this hospital, that blew up this hospital.
Right.
And if you say otherwise, you're a Zionist shill, apparently.
Right. Who deserves to be harassed by his chat
Right.
and the CPS called on your family.
Of course. Of course.
The leftovers more than ever. Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, what do you want me to do? It was fucking horrible. I feel like Hasan's fans were trying to destroy my life, my wife's life. They were calling me genocidal. For what? For what? But I do think he's contributing to this idea that all Israelis are, you know, occupiers, which is a really dangerous fucking stance to take.
Why? Doesn't matter. Terrible.
Why? Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Why is that dangerous? Why is it dangerous? I don't know.
Why is it dangerous to perpetuate any
Right.
stereotype, right? Why is it dangerous
knows?
to perpetuate the stereotype that all white people are racist
I
or
know.
all black people are criminals or all Jewish people are
Right.
occupiers, right?
Right.
Why? Why? Why is it bad? It's fucking bad because it's terrible. It's not true. And you've got a bunch of innocent people that you're targeting with this heinous stereotype. Yeah.
Mr. M6 for 500 Kazarks. Thank you. Says the issue is never the issue. The issue is always the revolution. They don't care about Palestine beyond fighting against capitalist Western Israel serving the revolution. They don't care if all Palestinians die in the process. That is 100% true. If
It's
Israel
self-serving.
completely, if Israel was a communist country that aligned with their ideology and the Palestinians
Go get them,
were like-
boys.
yeah, or like capitalist or fascist or whatever, you know, not on the left. They had the exact opposite fucking position on all this stuff. 100%.
Isn't it weird how so much of politics is just people trying to validate their worldview? The worldview that they want to be true, not even really the worldview that is true. So many
I know.
people could care less about searching for what real truth is. They're
It's
just
terrible.
what they want to believe.
Yeah, I know. Philip Cogans for $20. Thank you so much. Says the more correct translation is from the river to the sea is from water to water. Palestine will be Arab. The rhyme is for people who have no clue what is going on in the region. True.
Are there Jewish Arabs though? I don't know.
There are, but
I've heard
obviously
people argue that sometimes.
there are. But the question is, why would that be the phrase, right? Like,
Right.
What exactly?
Oh yeah.
You know,
No, I think
everyone
the phrase
understands
is
what the phrase-
completely incendiary.
Yes, of course.
That the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did, but Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself?
By the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece
Oh look, he rolls his eyes.
I know.
of shit!
People were telling me the same exact fucking thing. You know what I mean? I know.
It is also, it's just hilariously unhinged that Hasan is screeching at this guy about this, and he's 100% wrong, just completely factually wrong. He just refuses to admit it.
Yeah, nobody cares.
that this isn't good. I don't think this is a good way to talk about shit. Even if you're angry and fucking horrible things are.
Oh my God, you know what's really funny? I'm also fundraising even back then. That's when I was fundraising for Palestinian medical assistance. I wonder who's clipping it and sending this to Ethan. Yeah, I don't care who's clipping it and sending it to Ethan. Admitting his view of Palestinians by saying he thinks Hasan views all Israelis as the same because he expects Hasan to think about Israelis the same as he does Palestinians. Yes. Wonder why he's wonder why he's actually so sympathetic to the person who's defending Israel here, by the way. I wonder why. And this was early on. This was right after the fucking Al Ahli hospital was bombed. Okay? Right after then. And for an entire fucking year, I was oblivious. Until this very moment, I'd never seen his commentary on this. Of course, people thought he was a fucking genocidal monster. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my Lord. Yeah, it was only because I was completely oblivious to the shit that he was saying at the time that I was like, listen, man, I care about covering this genocide. I don't give a fuck about what Ethan has to say about this. I don't want to make drama out of this. I care about fucking locking in, and you should too.
It's so sad. He's trying to convince everyone that Ethan is a genocidal monster, which is just completely untrue. And all Ethan wants to convince everyone is that Hasan supports terrorism, which he does, which he totally does. The world is so unfair.
I know.
In that same time frame, while I was defending him all the way up until December 15th, 2024, that's what Ethan was doing. So the expectation that I am supposed to brainwash my audience into liking Ethan Klein is impossible. Of course, plenty of people who are more educated than Ethan on this, or at least have basic empathy towards the Palestinian plight on this issue, of course, arrived at their own fucking conclusion, regardless of my year-long effort to fucking defend Ethan, because I was also oblivious to his actual position. If I had seen his actual position a long time ago, I would have fucking shoved it back down his goddamn throat as a genocidal piece of shit.
Again, Ethan has more than enough empathy for the Palestinian people. He said it over and over again that Israel's gone too far. He's called Netanyahu a war criminal. Look, I don't know what more he could do.
Okay? And here
He would listen. He would have, if he'd only known. I like this too. Hasan's position. If I had only known Ethan's actual positions, even back then, I would have shoved it down his throat. I would have told him to fuck off because he's a Zionist scumbag. I didn't know.
He's saying that he was hiding his power level.
Yes.
All that empathy he was showing for the Palestinian people was a lie.
It's all a lie.
Doubtful.
Here's the reality. He looked at all of this and he could not comprehend that, in spite of my defenses of Ethan Klein, that it was actually me. I was the reason why I was making anti-Semitism permissible.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes. 100%. And if it was any other situation, any other group of people, you'd 100% understand the situation.
Yeah.
Murdered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims. But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came and electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay. I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it. I honestly felt at times that.
Why does he feel so like? Why is he so uncomfortable? Why he be like, yes, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. What a piece of shit. Like he's so fucking uncomfortable and terrified to be like, yes, people that are pro Hamas are bad.
Because he's totally hiding his power level. He hears that and he thinks, oh, yeah, that's great. I completely agree. But he's smart enough to know that he can't say that. That's political suicide for him. He's got to be cagey about it. He knows his entire audience loves that stuff and screams it aloud and totally believes it too. But they just can't talk about it. There's no difference than the right-wing Nazis hiding their power level. They know they can't just be openly racist without suffering some sort of downside. So he's doing the exact same thing. It's bizarre because it is. I mean, the left and the right, they're like yin and yang in this whole thing.
Yep.
That he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans. This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is that.
I can't believe he literally clip-chimped conversations that we had together. Like how depraved, how fucking depraved that he would go back to a back and forth conversation that we had to clip a conversation that we had out of context. You know what my fucking position was. My position is for a one state. The reason why I believe in a one state is because I don't even think the 750,000 settlers could be in an ethical manner moved from all of the land that they have occupied as terrorists. I was saying, you think every settler is a valid military target. There are settler babies. I didn't say I think it's valid to kill settler babies.
This is insane. So we watched that.
Yeah,
we watched that conversation. That is just a complete, total fucking lie. It was not Ethan's position that they were settler babies. This is not a clip out of context. they were referencing the second thought conversation, and Hasan was repeating the idea of the settler baby. He was not saying, "Oh, that's not my idea." He did not draw some clear delineation between his view and the psychopaths at the second thought podcast. That was not the argument whatsoever. This is a total recasting of history.
Well, and weren't they talking about the settlers being viable targets? I think Ethan conceded that the settlers were.
Yes,
they were settling in
yes.
Palestinian areas like the West Bank, that they were viable targets for
Right.
for political retribution. I don't know if killing.
Right. But yes, of course. But the settler baby comment wasn't even about, it was calling everyone settler
Right.
babies. Yes. It's wildly ridiculous.
Even if it didn't happen, it's fucked up.
I didn't say even if it didn't happen. I said even if it did happen, it still doesn't change the calculation for me. Now, ironically enough,
This is the line, like the Hasan line, the rapes didn't change the calculation for me whatsoever line. That's what they're talking about.
ironically enough, that argument was when because of the last piece of evidence that hadn't come out yet with like the Israeli prosecution team going over the forensic analysis of every single body that they put at the Shura base, okay? I literally was debating a chatter, and I know we have the clip for this. Here's the full context.
Also, how are you?
I'm literally debating a chatter who is denying any rapes took place. Let's take a look.
Sure, Israel didn't force them to lie. That's ridiculous.
By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets, and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so.
This is his big defense. His big defense is this, right? This is the context that Ethan didn't play that really, shows you that Hasan was in the right when he said this.
This isn't helping at all. This isn't helping.
Fucking stupid to act like, no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7th, and they were conducted themselves perfectly. But these kinds of stories delegitimize Palestinian resistance? No, it does not. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you think it delegitimizes Palestinian resistance. Okay? You think so. I don't. The fuck?
There you go. Listen, if there's, mass rapes happening, it doesn't delegitimize the cause. Hasan Piker.
Do you understand? My position is I'm not expecting perfect victimhood from Palestinians. It will never stop to be insane how that clip makes you sound out of context. And ironically enough,
why does he expect? Why can't you say the same thing about Hasan goes on and on about how evil and wrong the Jews and the Israelis are for the Nakba and all this stuff after the Holocaust, right? Why can't you just be like, well, they're not perfect victims, Hasan. It was right after the Holocaust. They're not perfect victims. Okay. Jeez. It doesn't change the dynamic for me one bit.
It would change the narrative for the last 50 years. It would definitely make a difference. That would not look good.
Right.
It was me arguing against the chatter at the time that was saying, why don't you just say rapes didn't happen?
Many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? Other non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7th, this has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? It's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way.
So he's like, look, I was arguing with a chatter, and he goes back and it's a clip of him saying it's perfectly reasonable for people to not believe that rapes happen. This is the clip. This is the defense clip. Like, oh, look, here it is. I'm in the right here. I'm saying it's perfectly reasonable to not trust Israel about rapes.
He's making the argument that all they do is lie too.
I know. It's so funny.
Ridiculous.
Yep. Good defense, Hasan. You did good here.
He doesn't even mention the truth value of the claim. He doesn't care.
No.
in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an
He keeps playing that clip. I was trying to find, it's so funny because he complains about Ethan, like, you know, clip chimping him and all this other stuff. And it's like this 8-second clip. And I was like trying to find what the context was. I don't even know where he got it. I couldn't find the stream it was from, but you know, he's going to keep playing it like a million times as if it somehow shows Ethan is evil or something.
An ethnic minority in Israel would not be safe.
Racist piece of shit. That's what he is. A racist dumbass. And the only reason why people don't see this horrifyingly, monstrously racist dumbassery is because they too are conditioned into thinking that Arabs are fucking barbaric rapist monsters. The idea that equal rights for Arabs who are not Jewish and Arab Jews and Ashkenazi Jews and everybody in the region to have equal rights and equal representation would spell doom for the Jewish population of Israel is simply Jewish supremacist, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Arab garbage. And if you don't see that, you probably are also a fucking piece of shit. Okay? That's it. Oh my fucking Lord, I can't believe it.
I mean, I want more details about this. If the entire school system revolves around them instilling racist against Jewish people into young children, I'm not naive enough to think, oh, some of them are going to grow up and not be racist. They're all going to be fucking racist. I mean, this is what happened in the American South.
Yes.
We've seen this happen over and over again. So I don't know where he's getting this.
Well,
they're so progressive. They're not all racist, not all of them.
I know. It's absurd to say, like, okay, let's like hypothetically imagine the day after October 7th, Israel says, okay, you know, we're going to be one state. We're all just going to be one state, right? I mean, are all the Palestinians that have been, taught and believe that Israel is evil and despicable and all these Jews are the most, horrible people on the planet, are they all just going to be like, oh, well, now we're all going to live in perfect liberal harmony and democracy together and everything's going to be huggy buggy okay? Is that what Hasan thinks is going to happen here? Is it racist to say, well, you have these two groups of people been fucking fighting each other for 60 fucking years? Yeah, I think there's going to be some bad blood.
No, of course not. That's just pragmatic. This is exactly the situation that played out in Iraq, and pretty much everyone saw it coming because the Sunnis had the power, but they were the minority. Right. And as soon as you brought democracy to the area, the Shia were going to be on a revenge path.
Yes.
So I don't know the numbers in Israel, but if it's a similar number situation, obviously Jewish people are right to be afraid.
No, you're a racist. You're a racist for thinking that.
For looking at the truth.
Yes. For thinking
looking at the reality of the situation, you're a racist.
For two groups of people.
Well, thank goodness George W. Bush wasn't racist because he completely fell into this trap. Even
That's true.
The racists were telling him over and over again, this is exactly what's going to happen. And guess what? It did. That's exactly how it played out.
Right. You're a racist for thinking two groups of people that are literally been fighting each other.
Bitter enemies.
Bitter enemies, 60, 70 years. Like, oh, like it's all just going to be like, rainbows and unicorns.
Right.
Okay.
You take all the weapons away from one party and you give them all to the other party.
It's going to be fine.
It's going to be rainbows and unicorns.
Of course. It's going to be fine.
Balloons and birthday parties. Yes. That's all it's going to be, right?
You racist. How dare you, Ethan Klein, you racist.
No, it's going to be ISIS. It's going to be everyone from all over the Middle East going to the area saying, oh, look, we're all on a hunting party now.
I know.
For Sunni Muslims. Sad.
Cannot believe it. Of course people looked at that and were like, this is gross, dude. You're a fucking gross piece of shit. God damn, what a racist fucking monster he is. Oh my fucking Lord.
He's a monster.
Yeah, I know. We already talked about, I covered this before. Hila Klein, former IDF soldier and wife of Ethan Klein, says that if an Israeli went to Ramallah, they would be lynched. It's a fact. Literally the same type of propaganda used during the Jim Crow South and apartheid South Africa. And then he's like, why won't people think I'm actually pro-Palestine? Stalwart ally of the Palestinian plight, by the way. This fucking guy.
There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically Anything is fair game for the Jews.
Yeah, once the white people are outpopulated by the black people, anything is fair game. Oh my God. But is it weird to be afraid though? Yes, it's racist as fuck. What do you mean? Do you guys actually do you lose your mind when the term...
Does he not understand that it's a completely different social political environment over there than it is America? You can't just drop American values in there. This was exactly the mistake we made in Iraq. We thought these people wanted democracy. Look, we love democracy. Why don't they love democracy? Well, it's a completely different culture, you dumb fuck.
I know.
I can't believe he's even saying this.
It's so stupid.
It's ridiculous and dishonest. This guy pitches himself as the Politico. Oh my God, I understand politics. I'm such a genius. He hasn't read anything in politics if this is his take.
No.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Anything. Human psychology.
He just wants to call his bitter enemy racist because he knows that's going to take him down a peg.
Yep.
Everyone's going to see him as racist. This is like woke 101. This is 2016 wokeness all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Peterson was right. Exactly right.
Term Jew comes into the equation where you just have no capacity to understand Jewish people as the dominant majority group in the Jewish ethno-state. You're thinking anti-Semitism in the way that it exists in the fucking West, or has historically existed in the fucking West, while talking about Israel. What the fuck? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Did this happen in apartheid South Africa? Is that what happened?
I mean, it's so funny because, like, yeah, if the situation was reversed, Hasan would 100%, he'd be on the other side. Like, if there was, some Jews, let's say there's some, like, right-wing, very religious Jews that were, their population was increasing far more rapidly in the West Bank or some other, region. You think Hasan's gonna be like, oh, well, I don't know why the Palestinians are upset. I don't know what they're worried about, right? I have no clue what there must be racists. They must be racist.
Exactly.
Right? You think
they're all anti-Semites?
Right.
No, of course not. He approves of the strategy when his team is doing it, obviously.
Of course.
Jews are taught to be afraid of Arabs is what I mean. I don't think they should. Yes, what you're describing is fucking racism. What the fuck? Would you ever be this gracious to any other group? Would you ever be this gracious to any other fucking group that came out and were like, well, these Arabs are, they're going to rape us. They're going to fucking kill us if we get equal rights. These blacks are going to rape us if we get equal rights. Like, if a white person said that, you'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? We are all so trained to see Islamophobia as just like invisible. We don't even recognize it. We don't even think that it's like out of the norm. This is...
I can't believe that Hasan is this stupid, that he thinks that literally if after October 7th, Israel was like, okay, we're going to tear down the border walls and, all Palestinians are going to have we're going to make every Palestinian a citizen and we're all going to be one big state, right? That there wouldn't be mass violence and instability caused by that action. That everyone would just be like, oh, well, we don't have to fight anymore because we're all one democratic state. Like, he can't actually be that fucking stupid to think that that's the outcome of that scenario.
Yeah, he'd be lying if he said that, obviously. I mean, I'm curious, like, if a lot of black people came out and said, yeah, we want to kill white people because of slavery, what would Hasan's position be on that?
Listen, they are, underprivileged and it's okay. So,
yeah, I'm certain of it. That would be his position, wouldn't it? Yeah. Unironically, that would be his position. He'd be like, oh, yeah, kill whitey. They deserve it.
Yep.
Obviously. They built America and we stole it all from them. So,
yep.
I mean, I never owned any slaves or anything, but, we're guilty just because of the shade of our skin.
Yep.
When I said anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are obviously bigotries that are completely unacceptable, okay? But Islamophobia has institutional permissibility. Anti-Semitism does not. You say anti-Semitic shit, you're gonna get fucking fired. Even if you don't say anti-Semitic shit, people still say you're saying anti-Semitic shit to get you fucking fired, like what Ethan is doing with me. But you say Islamophobia.
This framing this as Islamophobia. God, what a fucker, man.
I know. So funny.
Yeah.
Shit, they will literally have you, they will elevate you to the highest position in society. They'll be like, all right, great, thank you, please become the next fucking Secretary of Defense, sir. Look at Pete Hegseth.
I mean, we did have a situation where there were people on, what was it? They had all the college Ivy League presidents in Congress. They're like, well, we don't know if, telling Jewish people to go back home to Europe is like
They were giggling and laughing about
a
it.
violation of, the rules of student conduct here. It's like, give me a break with this spiel that you're going on, Hasan.
They loved it. Those Harvard administrators loved it.
Yeah.
They were completely in league with the student protesters. They thought it was great. Oh, yeah.
Swastika, people will be like, yeah, you can't be the Secretary of Defense. Okay.
Now he's trying to say the tattoo's a swastika.
He's saying that P. Hexus, I don't know anything. I don't know enough about it, but he's saying P. Hexus tattoos are racist
Or Nazi
homophobic
tattoos.
or something.
Yeah. Okay. Look, he's so hungry now. He's going to eat his fingernail. He's like,
listen, he's a growing lad. Okay. He's on the fasting diet.
he's like, my dog food dish is empty. Now I have to eat a fucking fingernail.
Yes.
I'm so hungry.
It costs a lot of calories to create this propaganda that he's spewing to his audience. Okay. His little brain is, the fan of his brain's going, it's working on overtime here.
I mean, I have to ask my dietitian how many calories are in a fingernail, but I don't think it's many.
He's got at least a couple scraps of food, on that fingernail, Adam. That's what you're not considering.
Oh, that's what it is. I
Right,
gotcha.
Resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. Is not perfect. Oh, this requires its own debunking. This is not correct. Okay. I'm sorry. And I know it's going to fucking make you feel bad when I say this. Or for Ethan, it's going to make him feel really good because he's going to be like, he's denying rape. Hamas did not mutilate and rape women on October 7. That actually was initial.
That's bad.
Just let that sink in because he does like this thing where he's like, I'm not saying rapes didn't happen, but then he says rapes and mutilations didn't happen October 7th. Okay. Just to be clear.
Yeah. I was reading Douglas Murray's book, and the beginning of it is so hard to get through.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a bunch of eyewitness testimony of the horrible things that they did.
Oh, yeah.
And the mutilation stuff. Oh, God.
That's what's, Hasan keeps saying, oh, there's no evidence of this. And then I was like, okay, well, I don't know what the evidence is. So I go and I look into it, and it's like, yeah, there's some person who said that they literally witnessed it. There's an eyewitness who said that they watched these events happen. They saw them happen. And Hasan's like, no, that's not true.
Well, and they can corroborate it with the body because they recovered the body. So, he's not lying, right?
I know. It's crazy.
So crazy to think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to make him feel really good because he's going to be like, he's denying rape. Hamas did not mutilate and rape women on October 7. That actually was initial reporting that was identified as incorrect.
Some of it might have been identified as incorrect, right?
The only things that I saw that were incorrect were there was some instances of people who did not. I didn't see a single thing of someone who said they witnessed firsthand be debunked or taken back. The only thing that I saw that turned out to be untrue was there were people who said that they found bodies in some state. And then
that were incorrect about
they weren't lying, but they were incorrect in terms of like how they interpreted this, the bodies or something.
There was one woman that they thought was a pregnant woman that they pulled the fetus out and stuff like that. But it turned out just to be her fucking entrails. Which is
good news.
Horrible.
It was just her intestines that got ripped out. It wasn't a baby.
Yeah, there was no baby. And you're going, oh, okay, well that's
good, right? That's
so much better. Yeah.
Why is that better?
It's not better. And when people are so mutilated that you can't really tell what's going on here as an eyewitness,
it's a bad sign.
It's a totally bad sign. But you have Hamas Piker coming in here making every excuse in the world for it. I mean, he makes it sound like, oh, they didn't see anything. No, they saw some fucking horrible shit.
Yes.
And there's plenty of evidence for it if you want to go looking for it.
Yep.
It's going to ruin your whole weekend, but you can go looking for it.
Oh, yeah.
This report is showing is something that fucking Rabbi Shmuley has also brought forward. I know that because he literally repeated it over and over and over again. Okay. He said Hamas militants went in and cut the titties off of a Israeli woman and then cut the head off of an Israeli woman and then fucking played soccer with the head and the titty of an Israeli woman. Don't say I'm crashing out. He's crashing the hell out. You're crashing out. The fuck do you mean crashing out?
You are crashing out, dude. You are fucking crashing out.
I mean, when you say October 7th didn't rape and mutilate women on October 7th, that
Yeah.
that is massively crashing.
And
I
there's
guess.
evidence all over the place.
Yes.
Look, wasn't he making an argument about Ethan's feelings and how nobody should give a fuck about Ethan's feelings? One chat of someone saying, "You're crashing out, dude."
Mm-hmm.
And he just, oh my God, his feelings have been hurt. Look at this, Sitch. He's so triggered.
Right.
He completely lost his train of thought.
So, in October 20, here's the incident he's talking about. Okay.
Oh, it's
he's
so
claiming
bad.
it's not true. Okay.
No, oh, it's awful. This was in Douglas Murray's book.
Right.
It's so insanely
In
horrible.
October 2023, Israeli police showed multiple journalists a video of a woman who was called Esther, though I don't know if that was her real name, and BBC called Witness S, describing what she claims she saw from her hiding place near the festival. Okay, so this is a direct eyewitness testimony. Now, this woman has not been, I could not find a single story that was, saying that, they debunked her claim or anything like this. Okay, so this is just Hasan headcanon here, right? That he's just saying that this has been debunked. This has not been debunked. I couldn't find an article saying this woman was wrong. She claims that she saw a militant bend over.
Okay, we just came back.
Okay. Are we still streaming?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Okay.
We're back.
We're
I
back,
believe.
everybody. We're back. Yes.
They took us down
They
because
took us down.
you had to go and tell the story, the horrendous story.
Maybe. But I won't repeat. I don't know where it cut out. I won't repeat it. I'll just say that when you look it up, the woman who, witnessed these horrific events has not been discredited. That is just completely untrue. And Hasan is just making this up. Okay. So.
Yeah.
When they thought it was dead, the ordeal
kept going. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe we
He
should
just
back
clipped
it
me
up.
out of fucking context. And even then, what is so crazy about this process is that I'm not even fucking denying that rapes happen in that one. He just clipped me out of fucking.
Did you like that? He's like, I'm not denying rapes happened in that one. I think that's funny. In that time, I wasn't denying it, right? Maybe other places, but not that time.
Context.
Why are you running defense for these people?
I know.
Why are you trying to be their defense attorney?
And look, there he even has the article open. He even has the article open. I was talking about some of this shit.
I wish someone would ask him, what is the acceptable numbers of rapes to take place on October 7th? Because obviously it's like, yeah, some took place, but not as many as people claim. Well, what's the acceptable number?
Right.
I mean, if you want to argue the numbers, argue the numbers.
Yep. The chat on screen is like frozen or something.
Oh, it is. Look at that.
Thank
Are they
you.
letting you know in the chat?
They're letting me know. Sam came in and let me know.
The chat's frozen. Oh my
I
God.
know.
We need to rage. I don't blame
Yes.
you. You guys need to rage. This is insane shit.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think I know how to fix it.
Okay. You work on it. We'll keep at it.
They stopped when they thought it was dead. The ordeal of Esther, raped and mutilated by Hamas terrorists. Cases of rape and sexual mutilation committed during October 7th massacre are surfacing. While survivors are still struggling to speak out, one of them, who participated in the Tribe of Noah festival, agreed to tell us what she suffered. Now, I need you to understand something. This is in the immediate aftermath, okay? In the immediate aftermath. It's in November 26, 2023. It's understandable that the reporting on this was going to be murky at the fucking time, okay? I'm going to be as gracious as I possibly can be.
I mean, as a person who was there saying what they saw, I don't know what the murkiness is. Unless you're going to say that they were just wrong or something. But
Israel
I
denied...
mean, being gracious as you can be is basically, why don't you just shut the fuck up, dude?
yes,
These are people's families.
I know.
Are you going to go in and it's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. These people lost family members in horrific ways. And you've got Hasan here talking about, oh yeah, they deserved it. Of course. They were baby settlers. What did you expect? People lived in an open air prison.
Mm-hmm.
All
gross.
investigations into the matter. All the forensic evidence was basically fucking either destroyed or literally designed in a way to erroneously create a alternative fucking reality by Zaka. They did this, and there's plenty of reporting on this process. Okay? Go back and look at all these fucking reports.
Talk about zero empathy. Zero fucking empathy. He's like, if you don't parade around pictures of my mutilated family member on the internet, of your mutilated family member on the internet, then it didn't happen.
Yeah, Pixar didn't happen.
Why would you want those pictures
I know.
of your mutilated mom or wife or sister? Why would you want those on the internet? I can't imagine something so horrific. You basically have gone through the tragedy all over again, because you have, like, there'd be shitheads in Hasan's chat linking to the pictures and saying that they deserved it. That's the kind of shit you'd see.
Yep.
Yeah. Fuck this guy. This is so insanely evil.
Hasan had, he just went from it was like article or video or something that was an eyewitness, someone who was literally there saying that they saw these events occur, and he disregards that, and he's now going to believe the fucking Twitter squirrel.
Oh my God.
Okay. He's going from, you can't trust the eyewitness reports to, you have to trust an
anonymous Twitter squirrel who probably is working for China or Russia or some foreign power that just wants to sow dissent in America. That's who he's going to turn to. Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. This is your Politico. Your genius Politico.
Now, he's going to go through it. Now, it should come as no surprise to anyone that knows anything about the Twitter squirrel that the Twitter squirrel is 1,000% lying. Okay.
Lying piece of shit.
Lying, fucking disgusting piece of shit. And Hasan is going to either intentionally or stupidly repeat all these fucking lies to his audience in a despicable way.
Yeah, without fact checking any of them.
Yeah.
Like, reliable source right here. Look, it's a cute little squirrel. It has to be.
Now, and this lie has been circulated and debunked for so long, it's hard for me to imagine that Hasan doesn't realize this is bullshit at this point. Okay.
Reason why. Let me explain something to you. Why is this important to me? Okay. Because the reality of the matter is, this is one of those things where it's like, it's the major no-no. Okay. It's the biggest no-no of all time. And there is a likelihood that rapes did take place on October 7. It's just that there is no evidence for a Hamas-backed, systematized version of sexual assault that took place on October 7. It is logically already a very difficult thing to suggest, okay? But on top of that, it was one of the most live-streamed atrocities of all time. There are CCTV footages everywhere. There are body camera footages. Israel had access to every single Hamas militant's body camera footage, okay? They had it from every fucking angle, and they couldn't find one singular piece of fucking CCTV footage or visible evidence beyond photos that they claimed implied that sexual assault took place, including family members. I believe it was Shani Luke. Family members of Shani Luke came out and said, stop saying my daughter got raped. She did not get sexually fucking assaulted. Like, they literally would deny the wishes of the existing victims, the family members, to make this argument. Now, why is this important? Because there was a shit ton.
Well, first of all, the idea that they have the body cameras, or that all the people have body cameras, that's not even true. I don't know where he's getting that from. Okay. I'm sure they have some body cameras from some people they fucking killed, and they have their cameras on their body. But the idea that if, like Hasan is saying, why isn't Israel releasing body camera footage or CCTV camera footage of people being raped on the internet? That's what he's saying. That's what he's asking for. Just so we're clear.
It's insane. It's insane that he can't understand why that would never happen in a million years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's saying
imagine someone's fucked your mom and mutilated her, Hasan.
Yeah.
Would you want that footage on the internet to prove that your mom was mutilated?
Probably
what a
not.
fucking idiot.
Yeah, I know. And he keeps saying, he keeps saying that he accepts that rapes happen, right? He just has this contention with the, how systematic or systemic the rapes were. Okay. And if that's the case, well, then what do you mean? You're saying that it's happened, but then there's no visual evidence for it happening at the same time? How does that make any sense? It's so stupid.
It is stupid. He's saying that they didn't give the commands to do it. Right. So
he's saying, listen, and it could be
even if they look the other way, it's just as bad.
Right.
of atrocities that took place on October 7. It was brutal, okay? It was violent. They came in with hang gliders. It's a breakout from a fucking open-air prison. Of course it was violent. It was like the Nat Turner rebellion, okay?
Here we go. It's the bullshit again.
It's
the fucking bullshit.
It's so fucking to compare October 7th to the Nat Turner rebellion is psychotic.
It is.
It's
totally
psychotic.
Completely delusional.
I
Completely
know.
lacking in understanding what's going on in the area. You're just This is like the dumb American fucking comeback.
Yes, the people in Gaza were literally the chattel slaves of the Israelis.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Ridiculous.
so disgusting.
It was ruthless. It was violent. There was plenty of atrocities that took place, but it was important for Israel to actually increase the atrocities to the best of their ability in an effort to justify what was coming next. That's why it was important to do good journalism in this moment, in this very moment. That's why they went on with the babies in the...
God, I hope this guy is just... I hope he's coming down, because this is such insane.
Yeah.
This is literally Alex Jones of the left. This is Alex Jones level of insanity. And I can't believe people are trying to make this guy blow up in the Democratic Party. It's just crazy.
It's going to totally bite them in the ass. They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ovens nonsense, or 40 babies were beheaded. Shit that, by the way...
The good journalism, of course, if the journalist comes out and they say, here's, 4 eyewitnesses who all say that they witnessed, rapes and atrocities, well then, that's bad journalism.
Even
Hassan's
he was still
on the path to Holocaust denialism. This
Yeah.
is crazy.
Where's the videos? Where's the videos of the Holocaust? I mean,
Yeah.
Can we really believe it without video?
I've seen some of those movies where they question everything. That's the kind of questioning they do, of course.
Repeat atrocity propaganda that justifies the unimaginable, untold amounts of terror that Israel subjected the entirety of the Palestinian population to. Okay? There's never been a moment where my analysis of the situation wasn't that October 7 was horrifying. It was absolutely considered an act of terror. It was. It's true. Still, the majority of the fucking people that were killed were civilians. Okay? That's unacceptable. But I understand what the conditions are that caused October 7 to happen. And if you can't have that fucking conversation, you don't want to solve the problem. You just want Palestinians to get slaughtered over and over again for 76 fucking years.
I mean, it'd be nice. This whole, why don't you tell all the people that you surround yourself with who are all in favor of it? Why don't you tell them they're all fucking despicable, self-destructive, disgusting?
He would
But
never
no,
do that. Not
the
in a million years.
conditions made it acceptable, I guess, or understandable.
He would
I don't
never.
understand.
Can you imagine him playing that video that we brought up a couple times of the best tourist spots in Gaza?
Right. The
He would
conditions were
never
so
do it.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
He would never do it in a million years. Or his audience's brains would break.
I thought it was an open air prison.
Yeah.
What
What's
do you mean?
going
There's a
on
bunch of
here?
cars driving around, people going to work, doing normal
Going to
jobs, people going to the
restaurants.
mall, going to restaurants,
Yeah.
leaving Yelp reviews. I thought this was an open air prison.
Yeah.
Ethan understood the gravity of accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse on the last episode of Leftovers. When he provided a source on the spot, he didn't believe it and wanted more credible evidence. Weird how he understands the gravity when it's accusing Israel, but not when accusing Hamas, and those accusations are being used to justify genocide. Exactly. The irony, of course, is that...
Says the anonymous chatter in my live stream.
I know.
Such a credible source here.
I'm not even using Israel's previous reporting on the matter that Israel has systematically raped Palestinian women and boys at checkpoints and in their detention facilities to justify October 7. I'm not even saying that. Some people do. I'm not doing that. This right here, for the record, this is the Esther case on display from Wikipedia. The New York Times changed her name to Sapir. October 2023, Israeli police showed multiple journalists a video of a woman whom Le Parisien called Esther and BBC called Witness S, describing what she claims to have seen from her hiding place near the festival. A militant bent someone over, then Esther understood that he was raping the victim. The militant passed her on to someone else. She was still alive and bleeding from the back. The men cut off parts of her body, sliced her breast, threw it on the street, and played with it. Another militant raped her, then while still penetrating her, shot her in the head, and then ejaculated. 2 months later, in December 2023, the New York Times reported accounts with very similar themes from a witness identified as Sapir. This is not something that took place, okay? I need you to understand, this is not real, okay?
To be clear,
Yeah.
This account has never been debunked at all. So when
Yeah.
Hasan just says this isn't real, he just made that up. He
Yeah.
just made that fucking up.
Based on what?
Yeah, based on what? This is he just took this, and this is a paragraph because I saw the same paragraph. This is just a paragraph from the Wikipedia article. Okay, even the Wikipedia article doesn't say that it was debunked or anything, and we all know how left leaning Wikipedia is on some of this shit.
They're creating a lot of evidence that I can't imagine the Israeli authorities are not going to dig into.
Yeah.
It's just, I can't imagine it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would investigate this story for sure.
Yes.
You'd be all over this shit.
Yeah. It's just crazy to me. He could have just Googled it, been like, was this person ever debunked? No. There's never been anyone's ever debunked this person or described this person or anything whatsoever. But he just claims it. Okay.
Here.
Oh no.
Now we're gonna
Also,
so we went from eyewitness testimony. He says based on nothing, it's not true. To now we have the Twitter squirrel dishonestly stitching together a UN report in a horrifically disgusting and dishonest way that Hasan's stupid ass is going to repeat to his audience.
Yeah, we went through this UN report. This UN report says there's plenty of evidence of that actual sexual assault and mutilation and all that stuff took place.
Yeah, the UN report, the headline of the UN report by its own organization was, "We found credible evidence of mass sexual assault happening on October 7th."
Right.
And yet these dishonest pieces of shit turn around and they highlight a couple sections of it and they say, aha, this proves that didn't happen.
Right.
Somehow.
the person that conducted the fucking UN report admitted that it was a mischaracterization that genital mutilation took place. Fuck.
Oh,
Such
okay. Let's see.
Such a lie.
Let's see. Yeah, let's see if that's true.
The reason why this is important, by the way, stop debating rape and focus on the genocide, Lord. No, shut the fuck up. You want to know why this is important to cover? Because this is a colonialist tactic, okay? All of the barbaric rapist savages. It is the same exact fucking principle that whites in apartheid South Africa applied to the black population of South Africa. It is the same exact principle that white settler colonial violence that the Native Americans were subjected to that justified their genocide. It is the exact same thing that white Klansmen said in the Reconstruction era, and as they went on to lynch black people in the aftermath of the Reconstruction era in the Jim Crow South. This is a colonialist tactic to fucking lie about the sexual barbarity of these animals, these primal beings that are violent and scary and must be fucking put to heel. That is precisely the reason why it's important to address the truth of this so that justice can be served for the fucking victims, okay? Not discounting that sexual assault or sexual violence ever took place on October 7th, because that is commonplace in conflicts.
Still think if black people today wanted to lynch white people, Hasan wouldn't be all in favor of it.
I'm sure he would be.
I mean, after that tirade,
Yeah.
it sounds like he'd be tying ropes for him.
Yep.
What a fucker, man.
But having said that, you must understand the reason as to why this was so important for Israel to push.
This is the same shit the people on the right always talk about when they talk about Holocaust denialism.
Mm-hmm.
They say, obviously, they've got to pump up the numbers for the Holocaust so that they can deceive everyone to be on their side. This is how they manipulate everyone in the world.
Yeah.
What is... He completely goes off on right-wingers, reactionary right-wingers, when he's got the same fucking argument.
Yep.
This is insane. This is complete insanity here. You are a reactionary right-winger, you dumb fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It absolutely plays a role in the way that people fucking analyze the Palestinian population. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this, about the
Read the fucking report, you dipshit. Read the fucking report. He's talking because he wants us to forget about the claim he made. Yeah. Supposedly, he says in this report, they said there was no evidence of mutilation. That's a
Yep.
fucking out there claim.
Yes.
We've read this report.
Mhm.
There is plenty of evidence of mutilation.
The psychosexual nature of this kind of projection propaganda. Here, let's take a look.
The settlers
He
always projected their
fucking
desires.
he moves on. He moves on.
I think he comes back to it, but yeah, he's got to be like,
He
look,
doesn't even.
yes.
Oh my! This is insanity.
It is. I mean, this is such a disgusting, depraved level of like armchair psychological nonsense. Like, oh, well, they're projecting their own fears on. Obviously, people weren't raped. That's just they just projected those fears. That's the issue.
Onto the colonized. They would always say, he says specifically in the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man at any opportunity would jump on the good white woman at any given opportunity? Lynchings would very often culminate with of people.
Just like this is so comparing this to October 7th is so psychotic. Okay, when people literally were killed, raped, kidnapped, all these horrible fucking things. It's so despicable.
The black community was kept in constant terror all the time.
Yeah.
Are they doing lynchings in Gaza? I thought they had a hands-off approach.
Yeah. It's just so psychic. It's just so sick.
Occurring at the time, and there were these.
He's still chowing down on that fingernail.
Think about that.
Think about that.
Anyway, this is the crucial part many overlook regarding.
Hold on. There wasn't enough there to think about anything.
Why I can't even hear it. It's just so gross. I don't want to hear it again.
Oh, you fast forwarded.
I skipped through all that disgusting, nonsense.
Bullshit.
Some fucking retard Brit going off about this shit.
Making the comparison.
Yes.
Yeah.
The deranged claims of gang rape from Sapir and Roz Cohen, repeated in the New York Times and other Western media. We already knew they lied from other evidence, but Patton's UN report also debunked it. Patton's team said that the accounts of gang rape could not be verified during the time provided along Road 232. This is the escape route from the Supernova Music Festival, where two individuals claimed they saw gang rape, Roz Cohen and Sapir, or Witness S. Their stories have been cited by virtually every one of the 13 media investigations and civil society reports as evidence of rape. The statement further undermines Israeli and media claims that mass rape occurred on October 7.
Okay, so he reads the squirrel claiming that according to the UN report, that this gang rape along this very specific place, Route 237, could not be, or 232 could not be found. Okay, that's the claim
that
he's made. All right.
Yeah.
So if you actually read the report, let's see. It says, what does the report say? There's a very specific section in this report. It's called Road 232 and Other Escape Routes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Section, it says number 60. There are reasonable grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred on and around Road 232.
Mm-hmm.
Credible information based on corroborating witness accounts describe an incident involving the rape of two women. This mission team received other accounts of rape, including gang rape, which could not be verified. This is where it comes, like the dishonesty comes, which could not be verified during the time provided and would require further investigation.
Right. Which means could have happened. We didn't have enough time to investigate.
Right. So it says there's reasonable grounds to believe it happened. They found credible information of it happening. There was one instance that they couldn't yet confirm because they needed more time. And the fucking dishonest piece of shit Twitter squirrel and Hasan say, well, look, the UN report said it didn't happen. Okay.
Yeah, such bullshit. You
see how and then it continues. Along this road, several bodies were found with genital injuries, along with injuries to other parts. Discernible patterns of here you go too. Discernible patterns of genital mutilation could not be verified at this time, but warrant further investigation. Many bodies along Road 232 also suffered destructive burn damage, and conclusions as to conflict-related sexual violence related to these incidents cannot be drawn. The mission team was also able to ascertain that multiple bodies of women and men were found totally or partially naked, or with their clothes torn, including some bound and or attached to structures, which through circumstantial evidence may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence.
Right.
Okay. So Hasan and the Twitter girl take all that paragraph and they just distill down to, well, the UN report said it didn't happen and that these witnesses are liars.
Right. And then, well, no, they're not even saying witnesses. They're not even mentioning the witnesses. They're just lying by omission. They're leaving all of that stuff out.
Right.
They're making it sound like the entire report
Right.
absolved them.
Yes. It's so fucking despicable.
It is.
It's so disgusting.
Yeah, it's disgusting and dishonest. And Hasan is never going to read the whole report. He's just going to read the fucking Twitter scrolls account of it because he's a fucking dumbass.
And he should know, but this UN report's been out forever. People have been time out forever. People have been mischaracterizing it forever and been debunked forever. And he's still repeating this shit. He's still repeating this shit.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care if he's a lying piece of shit. He honestly doesn't care. You know Ethan's read that entire fucking report. You know he has. Because he cares. He fucking
I think he
cares.
covered it. I really thought I recall him covering it on stream.
Oh yeah, it's probably parts of it are in the content nuke too.
It is literally Emmett Till shit. Okay?
This is Emmett Till shit.
It's ridiculous.
Shit, yeah.
The forensic pathologist looked at all of the bodies and did not find a single one that had that specific type of genital mutilation. As a matter of fact, there's another one.
Oh my God, he's so lying.
I know.
He's so lying.
A story about like nails in someone's genitals or something. And mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as targeted genital mutilation using knives. Here's the UN, the Office of the Special Representative, the Secretary General on Sexual Violence Conflict. Okay. Additional challenges emerged due to erroneous interpretations of states' bodies by some volunteer first responders without relevant qualifications or expertise. Some examples include mistaking post-mortem pugilistic posturing, a boxer-like body posture with flexed elbows, clenched fists, and spread legs, and flexed knees due to the burn damage as indicative of sexual violence, misinterpreting anal dilation due to post-mortem changes as indicative of anal penetration, and mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds through genitalia as a targeted genital mutilation using knives. The reason why they mischaracterized it is because the first responders were not actually forensic pathologists. They did not have the capacity to do a autopsy on the fucking spot. So they just looked at it and then said, this is what must have happened. And then the Israeli media ran with that fucking story. This is the reason why I said it's important to fucking arrive at a real conclusion with verifiable evidence. You want to know why I said, and many people...
Well, listen, you disgusting piece of shit. You could actually, if you actually believe that, you could read the report and realize that the report says both that there were instances that they found people were incorrect and instances where they found people were fucking correct. And if you take all the instances where they said, oh, they thought people were incorrect, and you put them all together and try to say, look, the UN report debunked it, then you're a dishonest fucking lying piece of shit. Okay. Yeah. It's so simple. It's so fucking simple. Yeah. And it's also weird too, because it's like he's acting like, oh, right after October 7th, in the middle of like the Israeli military, trying to, re-secure security in the area, and there's like fucking bodies everywhere and shit. He's like, well, why weren't they, why didn't they have all these investigative pathologists look over the thousands of fucking corpses that were in the area?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, for real?
So dumb.
It's fucking crazy. It's disgusting.
So dumb.
Yes.
Especially, I mean, it's the same as the environment after September 11th. It's like, it's fog of wartime.
I know. But yeah. Let me read you. So the section that you just read from, this is from a section that's called Challenges Faced by the Mission Team. So there's an earlier part in the UN report where they talk about like the challenges of discerning some of the information here. Okay. This is what they say. They say specific challenges related to crimes of sexual violence relate primarily to the minimal crime scene processing and very limited forensic examination conducted. The collection of forensic evidence was hindered by several factors, including the magnitude of the situation, characterized by a large number of casualties in dispersed crime scenes involving multiple perpetrators in a context of active combat situations for several days. Something Hasan doesn't talk about.
Yeah, you can't put up the tent over every single crime scene when you don't even know if terrorists are still in the country or not.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. It's ridiculous.
That was number one. Number two, a context in which various forms of violence occurred with extensive brutality, including post-mortem mutilation. So remember when Hasan was saying there wasn't any post-mortem mutilation. Post-mortem mutilation and booby trapping of corpses.
Oh my, yeah.
They were literally
put explosives in there.
Yeah. Number 3, the high number of bodies with destructive burn damage, which made the identification of potential crimes of sexual violence impossible.
They burn the evidence.
Yeah, so Hasan's like, well, where's the evidence? Number 4, the prioritization of rescue operations and recovery, identifications, and burial of the deceased in accordance with religious practices over the collection of forensic evidence, which was necessary in light of the anxiety of families awaiting news from their relatives and concerns relating to the abduction of corpses. Yes, shockingly, right when this was happening, Hasan, people's priority wasn't like, I gotta, get the I gotta get, CSI Miami out here to go look at the bodies.
Yeah, so I can convince Hasan, some fucking crazy person on the internet, that this actually happened.
Right.
Yeah.
And number 5, the loss of potentially valuable evidence due to the interventions of some untrained volunteers and first responders. In addition to combat soldiers and military search units, other actors who were involved in the recovery of bodies included civilian first responders and volunteer search and rescue groups who are not trained for the collection of forensic evidences. Practices by the latter, often from conservative religious backgrounds, including covering or dressing corpses as a gesture of respect for the deceased. For the same reason, Hasan doesn't read this when he talks about where's all the evidence. For the same reason, a limited number of photos were taken, often of the face of the deceased for identification purposes only, after covering the bodies or putting back on their clothes.
I'd be horrified if they were taking pictures like that of my family member. I would just be...
Of course.
I would be so worried for the rest of my life that those pictures would wind up on the internet.
Of course.
I would not be able to sleep at night. Yeah. And Hasan can't, he can't imagine any of that. It's
and for what
so
purpose?
Brutal.
Just,
for what
just
purpose?
Just so these fucking retards on the internet are like, well, where are the pics, bro?
Yeah. Yeah. There's zero upside, literally zero upside and all fucking downside.
I know.
And they understood that wisely because they're actually empathetic human beings that care about people.
Yes.
Yeah.
When Hasan even says it changes nothing for him, it doesn't change the dynamic anyway. So they could literally he's admitting that they could have like the most live stream documented mass rapes on the planet. And he would say it doesn't change anything. It doesn't matter. So then why though obviously they're not going to broadcast that shit, you retard.
Yeah.
Okay. It continues. The mission team also faced several additional challenges and limitations in its endeavor to gather information on incidents of sexual violence. There's a lack of access to firsthand testimonies of survivors, victims of sexual violence. While the number of survivors and victims of sexual violence remains unknown, a small number of those who are undergoing treatment are reportedly experiencing severe mental distress and trauma. Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah. Oh, man. I read about it in a book and I got trauma.
Yes. Despite concerted efforts to encourage them to come forward, the mission team was not able to interview any of these survivors or victims. The mission team notes that many of the communities where the attacks took place are small and interconnected, and that some of the individuals impacted by the attacks have strong religious beliefs, which may contribute to limiting firsthand reporting of sexual violence. The mission team met with a small number of survivors and witnesses of the October 7th attacks who provide information on instances of sexual violence. The general level of trauma coupled with sensitivities around sexual violence was highlighted as an adverse factor, keeping many survivors and victims and witnesses from speaking out. Duh. And also, here's a little footnote that, again, Hasan should have read, but he doesn't care. On forensic pathology, there are situations and conflicts globally where no forensic evidence of rape or other forms of sexual violence are reported to the UN Security Council, human rights bodies, and prosecuted in courts of law. It is therefore essential the organization does not unwittingly take the position that such information is necessary to make findings regarding sexual violence. Okay.
Basically announcing Hasan's position.
Yes. It continues. And this is something that you've talked about that Hasan never, realized. While the mission team met with a number of released hostages, it noted their well-founded fears about the risk of revealing their stories, which may result in their identification and further harm to those as well who are still in captivity. The mission team further noted the fact that the identities of some of them have been publicly disclosed in both national and international media, often with their names and photos, which has contributed to some choosing to remain silent.
Well, that's what I was thinking when he was talking about the person that came out and said, stop saying that she was sexually assaulted because she wasn't. I thought, well, is her sister in captivity? Is her dad still in captivity? Is like, who else do they still have, right? That she
that
wants
person
to get
was
back.
dead too. So it's like the family saying that, don't say that our deceased was, sexually assaulted.
Right.
So that was all the section of just like the difficulty of finding it. No. So let me read you parts of the section where they talked about their findings. Now I already read the part about road 232, or they just totally lied. They said that they did have direct evidence that people were mutilated and suffered sexual violence.
Yeah, I was thinking they've got it broken down into all these areas, and they're giving
Yes.
summaries of different areas. So just
Yeah.
because they say those testimonies couldn't be corroborated for that area doesn't mean other areas are off limits.
Right. Yeah. So it says, based on the examination of available information, including credible statements by eyewitnesses, there are reasonable grounds to believe that multiple incidents of rapes, including gang rapes, occurred in or around the Nova Festival site during the October 7th attack.
Look,
Fuck
they're
you,
even saying
Hasan.
that gang rapes
Yes.
took place.
Right.
Yeah.
And here's the disgusting thing. If he's ever confronted with this shit, he's going to fall back on the, I never said rape shouldn't happen. I never said that. I just
He
read a bunch of
did.
people. I know.
He fucking
just read a
did
bunch
right now.
I just read a bunch of people saying that it didn't happen. I never said it. I said it happened, but then I read a bunch of lies and out of context things claiming it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Credible information was obtained regarding multiple incidences where victims were subjected to rape and then killed. There are further accounts of individuals who witnessed at least 2 incidences of, I should probably stop saying the words because this stream's going to get like annihilated. There are further accounts of individuals who witnessed at least 2 incidences, including of the bodies. Other credible sources at the Nova Music Festival site describe seeing multiple murdered individuals, mostly women whose bodies were found naked, and were tied in ways that would suggest sexual assault. Nova Music Festival goers also attempted to escape to the south and sought shelter around Kibbutz Re'im, about 2 kilometers southwest of the Nova Music Festival. There are reasonable grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred. And then they go into all that. Okay. Conclusion. Okay, so this is the conclusion of the report. This is why Hasan is a lying sack of shit. So is the Twitter scroll and all these fucking people. This is the conclusion of the report. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape and gang rape during the October 7th, 2023 attacks. Credible circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexual torture, or cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered. And yet, we're going to have him and the Twitter squirrel point to this fucking report and pretend like it says the exact fucking opposite. Because they're total fucking scumbags.
Yeah.
People made hay of me saying circumstantial evidence in this regard in the UN preliminary report does not meet the standards of circumstantial evidence that would be used in a fucking court of law, because you're looking at a photo of someone going like this and you make up your mind on it. But a forensic, a person that is supposed to conduct the autopsy is going to actually figure out whether or not this thing that you're suspecting happened.
He's just, even someone in his chat was saying Piker didn't happen. It's so fucking, it's just so bad.
That we do right now with immigrants. Immigrants are rapists. Immigrants are rapists. Why do you think Trump says that over and over again with no evidence whatsoever? And it's incredibly frustrating that I actually, in our debate,
No fucking evidence whatsoever.
I like she's trying to compare October 7th to immigrants in America now too. Anything he can throw here, right?
Yeah. How dare he say no evidence whatsoever? What a fucker.
asked Ethan, do you have any names? Do you have any victims that have come out and actually offered firsthand testimony to this barbaric sexual assault that you're saying was systematized by Hamas, that where mass rapes took place on October?
He gave him like 3 or 4 people as they were talking on the live stream. We watched it.
I know.
What the fuck is this?
I know.
This is gaslighting beyond belief here. These people are getting stupider the longer they listen to Hasan.
I know.
People get their news from this guy, Sitch. Remember when the Streamies made him they gave him a Streamy Award for best news coverage?
Yeah, best news coverage, baby. Listen, I don't know anyone else that can pull up the old X feed and read the Twitter scroll better than Hasan Piker. That's where it's at.
October 7. Do you have any victims? What are their names? Because I do not reflexively disbelieve women. I do believe women. When a woman comes out
Unless they're Israeli
and says, this actually happened, this happened to me. Like, for example, the testimony of Amit, I think her name is Amit Shoshana, right? The one that Ethan kept showing over and over again. She was sexually assaulted in captivity, okay? That is in the UN Sexual Violence and Conflict Report. That is the verifiable instance of rape that did not happen on October 7th, but actually happened in captivity. Okay?
It's just the one thing in the report, even though you just read that they said plenty of evidence for gang rape.
I know.
Ethan,
well, he's sitting here like
kept playing that over and over again.
He's sitting here like, well, why were the women October 7th? Why are they not, testifying? Where are their stories? They're fucking dead, Hasan. Are you a retard?
Yeah, they got lit on fire.
Yes.
He is a retard.
Not understanding that I've never actually denied that. And he kept using her testimony to imply that her testimony was from October 7 over and over and over again.
Yeah, Ethan's the liar, right?
Yeah. Okay, let me jump ahead here.
Ethan's the one that's gaslighting everyone. Trying to make them believe. Trying to make them actually read the UN report.
I know. It's just, oh, God. It's so bad.
Oh, okay. It already is one state. That's what it is. Israel's an apartheid state.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel
85%.
He's still eating. We've skimmed through like an hour of this, by the way. He's still fucking eating.
What the fuck?
It's so crazy. I get it. He was so busy denying rapes that he just couldn't find the time to shovel food into his mouth.
He worked up a giant appetite, didn't he?
Yes.
Nothing works up his appetite like rape denialism.
Rape denial is a hungry business.
I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in response... Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war.
Everybody hated Netanyahu after. Why? I thought Ethan hated Netanyahu. Why would he take issue with that? Why?
Well, he's about to fucking tell you in the video, you dumbass.
Right.
Just press play.
It's because it's the most obviously stupid fucking take on the planet. I think, like,
Right.
oh yeah, right after this massive terrorist attack, Israel's going to capitulate to the terrorists.
Exactly.
Really, Hasan? That's what you think is going to happen? Okay.
I mean, after September 11th, we should have just surrendered, right? Surrendered
Yes.
to Afghanistan.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
That's
We
the
should just
thing to do.
we should have just given Afghanistan George W. Bush. Like,
Given them our
here you go.
entire military. Oh,
Yeah,
you win.
there
Here you go.
You win.
Here's an aircraft carrier.
Like,
We're at war. Is it a war or is it a genocide? Between me and Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Shoshana, or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not.
They love to throw around this genocide fucking claim.
I know.
Just to drive me crazy.
As he was constantly fucking bringing her testimony up and screaming at me in our debate, to which he openly recognized he actually weaponized later down the line to slander me.
Or with its neighbors for 70 plus
Stop asking me when friends are going to come along. I already told them not to come along yet, okay? I'm doing this on my own.
years. And it makes a lot of sense that there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees.
Yeah, you are a ethno-religious supremacist and also an anti-Arab racist. That's it. That's it. This is not a valid fear. This is the same exact fear that whites had in the apartheid structure in South Africa, that once blacks were free, they would turn around and do a reverse apartheid. This is exactly what people thought about restoring the racial pecking order in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery. You are a Jewish supremacist. That's it. When you're thinking about Israel, you are operating on supremacist.
Okay, hold on. Hasan, you're literally making excuses, saying that October 7th was the obvious outcome for the people in Gaza. Okay, that's what you're saying. You're saying that it was like, it's completely understandable. So how is it racist to say that, well, if those same groups of people, that same organization had political power in Israel, that it wouldn't cause a bunch of problems? How's that racist? When you're literally saying that it makes perfect sense that what happened on October 7th. How's that not racist?
Yeah, you're making the argument, but I guess he thinks he's making it without the racism. He's only bringing up racism to tar and feather people with, though.
It makes no sense.
He does not honestly believe it.
Yes.
Thinking, okay? Not to the same degree as a Kahanist.
Can you imagine sitting next to Hasan and endorsing all this crazy shit he's saying? Only Idubbz is dumb enough to do that.
I know.
Everyone else is like, I don't want any fucking part of this shit.
It's like all of like the Hasan community, they think that he's like totally cooking on this response to Ethan. They're like, oh, he totally cooked. He totally annihilated this content nuke. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, even YouTube, I don't know how they would be looking at this from a moderator perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is very much, everything he's saying is completely dishonest.
Yeah.
And an endorsement of violence. I don't know how you can't say it's not.
Or whatever, but that's absolutely what this is. These fucking barbaric Arabs, if we were to lower the boundary wall, would come in and fucking rape us to death.
I mean, Hasan is literally saying these barbaric Arabs would obviously come across and kill and maim and rape on October 7th. That was literally his argument.
Yeah,
that's literally his argument.
Yeah, because they are being oppressed.
Yeah.
I can't take you seriously. What? Explain to me what you mean. Yeah, imagine if Jews were a minority, the Palestinians would do to us what we've been doing to them. That's the only argument he has here, by the way. That's the only fucking argument he has. The suspicion that Palestinians would be just as depraved as the fucking Israeli government is to them. And for the record, he doesn't even understand that he's being fucking racist.
I mean, isn't that anti-Semitic? Why are you assuming, Hasan, all these Israelis, they all just do this stuff just because of their Jewishness, just because of their Israeliness? They not have, why you not understand? Do they not have some understandable reason for their horrible actions, Hasan, like the Palestinians do? It's very strange. It's very strange.
Where's the IDF raping and murdering people? Where's the gang rape from the IDF? Where's that? Where's that evidence? Where's that report?
And you will never be able to convince him that this is an unimaginably racist fucking thing to say. If I were to look through his goddamn comments here, no one would actually fucking cover the point. No one would actually turn around and be like, dude, what do you mean?
Because they're all racist. Okay, let me jump ahead here.
Even because they were wearing keffiyehs. How much more conversation? You're missing his point. He just wants you to acknowledge that the Jews fleeing their homes are suffering. This is ridiculous. You can.
So this is on the topic of like Ethan bringing up the surrounding countries like kicked all the Jews out. Okay. I love that. Someone in the chat just says he just wants you to acknowledge that they were fleeing their homes and were suffering. And Sans literally says, I don't care.
How much more conversation? You're missing his point. He just wants you to acknowledge that the Jews fleeing their homes are suffering. This is ridiculous. You cannot use this in the process of talking about the Nakba, okay? It's like saying the Germans were suffering. It's like saying the Germans were suffering after World War I. I don't care. What the fuck?
Isn't this the same argument he's making about October 7th? They're suffering.
Totally is.
They're suffering. They're suffering. Right? It's so interesting. So interesting that he doesn't, it's so unclear to him.
Yeah, he can't see it.
Yeah.
Because he's so fucking biased. That's why he can't see it.
He fails to see that fears of settler colonialism was the cause, not anti-Semitism, because the colonies in Palestine pre-Holocaust. Like, in the context of Palestinian emancipation, this doesn't fucking matter.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay.
He stopped himself short of saying that the first time around.
I know.
He stopped himself short of saying the I don't care. But all these Jewish people were slaughtered.
Yep.
Well, he doesn't care. Doesn't give a fuck about them.
Yeah. Some more of Hasan getting super triggered.
It's pretty much the.
Maybe he is going down. Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't follow Hasan's numbers, but I mean, if his numbers are dropping off and people are basically moving away from him, looking at him more like he's a pariah, I mean, he would know that kind of stuff. He does seem way off his game here.
I don't think his numbers are going down. The only thing I think is like, he got knocked off the #1 spot by Asmongold.
Yeah, I did see that.
And so that's, maybe that's kind of weighing on him.
Right. Yeah, it's great. Asmongold's so much better at this than Hasan. So,
entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
To a Palestinian charity? Motherfucker, you donated to my Palestinian charity. You fucking asshole. He's too embarrassed to admit that because that would look kind of stupid, wouldn't it? Oh my God. Oh my God. He literally doesn't even say, wait, what? There's no way. He has to fucking admit that.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500.
What a dumbass. Hasan. He's like, look, he's hiding it. Oh, wait, here's the clip.
My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal.
This is so gross. I can't believe it. I can't believe how gross he is. He uses the $6,500 as though it's literally a permission for him to be as racist as he wants.
A second ago, he was trying to hide it. Now that he's saying it, it's gross. Hasan is this king flip-flopper here. Make up your mind. Is he trying to hide it, or is it gross that he's actually saying it?
Wants to. It's like, I gave $6,500. I said it was a genocide in 2021. What the fuck do you want from me? Now it's my time to constantly talk about the feelings of people that want to defend the apartheid state doing a genocide. This, ladies and gentlemen, is virtue signaling. This is precisely what he's doing. You don't get to do a fucking racism penalty ahead of time, okay? And then spend the rest of the year trying to fucking deplatform pro-Palestinian voices. What an insane thing to say. Also, $6,500, suck my dick. You buy fucking new watches every goddamn week that's like worth $100,000. What the fuck do you mean? It's not even a good enough indulgence to fucking actually do the amount of deplatforming that you fucking engaged in. Okay, open up your fucking wallet a little bit harder. Jesus Christ.
I don't think these people deserve 50 cents. I couldn't give them any money in good conscience because I'd think, oh, half this money is going to end up in the hands of Hamas.
That's the problem. It's like, how is it? There's no
even
way
if you're
to
giving
really...
to one of these NGOs, they're going to Hamas is going to steal that money from them.
Yeah,
I would not.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous. You might as well be paying mercenaries to kill people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's gonna clip this? Suck my fucking cock from the back, you stupid bitches who constantly fucking say, he's gonna clip this, he's gonna clip this. I don't give a shit. He can clip everything. He can suck my dick from the fucking back, dude.
He knows. See, Hasan knows. He said, of course he's hiding this. He would be an idiot to put that in the video, and then right there. Oh, he puts it in the video.
He puts in the video, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You are the one that looks like the idiot, Hasan, and everybody knows it. Everyone in chat is laughing about it. Hasan, what a dumbass.
Yep.
And Hasan's losing his mind over it.
Well, and also just
my
like
fucking cock, okay?
He's complaining like, oh, you haven't donated enough money. You haven't done your like high enough tithe to talk about this. When Hasan's always like, here, let me bring out my Jewish prop, my Jewish shield. I found some Jew who like said something I agree with as defense. Okay. Ethan, you should listen to some other Jewish guy. Here's Sam Cedar. You listen to Sam Cedar. He's a Jew. It's like, oh, God.
Yeah, this guy's completely bad faith. Yeah. All of his arguments are bad faith. His mouth is moving. He's bad faith. All he cares about is his own image. That's all he cares about. Everyone knows it. It's obvious.
Hey, all of you dumb fucking optics lovers. Oh, my.
Oh, look, Presence. Dumb optics lovers.
Yeah.
Confession by projection.
God. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, I gave $6,500 to Black Lives Matter. I can say the N-word now, you know? Let me go deplatform every fucking black liberation activist.
I mean, $6,500. I mean, I thought the N-word pass was up to $650,000 now.
Fuck, what do you think is an N-word pass? You think that's how it works?
There you go. Okay.
Oh, I'm so glad. Hasan triggered as fuck.
It's pretty funny.
totality of Ethan's actions, you realize that he is an inconsistent, lying piece of shit who is too fucking embarrassed to admit, either because he's worried that his wife is not going to fucking let him sleep in the same bed, maybe he's going to put him in the fucking race car bed or something, or because that's just...
Oh, he steals the race car bed joke. Oh my God.
Yep. He was mad. It hit him. It hit him. He was sitting on that one.
It hit him hard. Oh yeah. He's now he's got to get rid of his race car bed. He feels bad.
Genuinely his perspective. He's too embarrassed to openly say that he thinks what Israel is doing could not be considered a fucking genocide. Okay? Because if you actually thought Israel was doing a genocide, you wouldn't have done this video. You know what you would have done instead? A video on the fucking genocide that Israel is doing. Don't give me this two things could be true at once. Every single thing that you've posted in the past.
How dare you criticize my actions? There's a genocide happening. You're not allowed to do that. You can't criticize me when there's a genocide happening.
17 minutes and it took 2 hours for me to fucking...
How is Hasan promoting Creator Clash 3 when there's a genocide going on? Jesus Christ.
And he's raising money for a charity this stream. I think it's not, I think it might be related to Creator Clash or something. It's like a cancer charity. It's nothing to do with, I don't think it has anything to do with Gaza.
While there's a genocide going on, he's raising money for Americans with cancer.
Disgusting.
He might as well be giving to Israel.
Yeah.
Go over has been bullshit. Every single thing has been fucking bullshit. Oh my God.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war.
I can't believe I should have just watched this instantly. I would have had a fucking 100,000 people watching me and I would have did tricks on this shit. Now I'm mad. What a wonderful opportunity. I could have just fucking ended this conversation then and there and showcased how fucking stupid he's being.
Or criminal. They're led by...
He thinks his response so far would have ended the conversation. But Hasan first had to watch, like he's literally watched, I think like 8 to 12 different people's responses to, or, you know, attacking Hasan's content Nuke before he even like manned up enough to watch it himself.
Bad faith responses.
Yeah, he's already seen all like other people's talking points that he can throw out here. And with all of that, this is what he's still giving. This is still the performance he's giving after all of that.
Right. So he's basically saying other people's words is what you're saying.
Yes. And he's still fumbling the ball horribly.
Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, called the West...
Why are you immune to criticism because there's a genocide? No, you fucking moron.
Oh, that's straight in the heart. Look
oh
at that.
Man, somebody snuck in the Hasan's chat. Look at that.
They knew what was going on.
Look at this frame too. It's like the perfect, like Hasan, like he's doing like the hands. He's like,
he can't stand it.
No.
They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace.
Did he not even respond to the chatter?
No, I went back a second just because I wanted to hear it.
Okay.
And go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West...
Why are you immune to criticism because there's a genocide? No, you fucking moron. I am not immune to criticism. You're a fucking idiot if you don't understand my point here. The criticism is invalid. Can criticism be invalid? Or is all criticism automatically valid because your favorite fucking neurotic content creator decided that it was valid because his feelings were hurt?
Well, the more valid the criticism is, the more you deflect with the genocide thing. That's what I've noticed. That's the pattern.
Yeah.
As soon as the valid criticism comes out, you're like, it's a genocide. Stop criticizing me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm immune to criticism, okay? I'm not saying that at all. That's the way he's framing it. Look at this criticism. What is the fucking criticism? Oh, well, Israel is surrounded by scary Muslims. And what is he supposed to do? Of course it has to be violent. Like, that's the criticism? What a fucking criticism that was. His criticism is, I'm a racist. His criticism literally is...
After October 7th, how can you not say they're not scary? What the fuck?
I know.
It just seems obvious. Yeah, it's fucking scary.
Even the chatter says, you say, why are you focusing on me when there is a genocide? Yeah, that's the argument.
Yeah.
That's the argument.
It's called deflection. Obfuscation. How's that?
Klein, and I'm fucking racist against Arabs. So Israel has to be violent. That's the criticism? I'm sorry.
And calling everyone else racism is the deflection as well.
Yeah.
Which just soy as can be. Can you imagine trotting that out, Sitch? Saying, oh, you're a racist because someone's criticizing you. You're a racist.
That's the best. Listen, that's the best deflection.
Oh, no. That's horrible.
Also, is Ethan immune to criticism because he gave $6,500 to my fucking fundraiser? So he's immune to criticism? You say, why are you focusing on me when there's a genocide? Yes, you fucking moron, because him and I are supposed to be in alignment here. Him and I are supposed to be in agreement here. He said as much. Oh my God.
He needs to go back to eating.
He does.
The talking is making it worse.
I know. All right, let me jump ahead here. I'm glad that guy got that in there. That is kind of shocking. That was it. And the whole thing I was hearing, that only came up once. Only one person brought that up. Or at least Hasan only addressed it once. It took 3 hours, 3.5 hours to get to the most obvious question.
Not.
Right.
Is your plan to make this unwatchable? Yes.
It targets, in my opinion. My only crime is wanting a two-state
Yeah, my only crime is just wanting a two-state solution. Don't spout Zionist
solution.
discourse, then shrug. You're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan. People shrug. Why would this be a bad thing? Why would this be a bad inference to make? All you're showing in this fucking video is that they were right. My moderation team was fucking right. They were right from the goddamn jump. And I thought, because I knew you personally, that maybe I could change your fucking mind. And I was wrong. It turns out those people made the correct assessment about you, Ethan, and you couldn't give up on that. You could not let that fucking go. Oh, it's because I'm Jewish. No, dumbass. It's because you're doing propaganda for Israel. And I tried to kindly and gently in private conversations explain that to you. People don't know you like that. So, of course, they're going to make these fucking inferences that you're pro-Israel because you sound like Ben Shapiro when you talk about fucking Israel. So you should have understood it back then. You should have been an open-minded person back then, taking some accountability, maybe taking a fucking step back on the issue. And
So I don't know about you. I've listened to Ben Shapiro talk about Israel.
Oh, yeah. He sounds nothing like Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. I've never heard Ben Shapiro call Israel a terrorist state or doing a genocide or calling Bibi Netanyahu a war criminal.
Nope.
Saying that, settlers are avowed military terrorists. I haven't heard any of that from Ben Shapiro, right? So I don't know what Ben Shapiro clips Hasan's talking about, right? Maybe Ben
He's lying. Hasan is
different,
lying again.
But also when he says like his moderation team is right, I mean, he's talking about Frogan. Okay.
Oh,
he's talking
is he?
about, yeah, he's talking about Frogan.
Frogan's going to drop the sex tape.
And Frogan is Frogan is what started all this. He's the one that was, supporting October 7th. Something which I've never seen a clip of. I don't know if Hasan has ever acknowledged that the fact that, and this is, I think, where Ethan fucked up. Frogan was literally justifying October 7th. And I don't think Hasan has ever had a response to that. Why is he supporting that? If he claims he's against that.
He agrees.
He claims he doesn't, but.
She says,
not me.
Bulldog.
Well, you think there's a sex tape. That's your, that's your position.
She says Jabba.
Okay.
Like reverse Jabba, I guess.
You said it. Post context nuke, though. So
If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Isn't I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
This conversation is so funny and so informative because the average person's perspective on this shit, the average person's perspective on this is literally going to be like, yeah, what the fuck is this? Okay. And it was an incredibly informative and enlightening conversation that took place with myself and Nick Pollum. Okay. Where I described to him pretty much the entirety of the conflict up until this very moment. And yes,
so I guess he's not going to go, I was being sarcastic route, right?
No, it's worse. It's worse. He's doubling down saying, yes, it was good that he trying to radicalize some normie friend of his into supporting terrorist actions.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, his posture is kind of jokey. It seems easier just to say he was joking around. He didn't really mean it, but.
No, right. Which we've learned from the Hasan-Ethan debates that Hasan 100% position is, yes, it's totally justified to kidnap innocent people that have nothing to do with Israel, just, because you have to stop the genocide, right? You can just hold innocent people hostage for almost a year, have nothing to do with the situation. That's totally fine. That's acceptable behavior.
Would he accept becoming one of those hostages if it was in favor of?
That's an excellent question. Why doesn't Hasan offer himself up as a hostage to the Houthis, to stop the genocide?
Yes. Big celebrity like him, they would take that seriously.
when the Houthis, kidnapped UN workers, I mean, that are still being held hostage. They still don't know what happened to them. Maybe they're dead. Is that just somehow to stop, the genocide in Gaza somehow?
Must be. Hasan logic.
Yes.
The Houthis are a fucking musical people, for the record. And we are officially at $137,000, by the way. In a matter of a couple hours, we've already raised $137,000. But let's keep going.
Taking over
For
these ships,
terrorists.
they started targeting the ships. People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
It's a deterrent. Taking people hostage. I mean, I guess that's a deterrent. Taking innocent people hostage. It's some kind of deterrent. Yeah, sure. No one wants to go through there. So
You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
So at any point, does he actually talk about why this is unacceptable? Like what I'm saying is like fucked up? Because luckily, I already had a conversation with Ethan, and you already know what that conversation looked like, considering that I was able to describe to him what my perspective is on the matter. But I assume that a lot of this just relies on the audience also being terrified of these scary Arabic-sounding names and the fact that they're all like ISIS. They're ISIS. They're basically ISIS. It's like this guy keeps saying it's all ISIS. These guys are ISIS. He relies completely on Western chauvinism and the audience also having the same exact perspective that Nick Pollum had when he first encountered the conversation.
But in that conversation, Hasan, you justify kidnapping random innocent people for a political goal that they have nothing to fucking do with. And then you have the gall to sit here and be like, well, you just think they're terrorists because they have a scary sounding Arabic name. You must be some kind of racist.
That is so insane. To make that argument is just, why would you do that? It's so dishonest.
I know. Yeah, let me jump ahead. He's gonna start. I don't know if this is the part. He starts defending, Nasrallah, the leader of, or the former leader.
These arguments are so ridiculous. I hope people are waking up in his audience.
They're not.
You don't think so?
No.
A few have to be. This isn't insane levels of bad argumentation.
I think the people that realize Hasan is like a horrible piece of shit have all left his audience long ago.
Right.
Yeah.
So the only people left are the ones that enjoy it. They're there because he is a huge piece of shit, and they just hate Israel and Jewish people.
They hate Israel. They hate America.
Right.
America bad.
He's their asshole.
Yeah. See, Hasan asked, how can I just do America bad for 8 hours? Well, you're watching it. This is America bad for 8 hours.
How do people not get bored of this, though? Just seems so boring.
A lot of people have a lot of
animosity,
a lot of anger in their heart.
Right.
And they're looking for someone to blame for their own lives. Right.
Right.
So
I've heard that before.
Yeah. So this is the they. This is the they. It's Israel. It's America. It's the Jews. They're responsible for all the bad things in your life right now.
I want to help those people get on the right path. To get on the righteous path.
Gotta clean your room. Clean your room first.
I was going to tell him about Jesus.
Oh, okay.
How Jesus died.
Okay.
For your sins.
I don't know if that's going to work on them.
So that you can have everlasting life, eternal life.
I don't think that's going to be
eternal life.
I would love eternal life. Yes.
Well, all you have to do is accept Jesus Christ as your Lord, your personal Lord and Savior.
So you're
too can have everlasting life.
You're going to be the official.
Look, it doesn't matter if you're Jewish, okay?
I could be a Jew for Jesus.
You got to say the words. Yeah, look, I have lots of friends that are Jews for Jesus.
Do you really?
I do, yeah.
That's interesting.
Jews for Jesus are cool.
Wow. Okay.
You could be a Jew for Jesus. I mean, I'm an atheist for Jesus. So
I was gonna say, yeah, you're gonna be the official atheist for Jesus. You're gonna go around proselytizing.
A little more radical than you.
Yeah, that's pretty radical.
I said the incantation when I was younger, and I believed it. I've been baptized and all that. I've done all my.
I don't know if Jesus appreciates it if you call it the incantation. Sounds a little dismissive.
Look, I was going to say, if I die and I end up at the pearly gates, I'm
You're
not
like, I
gonna
said the
call it-
words.
I'm not going to call it an incantation, but
I
I
said
am
the
going to be
words.
arguing. I am going to be arguing
Right.
that I deserve to get in, obviously.
Mhm.
Very vigorously, I'm going to be arguing that.
Who's at
What?
the
I was
gates?
baptized.
You're going to be arguing with Peter, like, listen, I said the words.
It's
Okay.
going to be it's going to look very bad if you don't let me in after I said the words
Yes.
and was baptized.
It's going to look very bad for you.
Yeah.
Angel,
I was
God.
very young at the time, too. So
Yeah.
you'll be lying to children.
Wow. Okay.
I
I don't think this is a good sell. That's just my thought
Isn't
on
it?
it. It's not a good sell for the religion.
Look, I don't have any hatred in my heart, so it worked, right? That was the reason I was giving for embracing it. You got to embrace. I think embracing forgiveness is the real secret. So many times in my life, I have not embraced forgiveness, and I'd let things get under my skin and go on way, way too long.
Right.
And it will eventually hurt you, right? I think a lot of people have that problem, and they probably turn to Hasan because he indulges them. This is why you should hate everything. This is why you should carry this cross for the rest of your life.
Well, no. Listen, he's not in favor of forgiveness. He's in favor of re-education.
Yeah.
Okay.
Re-education about how you shouldn't forgive these people ever.
Well, you can forgive them once they have the right beliefs.
Right.
That's all. Listen, that's all. You should go over there. You should go to Israel. You should go to Gaza, Adam. You should just preach forgiveness. Just bring those people together. Okay.
So much of life is a mindset. It really is. I used to wait tables, and so many of the waiters and waitresses that hated being there, they would never get any tips because they were such fucking sad sacks.
Yeah, sure.
And they never figured out. As soon as you put on a smiling face and you're happy and you genuinely like people, you're genuinely interested in how they're doing and wanting to do a good job, the tips just go through the roof, and then you're happy because you're making money. It's like a virtuous cycle.
Yep.
The dour people are in a bad mood. Oh my God, 15 stiffed me. Well, of course they stiffed you. You've been fucking frowning on them all night long.
Mm-hmm.
Probably talking to him about Palestine. You dumbass.
Not a good conversation when you're a waiter. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, there are some restaurants in LA when you probably get a fat tip. If you
That's
start
a good point, actually. Yeah,
about
maybe it depends where you
Palestine.
are. Yeah.
I haven't waited tables in years, so maybe it's
Right.
working for them. Who knows?
Is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like
dude. Is there any point where he addresses anything I said? He's just fucking clipping shit back and forth. That's what it is, bro. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. Hasan Nasrallah, he will probably. I think he uses like fake quotes of Hasan Nasrallah in this context, puke, and he doesn't even do enough. He doesn't even do enough to actually show what I was literally referencing there. My point there was a lot of people see people like Hasan Nasrallah, okay, and they see, big bearded guy, scary, not realizing that he's actually an incredibly fucking well-read person who, ironically enough, you're being obtuse, Hasan? No, I'm not being obtuse. You have to make an argument. You can't just let the argument be, look at him, he loves terrorism. You have to actually address what I'm saying, why what I'm saying is wrong, why what these guys are doing is wrong, okay? If you don't do that, you're simply relying on dumb fucks like you in believing in the most Asmengoldian fashion in the notion that like every single thing that these guys have done is wrong.
Okay, hold on, I'll make it to the actual argument here. I do like that it's simultaneously like these people are too stupid and not privileged enough to, have equal rights and to, support good things and also, and, not rape and murder. But then when it comes to this guy, he's like, this guy is super smart, super well educated. Like, okay, make up your mind, please.
That's an excuse for him.
Yeah, please make up your mind here. Which is it?
Anyway, here's the context. A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay.
So now it's even more confusing. You're like, well, wait a minute. They're like, you earlier were saying, well, you can't expect these people to not hate the gays because they're so underprivileged. And then you're like, well, this guy's like so smart and so much better read than you.
Right.
So what do you say?
And
are you saying that are you saying that that it's good that he hates the gays, that smart people hate gay people? What the fuck are you saying, Hasan, you retard?
Yeah,
what the fuck is the argument?
What is the justification here?
It's
here's a homophobe that is a genius.
Yes, it's like he's so happy to slob on the knob of some fucking terrorist that he just glazed them, that it just his brain just turns to mush. He's just saying shit doesn't make any sense according to his own worldview.
He doesn't have a worldview. He's just a bullshit artist. That's all he does.
Right.
Okay. Like it's not it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about? This is why it's Orientalist to literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons. And like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. Yeah. You know what's really ironic? The clip that I'm watching here of Hasan Nasrallah is Hasan Nasrallah talking about how some Arabs are anti-Semitic. And they're stupid for being anti-Semitic. They think Israel is controlling America. Israel used to be a tool at the hands of the British, and now Israel is a tool at the hands of America. We do not just oppose Israel, we oppose American imperialism. That is the actual clip that I'm reacting to. Okay? Yeah.
So to be 100% clear, Nasrallah is not saying, as Hasan lied or mischaracterized them, is not saying that Arabs are stupid to be anti-Semitic. He does not say that at all in that clip. I went and I found that clip and I watched it. Okay?
Wow.
He does not say that. What he does say is he says it's stupid for Arabs to believe that Jews or that Israelis are controlling America. Yeah, he is saying that Israel doesn't control America, that America controls Israel, and that they have some, America has its own financial reasons for wanting to, have Israel be this destabilizing force in the Middle East. Okay. That's all he's saying. He's not saying you're stupid for not liking Jews. He's just saying you're stupid for not liking America enough.
Right.
That's what he's saying. So I was curious to kind of look into more of the Nasrallah thing. There is one quote that's attributed to him that is sort of questionable, which is, I assume, what Hasan is talking about. But this is the quote. It's, if we search the entire globe for a more cowardly, low, and weak and frail individual in his spirit, mind, ideology, and religion, we will never find anyone like the Jew. And I'm not saying the Israeli. We have known the enemy we are fighting. So that's the quote that Hasan thinks is not true. Though some people, it's kind of contested. But here's some other quotes I found that did not seem to be contested. Quote, what do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avarice creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are.
Wow. What a stereotype. I've never heard that before. Right. How original.
He also said, if the Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide.
That's pretty insidious.
He also called on people. Now, here's Hasan. Hasan is defending this guy, talking about how smart he is. He called on people across the globe to attack and kill Salman Rushdie.
Wow.
Which I guess he finally got his way.
They didn't kill him. They maimed him, but he's still alive.
Right. But
anyway.
Yeah, that's true. So
are you fact checking me?
No. I got caught up in reading something else.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, I know he lost his eye.
Yeah.
But he said Nasrallah also said, he said it was Jewish mentality to attack and destroy the sanctity of religion. And he cited the Jews killing Jesus and said that Jews want to push the world towards a religious war. He also in multiple instances, praised Holocaust deniers and claims the numbers that died in the Holocaust were exaggerated.
That old chestnut.
Yes. And he also, one of the high-ranking guys in Hezbollah, besides him, said, quote, The history of Jews has proven that regardless of the Zionist proposal, there are people who are evil, and they are people who are evil in their ideas.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah, those are horrible.
Nasrallah is also attributed as to saying God imprinted blasphemy on the Jews' heart.
These all sound like tweets from Nick Fuentes.
I know.
And this is a guy that Hasan is saying is a super genius.
Yes. There's also a video I found. I don't know if it's worth switching over to it, but there's a video I found of Norman Finkelstein talking about how Nasrallah is like one of the smartest people on the planet.
Oh, so he's glazing him too.
Yeah, it's so psychotic. It's
Norman
just like, oh,
Finkelstein.
He was the smartest person on the planet, and you could just listen. He literally said he's the only world leader that you could listen to and learn things from.
Oh, wow.
That's what Norman Finkelstein said about the leader of fucking Hezbollah. Okay.
What about Trump? I'm learning so much about tariffs.
There you go.
This where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term.
Okay, so this is a very important clip.
Yeah, look at this.
This is Hasan talking to the second thought people that advocate directly for October 7th, explicitly, not even implicitly. They just openly advocate for October 7th. Hasan was literally in their chat when they were having this conversation. They shout him out in that conversation. Hasan has now come back to be their friends, and they even thank him, saying that like a lot of people since then have distanced themselves from them. But thanks, Hasan, for not doing that. Okay. And this is the problem with Hasan and these lying weasels. You have to, if you don't directly call them out as specifically as possible, they will weasel away from it. You have to say, no, this is what you did, and you need to respond to it. They'll just weasel away from it otherwise. As you'll see, Hasan weasels out of this one.
I'm resisting.
Not being held to account.
I'm resisting to take it up a notch beyond weaseling.
Okay.
Much more incendiary imagery, but
yeah.
Combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way,
bro, I'm not hiding my power level. I'm not hiding my power level at all. Do you have an issue with this? This is not secret. It's on a podcast. Why would I be hiding? Why would I, if I'm hiding my power level, why am I saying it openly on a podcast? Are you fucking stupid? Does nobody ever think anything through? You don't have to know anything about me. But when you exercise.
So when he completely flatly explains, okay, in that clip, that he is advocating for a more acceptable form of socialism to suck people down a radicalized pipeline in order to get the second thought guys to get him deeper down the road. And then he turns around and says, yeah, but I said it on a podcast, so I'm not hiding my power level.
Right.
We're supposed to believe this slop that he's just feeding us.
Of course.
Yes.
I mean, I believe his argument from the podcast that he said on the podcast.
Yes. Yes.
Just a crumb of critical thinking. Shouldn't this look weird on its face? Like, I'm literally broadcasting what I do. I work to de-radicalize people, okay? Right-wingers, I want to pull away from the...
De-radicalize! Let that sink in.
He's literally
de-radicalize.
He's literally talking about sucking people down a funnel, a radical socialist funnel. He's like, I'm working to de-radicalize them.
De-radicalize. One of these guys was sitting around talking about how he wanted to kill his boss.
Yes, he wished that there was an October 7th in America so he could kill his own boss.
Yeah, he was dreaming of an October 7th happening in America so he could run down to wherever it is he works and off his boss.
Which shows you has nothing to do with politics, right? Like,
I wonder if his boss heard the podcast. You know, so, like as soon as I heard that, I'd be like, hey, Ernie, check this out, right? So weird.
Throes of right-wing radicalization. And for liberals, I want them to understand that liberalism is not the end-all be-all, that there are real systemic problems that we must solve. This is not something that I hide.
More bullshit, more fucking bullshit. God, all he does is spew bullshit.
This is something that I openly mention all the fucking time. And I'm literally not hiding it here. You can't say I'm hiding my power level when I'm broadcasting it.
You're not saying it on your stream. You're saying it on these little 500 Andy
Right.
podcasts.
Right. You're not saying it when you're getting interviewed by CNN and the New York Times.
Yeah.
Right.
Now that it's been unearthed and put in a video by Ethan, now you're forced to stand by it.
Yes.
You didn't want anyone to know this. You said it when you thought it would fly under the radar. That's exactly what happened.
Yep.
This doesn't make any sense.
I believe they took this podcast down too, because when we reviewed it, you had to find a re-upload of it somewhere.
They 100% took this down because, first of all, the podcast obviously violated the terms of service of YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay. It was very shortly after October 7th when they were praising the actions very directly.
Right.
So, yeah.
Talking about how he wanted to murder his own boss.
Yeah.
He's
This
got
one,
a nice AK-47 in the background there.
yeah. This one that happened later with Hasan, I believe, is still up. I don't think this one's taken down. But.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. They did a podcast before that where they were so gleeful about October 7th that came down.
Which we covered, and it was like
Yeah.
insane.
Okay. That makes sense.
Program that I'm on is literally called Deprogram. It's and this is not even
That's
something
the
that is
irony.
a secret
Yeah. Bullshit.
that I only revealed here for one moment. It's something that I tell my audience all the time. In order to be a better advocate, you have to read the fucking room. Okay? You have to read the room. Be normal. These are commonly held principles that I have to fucking hammer onto the heads of all these like weirdos in my community from time to time.
Be normal in public. But
great.
In private.
Right. So he's saying, I'm not hiding my power level. I'm trying to teach my audience to hide their power level. That's a much
Right,
better
yeah.
argument. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So weird.
It's not a hiding of the power level. If it was, then why would I fucking do it on a podcast?
Because you thought it would fly under the radar and it didn't. So fuck you.
For places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes.
I had a show when I was on the Young Turks, and
I know.
Oh my God.
Goes off.
Oh my God. Okay. For those of you just listening, it says on the screen exactly what he was doing. And he completely pulls it off the screen and goes full screen.
Yeah.
You're like, uh-oh. I gave the farm away there. What was I thinking?
Well, he's going to be like, listen, I did a show called Agitated Propaganda in a tongue-in-cheek manner for the Young Turks. So therefore, you should have expected me to do this. It's
That's
so
going to be
silly.
the spin.
That's the
lie
big
here.
argument. Yes.
The big lie.
Yeah.
and that show was called Agitative Propaganda, Agitprop for short. Okay, that is propaganda to instill class consciousness in Americans so that Americans who think trans people are fucking them over, for example, are actually that are forced to reckon with the reality that it's actually not trans people that are fucking them over. It's not Mexicans that are fucking them over. It's their capital owners, their bosses that are fucking them over. Their landlords that are fucking them over.
So they need to go out and gang rape all those people, right?
exactly.
Just like October 7th. That's
Right.
that's the class consciousness, right? You got to wake up and buy a fucking hang glider.
Yep.
This guy is so bad. So bad.
This is a pretty basic concept. When I go on Theo Von, for example, and I tell Theo Von, you know, it's not a trans person that's your landlord. A trans person didn't raise your fucking rent. Your landlord raised your rent. So why are you mad at that trans person? That's deprogramming. That's agitative propaganda. That is instilling class consciousness in a lot of Americans that lack it. Okay? This is not a secret.
First of all, I'll have you know that my landlord is trans because I'm not a bigot. Okay, Hasan.
He's
Right.
just
I am
like the human shield thing completely applies here. Now he's using trans people as a human shield. He's like, oh, I'm innocent. Look, I'm not promoting violence. Here, it's a trans person. Protect me.
Mm-hmm.
What a fucking piece of shit. I'm so sick of these people wrongfully appropriating other people's struggle so that they can get out of a little bind, a little snafu in their own career.
It's not
Such
nice, is
bullshit.
it? It's not great.
No, not at all. Not at all. You're not doing trans people any favors here, Mr. fucking terrorist lover.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you want to sully their name with your terrorist propaganda?
I know.
very open about both my biases and my goals. Okay. I never fucking hide it. Why would I hide it? I'm not hiding it in this situation either. And what's the argument here? You did a fucking political podcast with me for 2 goddamn years. Are you saying that you're the dumbest person on the planet? Is this a 21-minute video where?
No, he said you deceived him. He says that in the video very clearly.
Remember?
Does a good job.
Now remember, in the beginning of this video, when Hasan said, I thought the point of our stream was that Ethan was a dum-dum who didn't know anything about politics, and I was going to propagandize him in the audience.
Yes, you're right.
Remember when we said that at the beginning of this video?
Yes. Now he's saying, what? You weren't a super genius 140 IQ person
I know.
and knew what was going on?
Yes.
In the first 21 minutes, you basically explained to everybody that as a 40-year-old man, you were such a fucking dumb moron that like everything that I told you came in from one ear and out the other. Is that what you're saying? Because there's only 2 options here. Either you are a dumbass and you're saying I got groomed into believing certain things by this scary man who has radical opinions, or you're disingenuously making it seem that way so you can propagandize to the remainder of your fan base that you want to desperately hold on to, that they shouldn't trust someone like myself and they should instead trust your acumen, trust your knowledge. In this video where you've, presented a bunch of fucking falsehoods and demonstrated that a lot of the underlying reasons for why you think Israel must exist in the way that it does is because you're an Islamophobic, racist, anti-Arab piece of shit.
Oh, God. All that rant was just to break up the sentence. That's so obviously him saying, yes, I pretend to be a moderate so people will listen to me, but actually I'm a radical pro-terrorist fucking cuck.
Yep.
To break that sentence up into 2. He's like, I gotta have a little rant in the middle here so people don't get the whole thing in context.
Yeah.
Dishonest.
Crazy. Maybe it's a bit of both, I think. He's both dumb and also disingenuous beyond,
right,
social democratic ideas.
I just want
Beyond social democratic
ideas. He totally
ideas.
did. He totally did. His whole worldview is that the social democrats, the thing that Ethan thought they were doing the podcast to promote, are a bunch of cucks.
Yep.
That's the whole thing. That's his whole thing.
to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more.
You should have told him this on that debate, brother. I didn't watch this video before the debate. I didn't know he was making this idiotic shit.
More informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan.
So the guy's literally, remember, Hasan's like, I'm here to de-radicalize people. And he's on a stream with the guy saying, you're helping radicalize people, push them down the funnel.
Yeah.
Okay. And Hasan doesn't.
So obviously.
We've watched that whole stream and we covered that clip in its entirety. At the end of that clip, Hasan doesn't say, that's not true. I don't think I'm radicalizing anyone. He says, yes.
That's what I'm doing. His audience knows it. That's why they subscribe to him. They know what they're doing. They're all working together to do it.
Yes.
It's literally a conspiracy.
They're looking for arguments to radicalize their friends and family. Yes.
Right.
Hasan, during our very first conversation, lied to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy.
I just think it's funny because Hasan would be the first guy up against the wall. When the guns came out, there's no way Hasan is making it past the first round of killings.
I don't agree with you. I think Hasan would make it to the round 2. Okay.
What makes you say that?
Because in round 1, he would be there, doing his agitprop, telling, fight. And then once they establish order, whoever is in charge is going to start looking around saying, okay, who can now oppose me? Who can now oppose my rule here? Oh, look, Hasan Piker, the rich socialist. He's a good person. He's a faker.
That's exactly the argument I was going to make, that he would be round 1. He has a bunch of money, a bunch of resources, which they'd obviously want to appropriate. And he's a threat to any sort of leader that comes forward.
You mean round 1 once they're in control? Okay.
Of course.
I agree. Then I agree completely. Yes.
Yeah. He's gone. He's totally gone.
Right.
Economy, or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social.
He couldn't even make any kind of accommodations to his podcast co-host.
Right.
when real power's on the line, you think they're going to keep him around? Fuck no.
Democracy.
You have to advocate for a much.
Really interesting. This is the first conversation I ever had with Ethan on a podcast. Does anyone have the actual clip? Because this looks a little weird. Okay. First of all, I'm not saying I'm a social democrat here. I'm saying exactly what I told Deprogram, which is that I think in the interim, we must move towards a social democratic style governance because I'm a democratic socialist. And then that's obviously not going.
Oh my God, he's fucking lying so much here.
Yeah, he's like, listen, I didn't say I was in favor of social democracy. I just said you have to advocate it, right? How do you not know the difference? That I just mean you advocate for it at first, but then once you get it, that's when you spring the communism.
That I think in the interim, we must move towards a social democratic style governance because I'm a democratic socialist. And then that's obviously not going to be enough. But of course, hold on one moment. In that conversation, I admit to what my political position is to him. But it's not just.
That is interesting. I think this might be the first time I've heard him say this. He said, he didn't, now to be clear, he didn't say social democracy is not enough. He said democratic socialism isn't enough. Okay.
Right.
So what exactly is his end goal position here? Is it like
total planned economy?
Yeah, total planned economy, no one votes, dictatorship? Like, what does he mean if democratic socialism is not enough?
Scary.
I want to show you
towards
something.
a Sweden style economy or a Norway style.
What's that back there in the way that this is disingenuously cut? Why did he cut it like this? It's weird. Is it because there was like, is it because he had to punch in a little bit? It just would have been weird if he actually had punched in? Or is it because you see some things in the background here that would directly contradict his argument that he's trying to make? The argument that he's trying to make is that I'm hiding what my political perspective is. Oh my God, is that Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, a man who I admire, a man who I talk about quite.
So the argument is I wasn't lying because if you squint in the background, you could see I have a Lenin candle in the background if you squint and you look for it. Okay. So you should have known. You should have known I was a fucking red-blooded commie.
Insanely stupid.
Yeah.
Quite a bit? No way. That's crazy. But wait, what? Perhaps whoever clipped this would realize that it would look really fucking stupid if the USSR Ushanka and Vladimir Lenin was right behind me when he's trying to make this argument that I'm disingenuously acting as though I'm some social democrat. Again, the question remains. Did Ethan do this deliberately, or was it a happy accident? Or is he actually, nefariously doing little things like this to craft a fucking argument? Okay?
Nobody
I don't know.
thought any of that.
I don't know.
So stupid.
I know. I mean, obviously, you should have just zoomed. You should have zoomed in. You should have done CSI enhance the image. Then you could have known that I was being disingenuous.
He did a great job of making his argument. He's doesn't have to make it by stupid tchotchkes in the background.
Right. Yeah. Buyer beware. That's Hasan's position. Buyer beware. It doesn't matter what he's saying. Now he spends the next couple minutes just sucking off Lenin, which we can skip all that.
Like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist. Well, no,
for the record.
No, I'm not calling
I'm a propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then,
I'm saying I am.
I just want to.
Is there any point where Ethan will describe why this is bad? Or is he just going to fucking lean on, well, propaganda is a scary term. It means like you're fucking spreading false narratives. Propaganda is just, propaganda can be bad. Propaganda can be good. Okay. Agitated propaganda is good. I know it's a scary word for a lot of people, but it means telling a story. PR is propaganda. Marketing is propaganda. Okay.
Bullshit. Bull fucking shit.
Yeah. It is very, that's how you know when someone's trying to sell you this, like, listen, we're all propaganda. That's not a scary word. It's not a bad word. Okay. Propaganda is
advertising is propaganda, even though there's laws against false advertising, but whatever.
Of course. Yes.
Are there laws against false narratives and propaganda? No, the whole point is false narratives. That's what propaganda is. Propaganda is lying to people.
before you even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further
That's not true. Oh my God.
their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the... Oh my God, he literally thinks, he actually fucking thinks that I groomed him and his audience. He wants to believe this so bad. Oh God, you are so pathetic, Ethan. You are such a pathetic, selfish little man who has been babied by every single adult in your fucking life because none of them have the courage to tell you what's what. Okay, in the interest of the friendship that we once had and the fucking the collaborative nature of our relationship initially, I am going to tell you once again, the people in your life are behaving like sycophants. You are basically going down the reverse Kanye trajectory. Not saying that you're, you know, anti-Semitic and a neo-Nazi like Kanye is, but you are falling down a very dangerous pipeline here where you are surrounded by people who are terrified to tell you the truth. It is not an accident that so many of the wonderful coworkers that I had when I was there have left the fucking broadcast. It is not an accident that you constantly find yourself having to button because you can't control your fucking urges. Please, literally go back to therapy. You have to go back to therapy. You have to drop all of this shit. I know right now you...
So I hate to interrupt this completely irrelevant rant that Hasan's just going on and on and on and on and on. So I was interested because I brought up that stream from, you know, a few years ago that Hasan was talking about, where he was saying that he wasn't being dishonest. And so Ethan asked him what the ultimate goal is of like his ideology in terms of saying that, you know, should billionaires exist or not? And Hasan is like, you know, he says, well, he kind of makes this like systemic argument. He's like, I don't believe that. He's like, I'm not advocating for something crazy. Like we should rip all the billionaires out of their home and forcibly redistribute their wealth. Okay. Does anyone believe that? Does anyone believe that if Hasan didn't actually have power, that wouldn't be what they would do? That what's what he would advocate for?
Of course he would. Anyone that has more money than him.
He's just like, oh, listen, I just think the system of wealth accumulation in this country is just off. It's just wrong.
You can talk about wealth inequality without being a terrorist endorser.
I know.
Yeah. Something far more sinister is going on here.
Yeah.
It's funny, so many people like Hasan do exactly the same thing as many on the left constantly accuse Trump of. They say that there's a lot of disgruntled people out there in society looking for someone to blame their problems on, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And he just, instead of blaming it on immigrants, wants to blame it on rich people, right?
Yep.
And a lot of those actually are immigrants, funny enough, right? Yeah. So he's doing the same thing. He's just coming up with a different solution to the problem.
Yep.
Trump wants to get rid of the immigrants. He wants to get rid of the rich people.
Yep.
Farming people's discontent. See, that's why I'm different. I'm telling you about Jesus, okay? Yep. And get rid of your discontent. Look into it.
100%.
You have, with the increased attention that you've gotten, you feel like a lot of people are paying attention to you. They are lolcowing you. They are stringing you along. Their agenda is not to become loyal fans of yours. Okay? They're not going to be Teddy Fresh purchasers. They're not going to be the foot soldiers.
If any guy friend comes to you and says, look, what you really need is therapy, you lose that guy's number like as quickly as possible.
100%.
Because that guy's actually, last time I went off on therapy, someone in our comments said, I'm a therapist. I felt bad about it. But I asked him immediately, I was like, well, what do you think is the state of the therapy institution? Like, what do you think of your colleagues? Right. And he was like, they're all fucking idiots.
Shu in the chat said, look what therapy did to Idubbz. Do not go to therapy.
I know. I saw that.
Don't go. I know that's so funny.
Look, I want to make it clear. I don't think therapy is all bad. I think in order to make therapy work, you have to have someone that really understands the profession, is smart, understands how the mind works. I just don't think the average person who's getting a degree in psychology these days is that good at that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's a mixed bag. It's always a mixed bag. But it's just, it seems like a lot of people, they're like, oh, you need to go to therapy. And they go to therapy and they just like
they end up worse.
They end up worse. They just weaponize their obnoxious therapy talk to everyone else. It's like, Jesus,
right.
Shut the fuck up. Like, oh my God.
They've been to therapy one time and now they're pitching it to everyone.
Yeah.
My therapist totally helped me because they told me everything I wanted to hear.
I know.
Well, is that really good for you?
Vanessa for $20. Thank you, Vanessa. Says, I won't be able to stay for the whole stream, but I want to drop a few coins. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers and the mother lovers. Well, thank you.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
The Mongolian Leprechaun Surferman from Saturn for $20 says, by the way, Sitch and Adam, about me getting Idubbz, Hasan, and Olay on stream to talk to you, I want something out of it. Like, how about you guys play Action 52 or Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde on the NES? Then I might try to convince them. Listen. We're not stupid, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You convince them, and then we'll play the video game he wants to play, all right?
Sure, yeah.
That's how we'll do it. General Ballsack for $20 says, Sitch, stop being a wuss. Let's see you. This is the time to roll. Like, I really should. That is true. It's been long enough.
What does roll mean? It's like,
well, I assume it means the face reveal, right? Time for the face reveal. I really need to not be so lazy.
Is it laziness?
It's laziness. It's just 100% laziness. So it's nice. Listen, it's nice. I can sit here. I can be all disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
I can be in my underwear. I can be picking my nose.
I don't spend a lot of time getting ready, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I got to put on my makeup. Okay, I got to put on my eyeliner. I got to look on fleek.
I fix my hair. It does.
Okay.
I'm forced to get regular haircuts. Otherwise, my hair gets unruly. So.
Well, I think that's normal for everyone.
I grab a black tee with some cool graphic on it, and I chill.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I throw the shades on. Sometimes I do the laser vision. I'll teach you how to do laser vision if you really want.
Thank you. Teach me, Daddy. Teach me how to do the laser vision. I want to be just like you.
I mean, it's fun, right?
Yeah.
People like it. I'll teach you how to do the corn. You can be corny.
Nobody likes that. Nobody fucking likes the corn.
You don't want to be corny?
That should be the face reveal.
I want to see some ones. I want to see some ones in the chat if you want to see it.
No.
If you want to see a corny Sitch.
Oh, God.
Corny Sitch.
This is why I won't do the face reveal, because we'll be in the whole stream. I'll be ranting about something. Adam switches me to corny without telling me. That's
corny
the reason not to do the face
I see
reveal.
a one. I see a one. Here they come.
That's why you don't do it.
Here they come. It's all ones. Everyone wants it. Yes.
Listen, it's like the dress, okay? You got to pay for it. You got to pay for the corny Sitch.
Why?
You got to pay.
Oh. Sitch, you can't make people pay for happiness. It's just not right.
This is America, damn it. Okay. What are we, communists? Of course you have to pay for happiness.
The corn, it's so easy. It's a win-win. It is.
They're terrible.
Look, the chat is completely ones now. All I see is one.
A sea of ones.
Give the people what they want.
All right, chat. If you want to see Adam in a dress, keep those ones up. If you want to see Adam, come on stream in a dress.
All right, no more ones, everybody. Let's move on. Let's move on. Weren't we covering an important? This is very important
video. Yeah.
Yeah. We're almost done. This is good. We're almost to the end. Oh no, wait. We still have 3 hours.
I didn't make
4 hours.
I did not make it to the end of this video, so we're not going to make it either.
All of those ones are for the corn.
They're just for the corn, not for the dress, I bet.
Why would you not do the corn? What's the matter with the corn? It's so easy. All you got to do is press a button. It's perfect. You said you were lazy. I'm lazy.
There you go. That'll be the face reveal. It won't actually be a face reveal. It'll just be me with the
corn reveal.
The corn filter. Yes. I don't think people would appreciate that.
That'd be great. I would appreciate it.
Okay.
We could do 2 years of dancing corn.
There you go.
We could do synchronized corn dance.
Okay.
Imagine.
That'd be fun.
Told
right, here we go.
And if you keep going down this dangerous path, you're going to lose the remainder of your fan base, the girly pops that still ride for you, that still die for you, by surrounding yourself with some of the most reactionary elements. Oh my God.
Oh, he's threatening him with losing audience share because he stood up for what he believes in. Wow. What a cuck.
I know.
What a piece of shit.
I know.
God. Oh. Easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, yeah, I learned how much he hates liberals. This is me talking about how easily duped liberals are by right-wing commentary, you dumb fuck. Not how easily duped liberals are by left-wing commentary. I wish liberals were so open-minded to leftist commentary. This is unironically clips throughout time of me consistently saying, I hate how much liberal Democratic politicians and sometimes liberals who ride or die for the Democratic Party fall to the mercy of right-wing propaganda. You are literally proving why I fucking hate liberals. You are
You like how he's like, I learned how much he hates liberals. He's like, I'm not saying I hate liberals. I hate how they fall for propaganda. Mid-sentence, that switches to, this is why I hate liberals.
I hate liberals.
Okay.
Exactly.
Just listen to this. This is amazing.
Liberals who ride or die for the Democratic Party fall to the mercy of right-wing propaganda. You are literally proving why I fucking hate liberals. You are personally proving why Martin Luther King wrote about the moderate.
Like he's got to bring MLK. They always got to do it. They always got to bring MLK in.
I thought propaganda was good. What's going on here?
I know.
Like, this guy can't make up his mind.
Right.
White who stands in the way of progress. That is literally what it is. Liberalism is the reason why we have Trump right now, because liberals fell to the mercy of right-wing propaganda and basically recrafted their entire campaign, redesigned it around pinpointing a bunch of mythical Republican voters that were going to magically come and vote for Kamala Harris. And look at the fucking country now. Okay. Your dangerous allegiance with some of the most reactionary.
That was the problem. Kamala pivoted too far to the right. That's why she lost everybody.
Forces on the internet is unironically the point that I'm making. That is the reason why people say cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Oh my God. I hate liberals, dude. I do. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much. Let me see from context clues what this was about. Dude, I want to know if I have the actual full context here. Hold on. Make everything about him. Yeah, he put conspiracy music.
There was
over
a bunch
this.
of liberals that were involved in a gang rape. That was the context.
Yeah, that was the context. Yeah.
I hate liberals when they gang rape people, and he edited it out.
Over a sequence of clips of me literally talking about how liberals are so easily duped by right-wing commentary to make it seem like I'm saying liberals are so easily duped by me, a dangerous leftist. I wish that was the case. Holy shit.
That wasn't the point. He always changed it. The point was like, oh, I thought we were on the same team. I thought we had a similar ideology. And it's like, no, you actually hate people that have my ideology and you want to radicalize them. That was the point. Okay, I think he finally finds the context eventually here.
Culture and seasoning is only us in Yeoman's work right now. Trying to explain functional zero and how our lack of affordable. This exact clip was in the Nuke liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate general election 2019. Sir John Major and Tony Blair urged public not to vote for the parties they once led. So viciously. Yeah, they're telling people not to vote. They're telling people not to vote Labor. I hate them so much. Just no matter where you go, it's just like Barack Obama. If Bernie Sanders becomes the nominee, like straight up said he would spoil it. He would have to Whoa, my God. Okay, I'm a little jumpy right now. I don't know why. It's just something fell. It's embarrassing. I don't want to say. No, not a dildo. It's more embarrassing than that. Yeah,
Is this
I hate the left as well.
This is the amazing context.
Okay, anyway, there are a
His
million
dildo
different
fell into his butt?
times where
That's
I've
the
said this.
context? And he's got to take it out on liberals?
That was the context, yes. Doesn't that help it?
Sure. Sure his dildo fell into his butt.
Yeah.
That's what they all say.
Listen, his egg timer went off at him, okay? He accidentally sat on the remote.
Isn't this what Destiny said? Oh, it just fell in.
It just
My wife set it on my chair.
His phone, he just listen. when he recorded that person, the audio of that person and the sexual thing when his phone was in his pocket, the guy's like, you can record me without visual information. Just make sure you go outside, start your phone outside, and then walk in and then record me. Okay. In your pocket.
Did that come to light? Is that really the situation now?
I mean, that's
Ugh.
Destiny's explanation of events.
Really?
For one of them. Yeah.
He's saying he accidentally recorded him?
No. He's saying that the guy said that he was fine with him recording it, the audio, but not the visual. But people are calling in question because the audio recording starts when Destiny's like not even in the building yet. So that seems very suspect.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
And it's always liberals engaging in right-wing behavior. This is ironically a moment where I'm wearing a Sam Cedar shirt, by the way, if you noticed. I'm wearing a Pause It Sam Cedar merch.
How painful is it for you?
Well, okay, anyway, but I want to talk about the so he was complaining about the Tony Blair thing. He's like that clip of him screaming like, I fucking hate liberals, I fucking hate liberals. And his excuse is, oh, well, it's because they were telling people not to vote Labor, right? So I go and I find the clip and I watch it. And that is the clip. And I'm like, why were they saying not to vote for Labor or conservative? What were they claiming? So I go and I find an article from the time period. All right. It says former Prime Minister, and this is about Brexit. Okay. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair has refused to confirm that he would vote Labor at the next general election. In an interview with BBC Night News, the ex-Labor leader was asked 3 times whether he would vote for the party amid rows on Brexit and anti-Semitism. Isn't this ironic? Tony Blair said that the anti-Semitism crisis was a real problem for me because there's all these accusations of anti-Semitism in the Labor Party at the time, and that he hoped the party would deal with it. Asked if he might consider voting Lib Dem, Mr. Blair said, I don't want to vote Lib Dem. I want to vote Labor, but I won't recoil from the fact that the Labor Party is in a difficult situation at the moment, particularly with this anti-Semitism business. He said anti-Semitism was fundamentally repugnant to everything the Labor Party should stand for, and that if it wasn't sorted out, it's going to be a big problem. When he was asked again whether he would be able to vote Labor in the current situation, he replied, let's hope the Labor Party seizes and grips this anti-Semitism thing and deals with it, because otherwise that's going to be a big problem.
This is the fucking context?
That's the context. Okay. So because he's saying there's some big anti-Semitism scandal in the Labor Party, and he feels that they haven't dealt with it, and he says, I want to vote for them, but I feel like they should deal with this first, Hasan starts screaming, I fucking hate liberals.
Yeah, because Hasan is in favor of anti-Semitism.
Isn't that interesting?
Obviously,
of all the clips to pick and all the context that he's like, oh, defending, it just happens to be the one where, you know, the guy is complaining about anti-Semitism.
That is hilarious.
Very fascinating.
You
Hasan busted
to turn
again.
against the Republican Party.
Yikes! This is why neoliberals are just as fucking filthy and stupid as the same vulturous, immoral Republicans that they interview, okay? I hate this.
So this is Hasan not understanding that neoliberalism is the Republican ideology for the economy for the last 40 years.
Right.
I guess because he's trying to draw some distinction.
Means.
Yeah. He's trying to draw some distinction, I guess, or something.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you extend a crumb of relevance to these fucking sickos, dude? I hate centrists. I actually hate centrists so much. Oh, how
So wait, he's watching, to be clear, so if you're just listening, old Hasan is watching a 60 Minutes interview with, I assume, the head or some head of the Lincoln Project. Okay.
Right.
The Lincoln Project, if you're unaware, are Republicans.
Conservatives, yeah.
Conservatives are not claiming to be on the left, right?
Never
not claiming
Trump conservatives.
Yeah, they were never Trump conservatives. Okay. So the 60 Minutes interviewer is like asking him about that. And for some reason, that causes Hasan to spurt out. Like, well, then don't watch the interview. Obviously, if you're watching an interview about a Republican who's a never Trump Republican, that's going to be part of the interview. You fucking retard. That's what it's going to be about.
Yeah, obviously.
Devastating was it when the Republican Party did not want to use you because Trump had his own style and his own consultants, so they didn't want to use you. So We are still watching the puke. I'm just giving you additional context as to why I'm like saying I hate liberals. It's me yelling about liberals and how much they love right-wingers, how much they find themselves in the throes of right-wing sentiment, how much they desperately want to get love back from right-wingers. That is the point. This fucking dumbass is
60 Minutes interviewing the
Liberals
Lincoln Project is showing that somehow.
Liberals are basically pro right wingers, even though this is like a right winger. Where's the liberal in this?
I don't know. I guess
Maybe
he's
the
saying the 60 Minutes
interviewer
is the interview and the interview person.
Who's being accused of
The
being a
host?
liberal?
I don't know.
I think he's accusing the right winger of being the liberal.
Okay.
making it seem as though I'm saying I hate liberals because there I'm easy to dupe. I feel like liberals are so easy to fucking dupe and manipulate.
Man, sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude.
Liberals are the most like scummy, vile fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
Why else is someone this sociopathic?
I do want to know the context for all these clips, Hasan.
Yeah, can we look
Bring
them
up
all
the
up?
context for all those clips. I want to see it.
Tell us. You seem to really, really, really hate liberals.
Yes.
Oh my god, he's so fucking stupid. And we reached 150,000. I'm adding more to the fucking. I'm adding more.
So he doesn't actually go into any further context.
He doesn't actually address it.
No.
Well, they all know because he got all the clips from the. His chat is probably saying, "Yeah, liberals, fuck them.
No,
we should October 7th them." That's probably the standard feedback in the chat, right?
It is crazy that he even said like he's justifying when people, they say, "Oh, cut a fascist and a liberal bleeds," or "Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds." He's like justifying that.
He's saying they're fascists.
Yeah, he's justifying that and saying, "I don't hate. Listen, I'm not saying I hate liberals. I'm just saying that they're fascists. They're all proto-fascist."
I heard fascists were bad.
That's what I heard too.
The only people that like fascists are literal fascists. So
Yes. Okay, let's jump ahead to our friend Luffy here.
I like it.
Luffy here and his organization.
I do not love Israel, and I do not love the terrorism of America. So no.
That was in response to him loving terrorism. Those are the two terrorists he'll denounce.
Right. All terrorists against America. He's like based.
Yes. Yeah.
This is a guy that
Based?
said America deserved 9/11.
Yeah, that's true.
And Jank was horrified.
Yep.
This is untrue.
The Houthis. And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines and
Hasan is gone. He's completely gone for this part.
He comes back.
Oh, they're
It's
all
kinda funny.
bad?
Yeah.
Oh, they're all terrible?
agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by.
Bro, did he say the Houthis are doing the Roman salute like they're doing the Hitler salute? Is that what he said? Yeah, dude, you're right. They all have, you see that, guys? Once again, they have the copy of Mein Kampf. The Houthis, they have the copy of Mein Kampf. They are Sieg Heiling for Adolf Hitler. They are Sieg Heiling for Adolf Hitler. Everybody knows. Look at the Houthis.
What is his accent he's trying to do here?
Why is he laughing about that? They were Sig Heiling. I saw it. Look, he's
And
doing
yes, this
an
is what it
Elon
looks like. They
Musk
are
salute. I see it.
Hitler. The Houthis are an Islam.
They're saying my heart goes out to you in the
Oh
crowd.
my God. Yeah.
So it's very funny. He goes on and on laughing about how ridiculous it is that they're hiling Hitler. Okay. And then someone asks him, what are they doing? And he says he doesn't know.
So they could be hiling Hitler.
Yeah, he doesn't
even
know. He doesn't know.
What a dipshit.
Now, I tried to look into this to see, like, is there some...
Sitch is like, why are they doing
Well, I was curious. I was like, well, maybe there is. Maybe there's some, like, random Houthi thing that has nothing to do with it, right? I can't find, like, any information about it whatsoever. No one's really... Like, every time I look it up, it's just people saying, look, they're doing Nazi salutes. Nothing is, like, explaining that it's not a Nazi salute. So I don't know where Hasan is drawing this from, but...
They see a flock of seagulls in the sky.
Oh, they're all just... They're
to it.
pointing. They're see, you don't know this. This is like a cultural difference. I don't know if you know this. Like in Japan, Okay,
Right.
you know, like in
They point with
America,
4 fingers.
right? No, you know, in America, if you want someone to like come to you, you hold kind of your palm up and you like gesture your
yeah.
hand towards yourself. Okay.
Come on over.
Yeah, right, right. If you do that in Japan, no one's gonna know what the fuck you're doing. Right.
Really? They don't
in
know
Japan,
that?
in Japan, they hold their hand the other way, like with palm facing down, and they kind of like brush you towards them with their fingers, like a broom.
They're paddling their way towards you?
Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? That's what it looks like. So I guess this is just a cultural difference. Like in America, you point at something, you're pointing at like a bird, you use like one finger, use your pointer finger. But the Houthis in Yemen, they use all 4 fingers, right? So they're all just pointing to the sky with all 4 fingers.
Wow.
It's just a cultural difference. You don't understand.
Right. This is why I don't believe in cultural relativism.
Oh, okay.
People should be beat for this gesture.
There you go.
I don't like
That's
this
what they're
bird
doing.
pointing gesture. Point
Yeah,
like a
they learned
normal person.
anti-Semitism from reading Culture of Critique, I heard. And then they got really invested in Reddit. Like, and they went on a deep dive into the dark side of the internet. And then lo and behold, they were all radicalized like some dumb fuck teenager in America. Yeah, they're.
I would love to see Hasan walk out into this crowd and just start asking him questions. Hey, Jewish people, what do you think?
I mean, their flag says "Death to the Jews" on it.
Right? Yeah.
It's like, oh, the organization whose slogan is "Death to the Jews," and they're doing a little Nazi salute, and Hasan's like, it's laughable that that's a Nazi salute. Elon
Maybe
Musk,
they're pledging to their flag here. Maybe
Right.
That's what they're doing.
I like it that Elon Musk is 100%. He's doing the Nazi salute, but the guys whose flag says "Death to Jews" are not doing the Nazi salute.
Insane.
What the fuck?
Insane levels of cope.
And
here.
he even and like on top of it too, it's so weird. Like he's acting like Israel and Yemen have had some big conflict. They haven't. They haven't had conflict before. Before this, there wasn't. There was not trade. Israel was not invading fucking Yemen. There's Saudi Arabia between the fucking countries.
Jewish people are just their devil.
It is kind of weird. Why the fuck? Why are they so why do they have such a big hang up on the Jews? It's kind of weird. Seems a little like bullshit. Seems a little political. Kind of just like otherizing and blaming someone else for something that has nothing to do with your situation whatsoever.
In our society, obviously, we're predominantly Christian, and Christians have a huge hang up on Satan, right?
Right.
How is it just not that sort of situation?
Yeah, you think
it's just a cultural thing. Everyone's taught, yeah, the Jews are like Satan. They go with it.
I think the Saudis, who are their neighbors, if you never looked at a map, Saudi Arabia, very large country, right?
Right next door.
Yeah, next door. Now the Saudis are funding and supporting the Yemen government that is fighting the Houthis. Okay, so you think maybe on their flag they say like "Death to the Saudis" or something like there'd be some logic there, but no, it's the Jews. Somehow Jews get roped into this shit.
Yeah, they're like, Saudis are cool.
Yeah,
they're all Arab. It's fine.
They definitely are a big Adolf fans. Oh my God. I'm with you, but what's the counterpoint to the curse of Jews bit on the flag? I'm going to explain it, but I'm not going to actually explain it myself. I'm going to use the words of Norm Finkelstein, which Ethan loves talking about. Okay, so there's a couple things that you need to understand that many of you are completely oblivious to, because why the fuck should you know? You usually come here to learn about the news and about political conflicts around the world, and I'm here to explain it to you.
You're going to a guy who says he loves propaganda and only does propaganda. His ultimate goal is to deceive you into some radical philosophy.
Teach us.
You fucking dumbass.
Yeah.
Dumbest people on the planet.
I have already described this in a little bit of detail earlier, but the Houthis were in an extended conflict. The Houthis were in an extended conflict. They're Zaidi Shias, okay? And they were in an extended conflict with American Western-backed coalition forces led by Saudi Arabia and UAE, okay?
Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel...
They're Islamic military group, okay?
What does that have to do with the Jews?
Measures. Forcibly
They're known for their cruel measures, okay? Cruel measures such as what? Fucking striking Tel Aviv. Yemen army removes 300,000 Houthi landmines in liberated areas.
Plots. Making the field
I don't know where that article is from, but I suspect that a lot of the actual fucking articles are coming from Saudi-backed news outlets with very little veracity or interest for real information. Now, one might ask the question.
Okay. So I was curious about this landmine claim, right? Because Hasan says that article, it's just from some evil Saudi backed source, so you can't trust it. All right. So I looked this up. Yeah, I looked this up. So I found an article from 2019. This is Human Rights Watch. Maybe you've heard of them. Not a Saudi
Human Rights
organization.
Watch. They're about
Human Rights Watch. Yeah.
Human rights. I'm gonna guess.
Here's the headline of the article. Houthi landmine kills civilians, blocks aid. Houthi forces widespread use of landmines among Yemen's western coast since the mid-2017s has killed and injured hundreds of civilians and prevented aid groups from reaching vulnerable communities. Human Rights Watch said today, Yemeni law in 1997 mine ban treaty bans all use of anti-personnel mines, anti-vehicle mines have been used indiscriminately in violation of the laws of war, posing dangers to civilians long after the hostilities have ceased. Landmines laid in farmlands, villages, wells, and roads have killed at least 140 civilians, including 19 children, since 2018, according to the Civilian Impact Monitoring Project, a humanitarian data source.
Horrible.
Here's another article. Oh, no, it's the same article from Human Rights Watch. Houthi-laid landmines have not only killed and maimed numerous citizens, but they have prevented vulnerable Yemenis from harvesting crops, drawing clean water desperately needed for survival, said acting emergencies director of Human Rights Watch. Mines have also prevented aid groups from bringing food and healthcare to increasingly hungry and ill Yemeni civilians.
Wow.
Human Rights Watch found evidence that in addition to laying anti-personnel mines, Houthi forces planted anti-vehicle mines in civilian areas, modified anti-vehicle mines to detonate from a person's weight, and disguised improvised explosive devices as rocks or parts of tree trunks. Human Rights Watch also found that the Houthis have used anti-personnel mines in Haran near the Saudi Arabia border and confirmed their use of naval mines despite the risk to commercial fishing and aid vessels.
Disgusting. So the mine, it was a cleanup project after the Houthis.
Yes, there's literally, now the Saudis are helping fund this, but there's a massive project to clean up landmines that is cleaned up like over 300,000 landmines and just because from the fucking Houthis. Okay.
They gotta be hard to clean up. I don't want to be around that fucking landmine.
Oh yeah, because it was the reason that they're getting funding from the UN and they're getting funding from Saudi Arabia is because before this, when it's just the Yemenis government, they didn't have any money or like sophisticated tools to do this, and they fucking literally just had people like poking at the ground with bayonets and shit, losing limbs, trying to set these mines off. Okay. And Hasan is like, well, it's just propaganda. Just propaganda. Those 300 mines that they like dug out of the ground, they just materialized from the fucking ether.
They got they had a big truckload full of them, which is pretty dangerous, I think, right? What if that truck gets in an accident? It's going to be a good
I'm assuming they've been disarmed once they put them in the truck, I'd hope. But
yeah, do they detonate them? How do they do that? How do they disarm them?
Landmines have also left at least 3 Western Coast water facilities inaccessible, two aid groups said. In addition, mines have made it more difficult for villagers to feed themselves and maintain their income. 5 people said they've been injured or that relatives have been killed when landmines detonated in farmlands or grazing lands. Many people said mines prevented safe harvesting and killed valuable livestock. Landmines have prevented humanitarian organizations from reaching communities in need along the Western Coast, Human Rights Watch said. These included villages and towns in the Tuhayata and Mawaza districts, as well as the major port cities. 3 aid groups said they could not reach key places or provide services to areas because landmines were planted there or along the route. Many of these communities are only accessible by dirt roads, which are far more hazardous than paved surfaces. The Houthis' use of landmines, which deprives people of water and food source, contributes to the humanitarian crisis that afflicts the entire war-torn country, Human Rights Watch said. On April 9th, 2019, the United Nations Humanitarian Coordinator, Lise Grand, described Yemen as the worst food security crisis in the world and one of the worst cholera outbreaks in modern history. So, thank you, Houthis. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I can't imagine plowing your field when it's full of a bunch of mines. That's going to go
It's
real
fucking terrifying. Yes.
Yeah.
And then here's another article. According to the Yemeni Observation for Landmine Removal, an organization that documents mines, at least 370 civilians have been killed by landmines or IEDs, an explosive ordnance laid by the Houthis from 2019 to 2022. Additionally, over the past 6 years, the Yemeni Coalition for Monitoring Human Rights Violations has documented the deaths of more than 1,929 civilians, as well as the destruction and damage of more than 2,872 public and private facilities and a number of Yemeni governorates as a result of the use of anti-personnel or anti-vehicle mines. But this is all just Saudi propaganda, says Hasan. Yemen.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a New York Times article. Yemen continues to rank third globally among countries affected by landmines and explosive remnants of war.
That's so sad.
So, yeah. Yemen, desperate to break through enemy lines, the Saudi-backed forces fighting in Yemen are sending untrained soldiers to clear minefields, sometimes using only bayonets. Quote, I removed 2 and a third one exploded, said Sultan Hamad, a 39-year-old Yemeni soldier who lost a leg clearing landmines in the front line near Marib, an ancient city in central Yemen. He was among more than a half dozen soldiers waiting in a clinic in Marib to be fitted with prosthetic limbs. Nearly 4 years after Saudi Arabia plunged into Yemen's civil war, Saudi and Yemeni commanders say that hundreds of thousands of unmarked landmines planted by their opponents, the Houthis, have emerged as perhaps their most formidable defense. This quote, the scale of the problem is exceptionally large and the impact is horrendous, said Lauren Percy Vicente, a landmine monitor, an independent nonprofit group. Most of the casualties we see reported are civilians. A Western mine removal company hired by the Saudis, gotta be propaganda, estimates that the Houthis have laid more than 1 million mines, more than 1 for every 30 Yemenis, and a concentration as high as there has been in any country since World War II. Marking on many of the older mines recovered by the Saudi-backed forces indicate that they are manufactured in Russia or Eastern Europe. The Houthis, an armed movement based in northern Yemen, may have obtained these from stockpiles of former government in Sana'a, which the Houthis captured at the end of 2014. But the Houthis also appear to have established factories to mass produce thousands of their own pie-shaped landmines, each with its own Arabic serial number, according to the Conflict Armament Research and other experts. Mine removal teams have dubbed the locally made mines Yemeni Large. On a visit to a district in Hiran in the deserts of North Yemen, Saudi-backed Yemeni soldiers showed off what they said were Houthi landmines, some disguised as small boulders with hidden infrared motion device detectors. Nearby was a heaping pile of what soldiers said was more than 4,000 mines of the pie-shaped Yemeni variety that had been recovered over the past 2 months. The Houthis were carpeting the ground with them, said Deef Ahmed Abdullah Salah, a Yemeni army officer. So, but that's
What's the
all
point
just
of all these mines.
Just to prevent the army from coming in to get them.
Just to fortify their position.
Just to fortify their position.
And then they move on. They're like, we'll move away from the mines. Forget about them.
Yeah.
They don't clean up their mines.
Of course they don't fucking clean up their mines. But that's just Saudi fucking propaganda. It's just Saudi propaganda.
Kids find
Houthis could do nothing fucking wrong.
Oh yeah, these are the people he loves.
Yes.
Question, why would the Saudis actually write propaganda about the Houthis? Well, that's because they were killing the Houthis. That's because they were starving the entirety of Yemen. This is from ArabNews.com. Yemen army removes 300,000 Houthi landmines in liberated areas. This is a Saudi Arabian outlet, okay? So an outlet that is literally an outlet that is personally invested in the continuation of the man-made famine in Yemen, okay? Just so you understand.
So he doesn't buy the story on the landmines at all?
No.
Just because he's in love with the Houthis.
I did a fucking cursory Google search. Human Rights Watch, UN report, New York Times articles. It's not like a fucking secret.
It's a secret from him.
Yeah.
Could destroy his whole ideology.
What actually is a salute to the uneducated? I think it could be a bit weird.
Okay, listen. Okay, someone's asking him about the Houthi Nazi salute. Okay, here's your brilliant answer.
In Yemen, okay, just so you understand. What actually is a salute to the uneducated? I think it could be a bit weird. I'm trying to be earnest in my question. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking reason is, but I suspect it's not because of. I suspect it has nothing to do with fucking Adolf Hitler or the Nazis.
I'm glad the people that flag says death to the Jews and they're doing the Nazi salute, which makes Hasan laugh so hard, he suspects it has nothing to do with the Nazis.
He's just carrying water for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He suspects.
What a horrible person.
Now he's going to go look up and say, look, since that one picture about the landmines came from this one website that's owned by the Saudis, can't trust the story.
Think of all the people they banned on YouTube for the pandemic misinformation, right? For being vaccine skeptics. This guy's out there just completely lying his ass off to children. And
I know.
YouTube's like, no big deal. Nothing wrong here. Oh, yeah, the Houthis, the terrorist organization. Completely innocent.
Yep.
Described this before. A lot of people don't understand this, but on that part of the world, they don't fucking give a shit about Adolf Hitler, okay? That's not in their lexicon. That's not in their worldview. That's not in their ideology. Is there anti-Semitism around in that part of the world? Absolutely. But it's not the same anti-Semitism that you see in the Western world. There's no Nazi anti-Semitism in these places, okay? Every now and then, you will actually find...
It's left-wing anti-Semitism.
I mean, what does that mean? Is he saying, like, it's justified anti-Semitism? What is the implication there?
Yeah, not
Very
sure.
strange.
He should make that clear.
Every now and then you'll actually find like a fascinated Indian man who has like an insane name or some shit. But it is most likely just a military salute that you see all around the world that isn't directly related to Nazi Germany at all.
That's what Elon did.
In any case, yeah. I had to make a gesture exactly like this, the Oath of Allegiance, when I turned 18. It was required to enlist in the Brazilian army. Yeah, there's the Mexican salute as well. Anyway.
They're just doing the Mexican salute.
They all
Can you explain the difference between this and the Elon thing? Yes, Elon is in the United States.
Gaslighting themselves.
Yeah.
It's no big deal. I do these all the time.
So now I'm going to explain how the people whose flag literally says death to Jews, when they do the Nazi salute, it's not a Nazi salute. But if anyone in the West does a Nazi salute, it's a Nazi salute. Okay. Wrap your brain around this.
Right.
Can you explain the difference between this and the Elon thing? Yes, Elon is in the United States of America, where anyone that does that salute in the United States of America is very clearly doing that to fucking say that they love Adolf Hitler.
I mean, listen, if Elon had put death to Jews on like a Twitter banner, then he'd be in the clear, right?
Right. Oh, yeah. Total innocent. If
What
you
the
put
fuck?
the Houthi flag up, he'd be supporting. Obvious.
That's what he should have done. He should put on the Houthi flag. Like, I'm just doing what the Houthis are doing. Obviously.
Obvious. Good guy. Yeah.
Yes, if you see this in the Western world, if you see this in Ukraine, if you see this in places where like that are a part of the Western sphere of influence, then they absolutely are doing this as a Nazi salute.
So any place that he wants to be able to attack and use this to attack people, it's a Nazi salute. But if people he wants to defend do it, then it's not a Nazi salute.
Right.
Okay.
See how it changes around whenever
That's
it's
the rules.
convenient. There are no rules to this party.
Right. Okay, let's jump ahead a little bit here.
Worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of
Yeah, as far as like women not having any rights in Yemen or homosexuality being criminalized with a sentence punishable by death, yes, they're not woke. This is not supposed to be shocking to anyone who has any brain cells whatsoever. This is not a defense of any of this shit, but you have to understand, you don't have time for fucking civil liberties when you're getting pummeled to the ground, okay? You don't have time to have your own civil rights movement when you're too busy trying to fucking claw your family out of the fucking ashes of a Boeing bomb that exploded on top of your fucking family.
It's so weird. This is so fucking weird to cast as like the idea to be a moral person. From even Hasan's perspective, he's saying that the idea to be a moral person is not like just something that someone should do or be in any situation. He's literally saying that if you are in a bad situation or you're being attacked or you're in war, that you can just throw all your morality in the trash can. That morality only exists when you're in a fat, comfortable, privileged position in a first world country. That's the only time that morality enters into the equation. If you're not in that situation, you can just, who gives a shit? You just be immoral. It doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter. That's a crazy worldview to have.
The pathetic nature of Westerners who go, oh, they're just uncivilized, barbaric, anti-gay, anti-woke monsters is so fucking frustrating. Okay?
I mean, yes, Hasan, you fucking hypocrite, you lying piece of shit. Yes, if I see a bunch of people in Houthi Yemen, if the Houthis are killing gay people just because they're gay, I can point to that and say, those people are immoral, barbaric scumbags. That's how it works. I don't go, well, listen, I mean, they're not white and they're poor. So, you know, who am I to cast judgment on those people? They're just too poor. They're just too poor to have proper moral values. Gosh.
I can't believe the poorest country in the world is not woke, dude. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I guess they just
not killing gay people is woke now. Okay. That's it. It's not even like, oh, you know, they don't have gay marriage. No. They're killing gay people. If you don't kill gay people, that's woke. All right. He just hand waves it away like, oh, I can't believe they're not woke. They just don't kill the gays.
Deserve it then. I guess they deserve to be fucking bombed into oblivion. Great. It's no Western culture. No, it has nothing to do with fucking Western culture. It has everything to do with material conditions. It's incredibly fucking stupid to have this expectation that these guys are going to be fucking woke. Okay. And
I just want you to know, if anyone who's listening, if you're gay, if you're LGBT, I just want you to know that your right to not be murdered for being gay. Okay. Your right as an individual to not be murdered for being gay is entirely based on the fact that I have money and you have money and we live in a society where people have money. If we live in a society where people lose their money or they don't have money, they don't have good material conditions, your rights to not be murdered go out the fucking window.
Ooh, ouch.
According to Hasan, anyway. So I just want you just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Okay.
Sad.
The bigotry of low expectations here is fucking off the charts.
You mean he's the racist? Hasan's the actual racist? Wow.
It's like psychotically racist. Okay.
Do you think black people can control themselves from criminality? Is that what he's saying?
I think it's 100% racist because I don't believe for a single second that if there was some country that was predominantly white, that was poor, that was in some sort of
the same thing.
Wartime conflict, and they were throwing gay people off the rooftops or whatever, that Hasan would be like, well, listen, I mean, they're poor and they're in war, so of course they're going to throw the gays off the rooftops. What do you expect? You expect them to be woke and not murder people?
Right. Yeah. He's just a racist, a fucking racist.
It's so fucking crazy. It's so fucking crazy. This is how much he
himself as a brown person because he seems like a self-hating white person.
I mean, I don't know. He's Schrodinger's white person,
right?
He says he is when it suits him. So, or he just fucking hates America so much. He's like, listen, I'll support the people that kill the gays as long as they hate America, because that's more important, right? That's the more important thing.
Poor guy.
Tree of low expectations or whatever. This is a direct analysis.
Oh, okay. Wait, he's. Someone in his chat literally calls him out.
He brings it up. Look at that.
Someone in his chat literally calls him out on it.
Anyway, this should not come as a surprise to any of you, for the record. This is not like the soft bigotry of low expectations or whatever. This is a direct analysis of the material conditions. People don't have time to actually do gay liberation or an advocacy for women's rights when they are trying to fucking survive. Okay? And the reason why people like Ethan Klein do this gross shit.
There you go. Listen, if you're poor, if you have a hard life, it's fine to kill gays. It's fine to abuse women and subjugate them. Okay. That's for equal rights for people. That's privilege shit. All right.
What about all these poor white racists in the South?
Fuck them.
Shit is because they want to sell American imperialism to a liberal audience that is infinitely more has a lot more appetite for death and destruction, or looks at these guys as like fucking monsters. when you say these guys are homophobic. Okay.
And the Houthis.
Or maybe they're just saying, like, I don't know why you're glazing the Houthis so much because they seem like shitty people. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's all the point is.
Yemen have. Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the...
Why didn't he translate Allah Akbar? It just means God is great. Huh. Wait, why did he keep Allah?
You like that? He's like, I'll just ignore it, you know? Ignore the death to Israel, death to America, curse the Jews. Just ignore that part, right? But the Allah about Akbar, obviously he's a racist. He didn't translate that one.
I mean, translating it into God is good is not any better. So it says God is good, death to America, death to Israel, curse the Jews.
Right.
What is God thinking?
Listen, not great.
Akbar in there. He translated the other ones from Arabic. I wonder why he didn't translate God is great. That's weird.
I think it's because everyone's heard the phrase Allahu Akbar by now and is familiar with it. But they probably don't know what the other words mean in Arabic. That'd be my guess.
Hasan thinks that God hates Jewish people. That's what he believes.
That must be the
reason.
yeah, exactly.
Isn't Hasan an atheist? He's an atheist.
I think so.
Right?
I think so.
He doesn't believe in God.
Yeah.
I wonder why. Oh, that's right. Because he's a racist fucking piece of shit. Anyway, that them.
So there you go.
Oh, he's the racist.
Yeah.
He's the racist.
If you don't translate Allahu Akbar, because it's a phrase that everyone seems to be familiar with and has been for, I don't know, 15 years, it's because you're racist.
This whole video comes down to know you.
Right. Not the people they literally says cursed. The Houthis, by the way, before October 7th and all they're doing, blockading the strait and all this stuff, the Houthis didn't have like some prolonged fucking conflict with Israel or Jewish people. Okay. So I don't know why they have such a fucking hard on for Israel and the Jews anyway. But Ethan's the racist person. Okay. Not the Houthis. They're totally fine. They're totally fine.
America, death to Israel, curse the Jews, victory to Islam, right? That's the fucking banner. I've talked about this banner before. You've heard me talk about this banner a million times over, I assume. I don't think the banner is optically correct. But since Ethan Klein...
Oh, how dare you?
I can't believe it.
How dare you? How dare you? Okay. How dare you, Hasan? It's like from the river to the sea. How dare you even question it, you piece of shit? You fucking racist. How dare you? Tell these people who are oppressed what they should put for their banner.
He says it's an optics fail. But substantively, what the fuck is that all about?
Doesn't say it's bad.
What is that all about?
Doesn't say it's immoral. Doesn't say it's wrong. Says it's bad optics. It's bad optics to say death to Israel, death to America, curse the Jews on your flag.
Can you imagine? Imagine if you said that about all the rapes during October 7th. Oh, it's just bad optics.
This is bad optics, right? Yeah.
I mean, morally reprehensible. Well,
the optics weren't good. They're not great. They need a better PR person.
What a fucker.
They make all those hit music, videos. Why can't they fix their flag with the optics?
Why is this guy on this crusade? I don't know why anyone would continue this crusade.
Because
if, they didn't believe it.
It's because the very first thing in the beginning of this video explains everything. It's America bad.
Yeah.
That's what it is. He could be the most anti-Israel person on the planet and say, well, I think the Houthis suck. Like, you don't have to take both of those. You don't have to take both of those.
But then America would be right in one situation, right?
Oh, suddenly the frame is becoming clear here.
Yeah,
what is the connective tissue? Well, then I'd have to admit that America is right about something.
Right.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, America hates the Houthis.
Yes. Whoa.
They're on a terrorist watch list. He just goes down the terrorist watch list and he's like, all these people are based because America has to be wrong.
Yep.
I've talked about this banner before. You've heard me talk about this banner a million times over, I assume. I don't think the banner is optically correct. But since Ethan Klein used Norm Finkelstein's statements on "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free," even though he has no issue with the usage of it, he just thinks that it scares people. But it's all right. He's not going to fucking stand at odds with people that use it. Here's what he had to say about the Houthis in general.
Problem from hell.
Yeah. I have to ask you this, Norm, because
So let's hear the brilliant pearls of wisdom from our good friend Norman here.
I'm sure people raise this with you. The fact that Ansar Allah says, curse the Jews.
It's their slogan, I
Their
think.
slogan.
Death to America, death to Israel.
Curse the Jews.
Yep.
Now,
I don't
know
get
what
it.
I
Wait, oh, this is just on the banner. Hold on.
I totally support the Houthis as a Jew.
Huh.
You said that, Norm.
Yeah.
The Houthi flag says, God is the greatest, death to
Why do you say optically correct? Wait, what? Optically incorrect instead of calling it disgusting? What are you doing?
Oh
look
my
at
God.
this.
Somebody called them out on it.
I'm telling you.
Look at
the
this.
cracks
People-
are forming here.
Yep. They're like, wait a minute, Hasan. Wait
People
a
are
fucking
waking
second."
up. They're going, look, I've been in a fucking cult for 2 years.
Yes.
What's going on? Why am I listening to this guy? He hates America.
Isn't that interesting?
God is the greatest.
Let's see what Hasan's brilliant reply to this.
Death to
Why do you say optically correct? Wait, what? Optically incorrect instead of calling it disgusting? What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you think I think a curse upon the Jews is appropriate? Like, are you that
Yes.
desperate to try to find something? Of course I don't think it's appropriate. It's inappropriate. It's fucking disgusting. Are you happy? It's disgusting. Yes. You got it.
What? Wait. Bitch, you, fuck you. Okay. Fuck you, little cowardly weasel, little cuck bitch. You don't get when you looked at the flag, you didn't say, oh, I mean, obviously I don't agree with the flag. That's pretty fucked up. You said, you very specifically paused and said that it was optically incorrect. You chose to use those words. You little bitch.
Right.
Okay. Now you're only like, oh, I mean, of course, obviously it's inappropriate. It's gross. Once you get called out on it. Okay. Fuck off. You don't get to act indignant about it.
Psychopath got caught. You realized,
Yes.
oh, I'm supposed to have human empathy here.
Or he knows that there's a bunch of people in his chat that will start screaming at him, screeching at him if he says it's fucking bad. Because they're like, well, how dare you? How dare you?
Yeah.
Americans are so fucking stupid and have their heads stuck so far up their own fucking assholes, dude. Just shut the fuck up and listen to the goddamn video and you will understand.
America.
Here is Norm Finkelstein.
I love that. Someone has on their flag like that they want you to die because of your country. And you're like, well, I'm gonna question that. That seems bad. And it sounds like, shut the fuck up. Okay. Shut up and just take it.
This guy
Academic-
sees an all lives matter sign and he thinks people need to be thrown in jail.
Right.
Right.
It's fucking retarded.
You can put curse to the Jews on your sign and he's like, no big deal, right?
Like, whatever.
All lives matter. Racist.
Yeah. Death to America, whatever. Curse the Jews, whatever. All
Right.
lives matter. Oh my God.
Exactly.
Whoa, that's a dog whistle. That's a dog whistle. A bunch of people says curse the Jews doing a Nazi salute. You think
Right.
they care about Hitler? Are you a retard? You must be retarded if you think the people that's flag says death to Israel, curse the Jews are doing a Nazi salute. You're obviously an idiot.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ. This is the guy who's like, Ethan's the goofs and gaffs guy. I thought I was going to teach him the information about politics in the world.
Yeah, this is the goose and gaffs guy.
God.
And also the son of Holocaust survivors explaining what his take is on the banner of the Houthis.
Death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, victory.
Yeah, I always love that. Like Norman is like the token Jew that anyone throws out.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
look,
of course.
He's literally, I mean, he wasn't in the Holocaust, but his parents were in the He's literally the son of Holocaust survivors. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And he fucking hates Israel.
Yeah.
Victory to Islam.
By the way, this is why I said the fucking Rashid al-Haddad making a distinction between Jews and Zionists is very clearly not for the optics. He doesn't give a shit about optics. He's in fucking Yemen, okay? These guys obviously are not thinking about what dumb fuck Americans think because their only experience with the United States of America is when an F-18 flies overhead, drops a fucking bomb on the cement factory in Hodeidah, only to fly back and then accidentally get dumped into the fucking ocean like a bunch of payload because the goddamn aircraft carrier was doing a fucking evasive maneuver. So that's their only experience with America. They don't give a fuck about you. It says literally death to America on the banner, which I have no issue with. Okay? Suck my dick.
Well, there you go. According to Hasan, he has no issue with the Houthis saying death to America, the country that he's a citizen of and lives in. He has no issue with that whatsoever.
Because they had some, I don't know what he was talking about, the airplane thing. Dropping
Because
a bomb or
because
whatever.
once the Houthis started fucking shooting at ships and everything, we started blowing them the fuck up.
Yeah.
in defense and say, hey, how about you stop shooting boats that are just coming by? Wouldn't that be great?
Well, if I'm over there in Yemen, I'm thinking, why didn't you drop the bomb on them before they left all these landmines all over the place,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
Why
That'd
not
be
do
nice.
this sooner?
Yeah, I wish they had killed these fucking people before they took over half the country and dropped landmines everywhere. That'd be fucking great.
Stop
Okay.
spamming the landmines,
Yeah,
fucking Houthis.
that'd be nice. So we don't have to listen to it, but so Norman's brilliant fucking.
No, I want to hear
long-
Norman's.
You want to
thing.
hear his long? Okay, here's his brilliant story.
Okay. Or you can tell us. I don't care either way, but I want to know.
Well,
what it
his
is.
whole it's so stupid. His whole story is just, well, because my parents who survived the literal Holocaust were racist against German people, it's okay for the Houthis to write "curse the Jews, death to America, death to Israel" on their flag. That's his long story.
Because Americans are racist against the
No,
Houthis?
because his parents,
I know
who
they
survived the Holocaust, were after the Holocaust they were racist against German people.
Mhm.
So somehow that justifies the Houthis.
That makes no sense.
Were the Houthis in the Holocaust? Did Israel and the Jews do a Holocaust on the fucking Houthis in Yemen? What the fuck is he? It's like it's a retarded fucking talking point.
Unifying your club around hating a group of people. That's wrong. That's completely
Yes.
wrong. And I don't, progressives are the ones that go on and on about this.
Well,
Hating
also
any group based on their ethnicity is wrong.
Right. Well, it's also interesting that basically the argument is like, listen, you could say, I understand that you're going to give grace to your parents, okay, and grace to people who like literally live in the Holocaust. I give grace to fucking people in Gaza if they're fucking anti-Semitic, okay, that's fine. But you don't justify it. You don't say, oh, well, that's like fine. I understand, right? But it's like
You
it's
can
so
give grace without letting them put it on their flag.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Right. Exactly. That's what's so ridiculous about the whole thing. It's like they keep making this argument that your morality should only exist if you're a privileged individual to not have like experienced suffering in your life, which is that is not a moral system. That is an
No.
insane, like that's why all these fucking people, they all look at all people that commit crimes and they go, you're an innocent baby angel Aladdin. All right.
No.
It's because you must have been poor. The only reason you did a crime, okay, is because you were poor and you were, oppressed by society. So suddenly morality just doesn't fucking apply to you anymore.
Yeah. Such bullshit.
It's such a fucking psychotic worldview. Let me jump ahead here.
There's no solution to that. There's no way to fix the problem.
Or you just say, listen.
Convenience situation.
You just say, listen, morality applies to everyone equally. Okay. I know it's a very complicated fucking thought process that everyone has to follow the same rules. I don't care if you have a sob story. That doesn't mean you get to go do crimes. Doesn't mean you get to go be a fucking monster because you have a sad backstory. Lots of criminals have really bad fucking backstories. Doesn't mean they get to victimize an innocent fucking random person that has nothing to do with other bad shit that they experienced.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you can't construct a society like that. Obviously, you gotta crack some heads.
This is like fucking literally Saturday morning cartoon morality. How do you fail on this level? You literally had Saturday morning cartoons where you had the villains and they'd be like, oh, look at their bad traumatic backstories. Okay, this is like every fucking episode of the animated Batman show from the 90s. Was, oh, look, the villain had some fucked up thing happen to them. Batman's not like, well, I guess it's okay for you to go blow up half of Gotham now. Like, what is this?
It's told on both sides of the equation too, because the cops would always encounter someone who obviously deserved a bullet to the back of the skull, right? And they're like, no, he deserves his fair trial, and we're not gonna.
Yes, exactly.
We're not gonna off him like maniacs. Yeah,
that's the difference.
You gotta stick to the rules.
Difference.
That's morality.
Yes, that's the difference between the man and the monster, right?
Totally. Yeah.
But apparently, when Hasan, morality goes out the window if you suffered enough.
Yeah.
And you show that in your fucking fact check.
I mean, and I don't know how that doesn't. How does that grace, that charity, how does that apply to someone in Israel who they're born in Israel and, they were a very good person and maybe they employed, Palestinians from Gaza and they worked with them on, the farm near the border. And then that person had their entire family killed on October 7th, killed or kidnapped or raped on October 7th. And that person is like calling for the entire area to be, turned into a parking lot. Is Hasan going to suddenly say like, oh, well, it's okay for them to say
justified.
that person's
He
justified
should, to
because
maintain
of
consistency,
the horrors
obviously.
that they've personally faced? You think he's going to have that position?
It's funny that Anne Frank came up because this is why we make Anne Frank an example to live by.
Yes.
It's because whenever you're faced in your own life with those kind of horrors, being able to move past
rise
it.
above it. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's part of what makes society work. If you get into this model of petty revenge for generations, you end up turning your area into the Middle East, right?
Yes, that's the whole thing. It's just this eye for an eye. We must forever seek what we call, revenge, or in their minds, justice forever, as opposed to just moving on and trying to build a better future. Yes.
Right. Forgiveness is better than vengeance, obviously.
And he doesn't understand this. And that's why he always, throws back the Anne Frank thing at Ethan's face. He doesn't understand.
Yeah, he thinks Anne Frank should have basically gotten even with all her captors.
Right.
Beheaded them, raped their corpses.
Yes.
Heck.
What a terrible world.
Kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now.
And they weren't missing. And even Willie
Okay, so Ethan's talking about the people, the ship, the Galaxy ship that was captured. The people were kidnapped and taken hostage for almost a year. That, by the way, Hasan in his debate said was completely morally justified.
You show that in your fucking fact check.
Kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now.
And they weren't missing. And even Willie Sloptube called him out for this. They actually had numerous occasions where United Nations and like other humanitarian missions actually went in and checked on their well-being. They did welfare checks throughout the process. And by the time this video came out, they had been released, as a matter of fact. Ethan literally lied again. Okay? He lied over and over and over again. I have a VPN out of Switzerland. I am Swiss. Yeah.
How do people not compare him to Trump? He has the nicknames for everyone. Willie Sloptube.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. Yeah, he
the
does.
Context puke. I mean, everything he does is so Trump-like.
It's
always
funny.
denying responsibility for everything.
Mm-hmm. That's
always
true.
savaging people's reputations.
And just the idea that, like, I'm pretty sure that the hostages were let go, like, I think the week of, or maybe a week before Ethan released his video. He's like, well, he didn't know that. These people had been held hostage for almost a year, so he's lying. Are you fucking kidding me?
Wow.
And that, like, he also takes contention with him saying that they're missing. He's like, well, they weren't missing. I mean, they're being held hostage. They weren't missing, idiot. It's like, oh, that makes it so much better. So I was curious, though, about this. He said that the UN was, like, monitoring them, which is not true. So, but I was curious as to, like, what this was. So I did find that there actually was an organization that did meet with them, I think twice. So this is the article about the International Committee of the Red Cross said the visit Wednesday, this is with the hostages, was coordinated with local authorities who reportedly provided access to the crew of the ship. It's quote, it's part of the ICRC's mandate and activities to visit all persons detained in relation to a conflict to monitor conditions of detention and treatment of detainees. He added the organization is trying to facilitate links between the detainees and their families or diplomatic representations of representatives' home country. When asked about the overall conditions of the crew members, he said that the ICRC does not share its findings and observations publicly, but reserves these for bilateral confidential dialogues with the concerned authorities. So Hasan tries to cast this as like, well, listen, they let like humanitarian people come and witness something. No, they let an organization which is not going to tell anyone publicly what the conditions are, try to facilitate some communications between, them and the governments of their countries.
Right.
So.
Out of compassion, obviously.
Right. Now, there was someone in the article who said the crew members were in very good condition. This was the authority of the Houthis. He's the one that made that statement, that they're in very good condition. Now, I don't know if you can trust what the Houthis say about their own fucking hostages, but maybe you can. Now, however, the Philippines government, because 17 of the people, the 25 people that were kidnapped and held hostage were Filipino, the Philippines government said in a statement that several of the crew members were experiencing significant health issues and showing symptoms of malaria, and calling for them to be released. Okay.
That's
But,
not good.
Who cares, right? And also this, as I told you, the UN has since suspended all humanitarian operations in the area because the Houthis have kidnapped dozens of UN staff and are holding them hostage. So, this is the organization that Hasan is going to defend to the death for some reason.
Not optically good there.
Not great optics, right? Capturing UN staff and workers and holding them hostage. Not great optics.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. ICRC visits the crew of the hijacked ship for the second time since being detained in Yemen. A delegation from ICRC is.
Now he gets the article. He doesn't actually read the article, but he does pull it up. That's the one I just read where they're like, well, we're not going to tell you what the conditions are. And that their own government is saying that they're suffering from malaria, maybe.
Visited for the second time, 25 members detained on Galaxy Leader, the Israeli vessel that was hijacked by the Houthis late last year in response to Israel's war in Hamas and Gaza. So the fact that he just simply did not even look up how commercial shipping works, flags of.
So he doesn't he doesn't even read the fucking article that he just pulled up where they're talking about declining health conditions.
Oh my God, the irony.
Doesn't even fucking read it.
And then accuses him of not reading it.
Yes. It's crazy.
What a fucknut.
The only point Hasan's favor on this is like, yes, Ethan is incorrect to say that the flag of the vessel has anything to do with the owners of the vessel, like the vessel in terms of what the country of origin is. The flag doesn't have anything to do with that.
It's not okay that they took people hostage, though, right? Brother.
Oh, okay. Wait. Someone's going to ask him about this.
We're debunking here. It's not okay that they took people hostage, though, right? Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? You are literally, it's like the double standard here is so fucking insane to me, okay? You are complaining that in the process of taking over a ship, they took hostages, okay, as a mechanism of deterrence, while simultaneously what they're trying to stop is the ethnic cleansing of 2 million people, okay? Think, please, Nazi Germany, if you had other...
How'd that work for them? How'd that work for them? Did they stop anything whatsoever at all in Israel and Gaza?
No.
They accomplish any fucking thing stopping Israel's actions in Gaza whatsoever?
No, none.
Oh. Well, Hasan, you'd have to be the dumbest fucking person on the face of the earth, which I can 100% believe, if you honestly, for a single fucking second, thought that the Houthis shooting at random ships that come by was going to somehow deter or stop Israel's actions whatsoever. You have to be the dumbest fucking person on the planet to think that have any impact whatsoever. Now,
yeah, the lesser of two evils, you got to run the numbers.
Yeah.
You
Now,
can run the numbers.
It did have an impact on the people that were kidnapped that had nothing to do with the conflict whatsoever and were just random sailors. That it impacted them.
They got malaria.
They got malaria. Yes, they were kidnapped for almost a year. It's impacted the UN workers that have now, been disappeared and no one knows what the fuck happened to them.
Can you imagine going to sleep every night not knowing that where your wife was?
Yes.
Oh God.
It's horrible. It's horrifying. It's so fucking, this is such a no-brainer. This is the biggest no fucking brainer on the planet, and Hasan is too stupid. It was like, someone in chat's literally like, okay, but like, we shouldn't support kidnapping random people, right? And Hasan's like, duh, you should actually. They're trying to stop a genocide. Somehow kidnapping random people is going to stop a genocide chatter.
Yeah. Such bullshit.
Here's the thing, and I'm kind of shocked. I've never heard anyone bring this up. I've never heard Hasan bring this up. I've never heard anyone bring this up. Okay. If the Houthis were so concerned, they're so concerned, right, with saving the lives of the people in Gaza, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they say, listen, we think that Israel is doing a genocide. We think what they're doing is horrible. Okay. Now we understand that we don't have the military capabilities to stop the Israeli government, especially all the way over, in Yemen, right? But what we will do, because we think what they're doing is so horrible and they're killing all these people and they're forcing them to, into these dangerous situations, is we'll gladly open our arms to anyone who's trying to flee the conflict situation in Gaza.
Yeah.
And they can come live with us, and we will open our arms to them and have them live in our communities.
We got a bunch of open land over here. I mean, it's full of
It's
landmines.
full of landmines.
I mean, they could go ahead and move in over here.
Yeah, right. They could take their chances, right? They could take their chances with the IDF, or they could take their chances with landmines that we might have thrown everywhere, right?
No fucking...
Not great, but, you know.
There's no way they're going to do that, man. These are a bunch of kids who are doing fucking cocaine and robbing people. That's their life. These are gangsters. I don't know how Hasan is so dumb he doesn't realize that.
It just seems so interesting to me that literally the only thing the Houthis could have done to help the people in Gaza, they don't do. They don't help any of these people. They'll say, well, listen, if you guys need to escape the Israel killing you, come, we will allow you to come live with us. All right. They don't do that.
There's no
Don't even
way.
suggest it. Don't even recommend it. No one doesn't even come up in the conversation. Never comes up. Right. They're like, no. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. We're going to
have
kidnap
a bunch of foreigners come into their country.
Then I guess they don't give a fuck, because their only plan is we're going to kidnap a bunch of random sailors. That's going to stop Israel. We're going to kidnap 25 random fucking people, and we're going to shoot at random ships that go by. And Israel's going to be like, well, listen, I mean, we did have this, terrorist attack, and we were going to respond to it. And Netanyahu's like, I'm going to try to deflect blame from myself by wiping out everyone in Gaza. But now that I see that they're attacking ships, I guess I'm going to just throw my hands up in the air and say, you guys, Hamas, you guys got me. You guys won.
They're hoping it's a shipment of iPhones and OxyContin, man.
It's just so
that's why they're nabbing the ships. They're nabbing the ships for the cargo.
It's so pathetically stupid.
Militancy groups that were cutting off supply lines and maybe taking hostages in the process, where people were Nazi-owned industry was passing through in an effort to harm the Nazi movement. Would you be like, I can't believe they're actually taking hostages? Or would you understand why the partisans, for example, engage in actions like that?
Cope. Massive cope.
You fucking retard. Okay. He's comparing, in World War II, Allied forces would capture boats that were filled with German or Italian or other,
Weaponry.
bad guy forces coming in the country, bringing them supplies and shit. Yes. And they weren't random fucking people. They were German ships with German fucking sailors on them. Okay.
Yeah.
Who were trying to bring in goods and ammunition and other shit into the region. This is
He's
not
acting like they're cutting off the supply lines.
Yes. The Allied forces were not like, here's a boat of random fucking people from the Philippines that are just taking a shipment to a completely different country for Amazon orders. We got to stop the Germans because one guy on the fucking board of directors might be a German. So we got to stop. We got to kidnap all those fucking people. This is so fucking stupid. The Houthis were not capturing Israeli fucking boats that were going to Israel to fucking resupply the fucking Israeli ammunitions or something.
Where was this ship of OxyContin headed?
It was going to Turkey.
Turkey, okay.
The irony of it. This is a ship it's going to fucking Turkey.
Turkey.
But because one of the owners or someone on the fucking board is Israeli, then, free game, right?
Taking cancer drugs to Turkey.
And then
How many Turkish kids died.
There you go. Even
they
if
didn't get their cancer drugs.
Even if you're going to take this argument and be like, okay, if there's literally a single fucking Jew somehow involved
in the world who signed anything,
signed a paper or a document on somehow has single fucking, a drop of Jew blood is involved in this boat, the shipping company, right? Even if that's your position, say that makes it justifiable for the Houthis to seize that ship.
Drop rule.
Okay. Yeah, we have the one drop Jew rule. Okay.
This is so bad. This is so bad.
Even if Hasan is going to argue for the one drop Jew rule for boats that were going by the Houthi areas of Yemen, all right? Even if he's going to argue that, why wouldn't they just stop the ship, capture the ship, steal all the shit on it, keep the ship, and then send those fucking people home?
Yeah,
why didn't they
back to
just
the
send those
Philippines.
people home? They're not fucking Israeli. They're not even fucking Jewish. Why don't you just send them home? They have nothing to fucking do with this.
The hostage money is what they want.
Oh, because according to Hasan, it's just a deterrent. Just a deterrent. Really? You think that if they were just capturing all the ships, even if they sent the crews home, they were just capturing all the ships and stealing all the shit, it would still act as the same fucking deterrent that it did with them capturing the crew and holding them hostage for almost a year.
I was reading a book by a hostage negotiator, and it's so crazy to think this is like a full-time job for this guy. People are getting kidnapped all over the world, and he's doing the hostage negotiation. He probably worked on these cases with the Philippines guys, where they're trying to get money out of their families in order for them to get released.
Yep.
So fucking sick. And Hasan is like, that's fine. It's
Whatever.
okay.
Who cares? It's a deterrent.
As long as it's for my cause.
Yeah, it's a total
as long
deterrent.
as I can gaslight my internet crew.
Even someone in chat's like, it's not okay that they took random people hostage, right? And he's like, bro, stop being so American. These people, they don't have moral. It's okay for them not to be moral. Okay.
Right.
They're underprivileged.
That's it. If you consider what Israel's doing to be a genocide, then you can't fucking sit around and complain about the Houthis. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
I mean, listen.
That genocide thing carries a lot of water for him. It does.
I guess, listen, if the Houthis were to, come to LA and kidnap Hasan and steal all his shit, he'd be
I would celebrate that.
And as long as they said
Houthi overnight,
as long as the Houthis said that their rationale for kidnapping Hasan and stealing all his shit was because there's a genocide going on in Israel, right?
Be like, great argument.
They're like, listen, Hasan, we saw you drink that Dr. Pepper on stream in that debate with you.
He had it coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we all know Dr. Pepper is on the ban list.
Yeah.
Right. So you had it coming. So until Israel stops its evil crimes, we're going to kidnap Hasan Piker. And that's totally acceptable. Hassan's like, yep, you got me. You got me, boys. You got me.
Right. Big ransom, too. And you can't pay in chicken tendies either.
Paying chicken tendies.
We only want cash.
Yes.
Tell mama to get a cashier's check.
I am losing my voice. I am. Like, what are you supposed to do? Play fucking...
I mean, sucking a lot of terrorist dick will do that to you, but,
patty cake?
That's what
like, what do you mean? This is why Ethan's position is completely fucking inconsistent, where he says it's a genocide, but you're not supposed to do anything. Like...
Ethan is inconsistent because he says that it's a genocide happening in Gaza, but he doesn't agree with kidnapping random fucking people.
Right.
He can't actually believe this. This is
or killing civilians.
Yes.
Ethan has all these lines. Oh my God. Can't do anything.
I know you can't. How are you supposed to stop the genocide if I can't kidnap random people? How am I supposed to stop a genocide, Adam? I ask, I beg you, how am I supposed to stop a genocide if my actions have no impact on stopping the genocide? How?
Yeah. You got to think of something that actually will impact the genocide.
Hasan, we have this amazing thing. We live in this universe where we have linear time. Okay. And you have the ability that you now live in the future, and you can look back on the Houthis' actions and said, well, did they really accomplish anything? Did they seem like they would accomplish anything? Did they seem like they would have any fucking impact whatsoever? Oh, they had no impact. Does it seem like they'd have an impact? It doesn't really seem like they'd have an impact, huh?
No.
Okay.
No impact at all.
What are we talking about?
Zilch,
yeah, they did
nada.
This, by the way, during the blockade of Germany, the economic war involved operations carried during World War II by the British Empire by France in order to restrict the supplies of minerals, fuel, metals, food, and textiles needed by Nazi Germany and later by fascist Italy in order to sustain their war efforts. There was a naval blockade implemented, but I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine when they did it because they're the good guys and not the bad guys, as Ethan says. Ethan just simply says they're the bad guys.
And they cut off supplies. If you could stop munitions that were being dropped in Gaza, you'd have an argument, dumbass.
And that's it.
Is he going to call? Okay, I don't remember. I feel like there's a high likelihood he's going to call Ethan racist because Ethan won't denounce the Allied forces blockading Germany and stopping German fucking sailors bringing goods into the country. But he is complaining about the Houthis capturing and kidnapping random fucking people.
Right.
That's pretty racist, Ethan.
They stop actual bullets that were going to kill people, but
yes.
How are you supposed to take a fucking ship without actually taking over the people that were navigating the ship? Whose fault is that, by the way? Is it the fault?
I like to, how, chat, I mean, you're gonna have to help me out here, chat. How is it physically possible for me to take a ship and stop it without also holding the crew hostage for a year? Is that even physically possible? How? I ask you, how could I possibly do this?
it's easy. What you do is you take the ship, you take all the stuff off because you're trying to take the supplies away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you put the people back on the ship and you say, oh, go fuck you with your empty ship.
Oh,
easy.
But what if I
Very
want the
easy.
ship? But I want the ship though. Ship's gotta be worth money, right?
Oh yeah, you could sell it. Yeah.
Right.
Look, and you can also probably get ransom for all the people. They got families, right?
Shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Bunch
guess,
of
you know, if
money.
it was really about the blockade, I could have just taken the stuff, taken the ship, and been like, you know, here's a car. We're gonna drive you back to the fucking Yemeni airport before it got blown up by Israel. Or take you to the airport, send you fucking home, right? But no, I guess that was too complicated for Hasan to figure that out. That it's literally impossible. It's literally fucking impossible for them to send these people home. I can't figure out how it's possible. It took them 11 months to just be like, oh, well, you could just get them a fucking plane ticket.
Hassan just wants to make excuses. Oh, they could fire up the helicopter. Remember the helicopter that they landed on the ship?
There
Why don't
you
they just
go.
take them home in that?
Yes.
Of course, we would shoot that down immediately.
That's the real thing. Now, I don't know if you know, Adam. The Houthis, they were literally trying to give the hostages back, but America's like, no, if you give us any hostages back, we're going to shoot you down. The Houthis are actually protecting their lives.
Yeah, if it was full of a bunch of hostages, we wouldn't shoot it down. We'd wait for them to drop off the hostages, and on their way
And
back,
we
we'd
shoot
shoot
it
it down. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We're
There you
not
go.
idiots.
Yeah.
Our military is not run by Hassan.
Right.
Well, actually, wait, it's run by Pete Hezek now, right? Never mind.
Was it?
Pretend I didn't say that.
There you go. There you go. The Houthis hacked the signal call too, so obviously they knew the plan. That's why they
Right.
didn't send the hostages back.
Fault of the sailors? No, of course not. It's not the fault of the Filipino crew. It's the fault of the fucking Israeli company knowingly.
Oh, it's the fault of Israel. Holy shit. The Houthis, it's not their responsibility. It's Israel's responsibility.
Right. Yeah.
Why isn't it Hamas's responsibility, since none of this would be happening if Hamas hadn't done October 7th?
Right.
After the Houthis said, as a mechanism of deterrence, we're going to start taking ships if they try to cross our boundary, still said, fuck it,
As an
YOLO,
excuse.
go through. Who gives a shit?
Now, actually,
As an
I was
excuse.
curious because I was like, well, when exactly did they say they're going to do this? So 4 days before they took the Galaxy ship, okay, they said that the Houthis made a vague claim that they were going to stop, ships going to Israel or something. And so this ship, which is not going to Israel, probably is like, we're not going to Israel, right? The 4 days, this is what they say 4 days ago. Then they captured
They're like,
the
we're
ship.
safe. We're
Right.
not going to Israel.
Yeah, we have nothing to do. Yeah, we're not going to Israel. We didn't come
They had
from
a
Israel.
flag.
We're not going to Israel, right? No one on the fucking boat's Israeli. And then they capture the ship and they make the declaration, and suddenly it's all the news. Because even when they made their declaration originally, there was I think I could find one fucking article that was even talking about it. And no one really was talking about it until they captured the ship. Now everyone's talking about it. So he's like, oh, well, they should have known better. They should have fucking known they were going to get kidnapped. Did you see what that woman was wearing? Okay. She should have known. Let me jump ahead a little bit here.
Yeah. The fact that Ethan recognizes he's a kid and then continues to say horrendous shit is so gross. I know.
There you go. Look, he's only 19. This Houthi kid, he's only 19. He's just a child. How dare you attack him? How dare you? I mean, you can say Ela, when she was 18 and was in the IDF, you can call her a terrorist and a genocider. But this kid, he's only 19. How dare you?
How about Kyle Rittenhouse? He was only 17.
Kyle Rittenhouse was an evil white supremacist, evil terrorist, as Hasan and all these other people were fucking saying.
Only 17.
Only 17.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hasan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did cloth with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing, so he likes him, yeah.
So, I mean, what... That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this?
It is insane, too. Like, this kid literally sounds like he's saying that he's doing drugs with a hostage, and Hasan's just like, ha 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 ha. That's great. That's crazy. That's great. Yeah, how's the KFC around there?
This is a guy babysitting your kids, America.
Yeah. He's only 19.
This pirated ship. Why would he even have access to that? Hasan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that
yes, he's inferring that he was personally involved in overtaking his ship. This was he was not with the captains of the ship. He's never been around the captains of the ship. Even if he was, I don't give a shit, obviously. But he did not.
Why is that obvious?
Weird.
Why is that obvious? I'm curious.
Say this was mistranslated. He didn't say we as in me and the Houthis. He never was around the captains. The Galaxy ship that we're talking about became a tourism destination in Yemen. So if you pay $1, you could go and visit it. And that's precisely what he did. And he presented it as though he was overtaking the ship to us in the outside world. Okay?
So wait
He
a minute.
lied.
Wait a minute. How is that fucking Ethan's fault? How is that anyone else? If this guy's lying or there's a mistranslation or whatever, and everyone's like, well, he's fucking hanging out with the cap. How is that anyone? How is that Ethan's fault? How's that anyone else's fault, motherfucker? He lied about it.
Right.
Oh my God. I'm losing my mind. Instant Sacks, thank you so much for the $20. Says, here's for the dress. Or one for the dress. Thank you.
Oh, look at that.
He's getting my dress here.
We're keeping track of these super chats towards the dress. What do we got to get to?
No. And there's no accumulation. It's a
why?
Has to be a lump sum. All right. A direct payment.
I think we could make it if we do it.
The dress fund of $100,000. If you want me in the dress, has to be one lump sum. That's a direct payment to me, not through YouTube. Is not getting their greedy little hands on that. The dress fund.
What was it? How much was the thing? How much was it? Sitch is worried now. He's like, oh shit.
No.
We can actually achieve that.
No. J-Mac, thanks so much to Surrogate Father for being 37 months outside.
I know, this is great. I love this.
Says, my therapist is awesome, but he's a former Navy corpsman and he specializes with military guys in PTSD. Therapy is only good as a therapist, and so many have political brain rot. That is
true. So true. So
that
true. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Zero Fuck says that the one for the dress, the $20 for the dress, that wasn't for me. That was for Adam.
What? No, impossible.
I'm
not getting in the dress.
Yeah, well, why
I already
not?
said I can't be bought.
Why not?
This is the one that can be bought.
Oh, okay. Goey Mag for $20. Thanks so much. Says this whole situation is so blackpilling. They have similar reach, and one is just so obviously disgusting and wrong, but a large portion of the audience agrees with the vile shit Jenks' nephew says. These people walk among us.
Sad they do.
It's sad. It's not great. Not great.
The most brazen display of terrorism propaganda is basically every other fucking broadcast where Gila Klein comes on and starts talking about how Palestinians are there, we want peace, but not really. Okay, like that's the real brazen display of fucking terrorism propaganda is Gila Klein and Ethan Klein talking about Gaza. Okay,
wouldn't it be great to find out all this traffic is fake traffic from the Russians?
It'd be nice.
All the advertisers have been paying to be in front of this traffic, and it's all just bullshit manufactured traffic. And really, Hasan's been bitching just to 1,500 people this whole time.
Very nice. I wish that was true.
That'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be so cool. Everyone would be like, "Oh fuck, what happened here?"
Hila's the real terrorist, though. By the way, she's the real.
Oh yeah,
the real terrorist. Yeah. I'm gonna jump ahead here. We're almost done. We're almost done with this.
Oh really?
Trash. Okay.
I'm just warming up. What are you talking
This
about?
9 hours
Almost
of trash.
Actually makes me lose my faith in humanity, and it makes me lose my.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Hassan's losing his faith in humanity.
Ironic.
I know.
Ironic.
Has actively been more anti-Semitic than this fucking 19-year-old in Yemen. I'm losing my mind. This
Oh, wait, who is?
fucking posted him on your Instagram story, and you put his @ on your Instagram story. What are you talking about?
Oh, he's talking about the guy who said he was a Hasan fan but wasn't, supposedly.
Is infinitely more damaging to anything. That dude has actively been more anti-Semitic than this fucking 19-year-old in Yemen. I'm losing my mind. This actually makes me lose my faith in humanity, and it makes me lose my.
That guy, that guy who said he was a Hasan fan but maybe isn't a Hasan fan, some Sneeko fan. He's way more anti-Semitic than the organization that's flag says, curse the Jews.
Right.
So, and that they're doing the Hitler salute and all that stuff.
I mean, it might be a tie. I don't know that guy, so.
Right.
My faith in fucking liberals so hard because like anyone that has ever made any sort of fucking stink about this, anyone that's ever made any sort of stink about this is I'm sorry, you are nothing to me. Okay, you are nothing to me. Ethan.
There you go. If you made any complaints about Hasan softballing someone and supporting the Houthis, you're just a degenerate liberal, and you mean nothing to Hasan as an individual, as a person.
Good.
Okay.
If Hasan considers you a friend, I think you're suspect.
Right.
Hasan, you know how to get in contact. Don't be afraid.
Oh. Let's see. You see who shows up in Hasan's chat, by the way.
The untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this a conversation that you want to have right now? Invite me on, Hasan. You know how to get in contact. Don't be afraid. Bad empanada CPS.
So he's laughing that there's a guy named Bad Empanada CPS in chat.
Right.
He highlights it. And by the way, he finds out later that this is actually Bad Empanada. And he just keeps laughing about it. So.
And he's put CPS in his
name. It's hilarious. It's funny.
In his name now.
It's hilarious. It's so funny. Look, he's just
terrorizing people.
It's the most hilarious thing he's
terrorizing
ever heard
Jewish people.
Just can't stop laughing.
That's so bad. That's so fucked up.
Yeah.
That is so fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah. It's Bad Empanada is probably going to turn on Hasan sooner or later and start calling swattings in on him. So
he has in the past. He has in the past. But since now that they're aligned here, I guess all is
well, maybe that's why he's doing it. He's trying to avoid the swattings.
Oh, okay.
By throwing his friend under the bus.
Right.
Could be happening.
So this is where I stopped. I watched this whole thing, by the way. We're doing a lot of jumping around here. I watched this whole 7 hours and 25 minutes of this. Okay.
You are a glutton for punishment.
I am.
You are.
This is where I had to tap out.
Why do you hate yourself so much, Sitch?
The torture that I go through. The torture I go through.
I believe this is where we're actually going to see Creator Clash 3 founder.
Yeah, let's see.
Right?
So let's jump ahead here.
Finally going to come in here.
Idubbz finally jumps in. Let's jump to
head in.
Let's jump to the very end of here where supposedly it says they're supposed to
this is part 1 though. There's a part 2, right? So they do a
it's gonna be, I guess. I don't know if he's done it yet. I haven't seen it. But
part 2.
And I'm not gonna listen.
Out?
I'm not gonna watch it. If there's a part 2 of this, I'm not watching it. You guys are on your own at this point.
We're reviewing Andor next week, right?
No, not on this
Andor
channel.
season 2.
Not on this channel. We're not. So. Okay. What is Idubbz going to say about Creator Clash?
What is he?
I don't know. No, I haven't watched it. I don't know.
Add to the conversation here.
Let's see.
I'm very proud of this community once again, though. So we'll get to the Hamas part of the story tomorrow, and then the rest of it is just him shitting on Frogan. I guess I could skip some of that part, and then I'll watch the summary. Hasan, have Ian talk about the event? Yeah. So what happened here? Let's talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
What took place? So you guys are no.
Why wasn't Ethan so sad that Idubbz is so sad he couldn't be behind Hasan for this entire fucking stream? Jesus.
Well, he finally wised up.
Right. I hope he didn't drive far to just pop into the stream at the last 10 seconds here.
No
Is he
longer
living in
affiliated.
Los Angeles now? Is that it?
I don't know. I thought he
He's
lived in like,
crashing on Hasan's couch.
I thought he lived in like Washington or something.
Or something, right? Like,
yeah. So we decided. I mean, obviously, I think year 2 was very eye opening for Anissa and I. We got into a lot of drama, and we tried to, be very corporate about the whole thing and just like let things play out and not really speak on much.
And then we did it this year again, and we did all the same mistakes we did last year. And,
Yeah, because we didn't learn from anything because we're retarded.
didn't work apparently. Shocking.
And this year I said enough's enough. I need to fucking, I was not happy with what Ethan was saying, and it was very upsetting. So I'm like, I gotta bring back content cop. And
throw my career away.
It feels good to put it out. I'm not interested in much of a back and forth. I think Ethan really, thrives on that, and
he
I'm
does
not really about that. I think it.
Let's see. So Ethan's video.
He's like, yeah. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk here for a second here.
He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck at all. Aren't you so glad you threw your lot in with Hasan here, Ian?
Yeah.
It's such a worthwhile thing here. Such a good friend.
Mr. Fuck you. I don't care. Shut up. Let me talk for a second here. Fucking piece of shit.
3.4 million views. It's been up since January 31st. Let's take a look at what the Idubbz content.
Let's do the view counts, baby. Here we go.
Top is that? Oh wow, almost 7 million views.
That's pretty good. I'm not one to gloat over view count though, so you're not gonna see me cheering too hard.
Yeah, no, I'll cheer for you.
Thank you.
Kind of seems like, bigger number, better person type situation, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Is that how it goes?
I don't know. Some response of his or in his.
I mean, I don't think Hasan acknowledges that now that he's not the top streamer anymore. So.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, exactly. Osmond Gold is better in every way.
Mm-hmm.
One of his videos, he was mocking our Anissa and I's podcast, saying how low the view counts were. And that's really a moment where I was like, oh, this is like a different human being. Like, this is like,
oh yeah,
it's very strange because I'm like, I'm not like looking necessarily to have like an ownage moment, especially with something as silly as like, here's a fucking podcast that we're doing for a year straight. The purpose isn't to get fucking views. That's the whole reason that we're doing it on a separate channel and I'm not promoting it. And it's just sad to see him do all the fucking low blows. I didn't expect it.
What is the purpose of a podcast if it's not to entertain people? Right?
I mean, I saw some clips from it. It was like weird domestic squabbles and like shit.
Domestic squabbles?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, it seems like, I don't know, it seems kind of like behavior you wouldn't really want to see from your wife, husband combination. So maybe it makes sense. He doesn't want to advertise it for people to watch, right? I guess that makes sense.
So it's a me fighting with my wife podcast? That's what it's...
I mean, there's some weird clips I saw. So.
Okay. I haven't really looked into it, so...
Yeah. I feel like, look, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. I didn't realize he was like this, but maybe because like he chose his targets better in the past and I didn't really know anything about what he was up to with other people. And yeah, I guess this is just how
throwing into the sneaky Jew stereotype as you see here. He's like really playing it up here.
How he makes his content, which is just like trying to belittle and bully people. And when he meets a fucking force that he can't actually bully, or basically what the best thing to do, I think, is just like avoid talking about him in its entirety. But the reason why I did was because he was coming after smaller content creators and like virtually every single person that is a pro-Palestinian advocate in the space that we're in. Like
they're small content creators because they endorse terrorism. That's why they're small content creators. Most people find that stuff repulsive, disgusting.
Ew.
I feel like he attacked pretty much every single person that has ever been like, yeah, I don't know about Ethan. Like, I feel like he's definitely pro-Israel from his output. And he like lost his fucking mind. He just genuinely hammered it on over and over again and tried to deplatform me and tried to deplatform every single person. He successfully deplatformed a couple people,
Let's hope Hasan goes down.
So by the way, just to be clear, when Hasan says you're pro-Israel, that means you're pro-Israel, not, you're pro-Israel's continued right to exist. You're not against Israel being wiped off the map. That's what he means when he says you're pro-Israel.
Right. Yes. You think Israel has every right to have a country in the Middle East?
Yeah.
In perpetuity.
Right.
He thinks they got to go home. He's in favor of the one-state solution where Israel and the Jewish people get the fuck out.
Yeah.
That's his solution. Where do they go? They've been chased out of every country in the Middle East. So
Europe. Go back
do
to
they
Europe.
return home to their... Okay. Go back to Europe. Even the ones that were chased out of Iran and Iraq and Yemen and Syria, all those people are going to go to Europe? Are they going to be welcome in Europe?
Well, maybe not in 1950. Right.
Is Carl going to go, England?
Come to England.
To us with open arms.
There you go.
Maybe.
It was really ruthless. And I don't, like, I think back, I'm like, has he had...
Nobody cares about your fucking feelings, you big baby.
There's a genocide happening.
He was ruthless. Oh my God, you big baby piece of shit. This was the argument he made for fucking 4 hours, 5 hours. Now he's going to come out and, oh my God, he was so mean to me. This is, the balls on this guy.
I was outside of myself.
The lack of balls on this guy.
Because he had someone on his show as a guest that is pro-Palestine. Like, the only guy is the Sneeko guy that he brought forward as a pro-Palestinian advocate to fucking show how anti-Semitic pro-Palestinian advocates are. And I guess Lonerbox, who was not even pro-Palestine, he went to Israel to do a Hasbro pro-Israel trip alongside Sex Pestiny. So he said...
Even Idubbz, look in Idubbz's eyes here. Even he is going, wow, this guy's a cuck. I can't believe he's...
What is his face? He's making...
Does he need to be in
face.
therapy? What is he...
Yes.
What is he complaining about here?
Is this what it's like to hang out with Hasan behind the scenes?
I think he's going to cry.
I know. Maybe he's treating his friends like therapists. He's like, everyone should get a therapist like I have. All my friends are my therapist.
I'm embarrassed here. Oh, please. Don't cry before the creator clash.
He was supposed to be... Ethan said he was supposed to be the pro-Palestinian voice. He's just crazy. And he had Sam Cedar on as well. And he fucking now says he owned Sam Cedar. And he destroyed him. And he looked like a fool then too. He looked like a fool with me as well. So...
You're the fool, Hasan. You're
yeah.
completely coping here.
We watched that debate. Hasan did not look well in that conversation. But
yeah, Hasan is drifting into fool territory. I mean, you can trick people for a while, but it's not an indefinite situation. People wise up. They start seeing through your bullshit. It seems like that's what's going on here. A lot of people are saying, oh, no, this is going to go on forever and ever and ever. I'm not sure it can. Vosh was a big deal at one time. Remember Vosh? Remember Vosh? What a big deal Vosh was? I hear nothing about Vosh anymore. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, he says Sam is pro-Hamas.
Sam Cedar is pro-Hamas, so Sam Cedar is pretty bad about that shit.
He's a legend.
Yeah. Oh, God, that was so cringe. Oh, my God.
Idubbz doesn't care about any of this shit. He's like, I'm just trying to make my girlfriend happy. Holy shit. I don't care.
It's got to be real weird to leave the hug box and like see the rest of the internet and how they're reflecting on this. Like, I had normie friends calling me up to be like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? Like, why is he behaving like this? And on the other hand, you look at his community and they're so laser focused on like whatever they can massage to look good after a 5 hour and 30-minute session where he just looked like a fucking fool.
What does it mean, a hug box?
Like an echo chamber, like a hug box where you're just constantly relying on.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait just a fuck minute here, partner. How disconnected from reality, from the internet, is Idubbz? He doesn't know what the word hug box means?
I know,
in the year
that was
2025.
That was insane. But hear me
What?
out. Hear me out.
Yeah.
Here's my read of the situation, all right? He knows what hug box means. But he thinks Hasan here, who I think may start crying any minute, is going to ask him for a hug. He thinks Hasan is feeling Ian out for a hug.
He's worried. He's like, please don't ask me for a hug.
Exactly.
Please don't ask me for a hug.
Exactly.
Okay.
So he's getting nervous here. He's like,
Yeah.
what exactly do you mean by hug box? I
Mhm.
mean, that's the way I read it.
Interesting.
This is not a hug box, is it?
Right. So I don't know. So I just noticed Zero Fuck sent me something. Again, I don't know the veracity of this. Okay.
Oh, it could be false. It's from Zero Fucks, so who knows, right?
Well, I mean, he just sent it to me. He's not the one that made the claim. All right. But it's very bad on Hasan, so I'm going to read it out.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So someone says, they said, this is the claim here. All right. They said, leftist, in quotes, leftist Hasan Piker is the son of Turkish billionaire Mehmet Behzat Piker, who co-founded the Future Party, right-wing neo-Ottoman, with former Prime Minister of Turkey, Ahmet Davutoglu, who personally negotiated the release of Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, who orchestrated the October 7th attack.
No way. His dad did that, or he's in some party that did that?
I think they're saying that his dad co-founded a party with the guy who did that.
Right.
Okay. And so Zero Fox says Loner Box recently posted in his recent talk with Ethan. About 21 minutes in, Ethan brings up Hasan's billionaire father, who was pro-Hamas and had some role in negotiating the exchange for Sinwar, might explain Hasan's diehard commitment / affection for them.
Did I not say this? Did I not say that he sits around with his family and talks about the Jews all the time? Did I not make that?
I mean, you
that
did
claim?
speculate that. You did.
I
make
did.
that
Yeah, I
speculative
did. How can you?
Now I'm wondering. Now I'm fucking wondering.
How can you
could
actually
onto
be
something.
involved with Hamas and not sit around and talk about the Jews all the time?
Right. That's pretty interesting.
The rabbit hole is very, very deep here.
That's very interesting. Okay.
On people who agree with you to make you feel, to shower you with praise. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I was, I mean, one of my critiques is I feel like it would be, it's important as content creators to have a good filter for what's like entering your brain. It seems like you have like clearly a lot of fucking raw exposure, like your chat.
Yeah.
But I think with someone as sensitive as Ethan, not like, you know, from a, not as a, an offensive thing to say, but I think he doesn't do well with that direct feedback. And I think it is good to protect yourself from it to an extent. But I agree. I think there is a limit to it.
Idubbz is in the hug box.
Okay.
You're like, what's wrong with a hug box? I need I like hugs. I want to feel safe.
Yeah, I don't know. I just I don't know where this goes from here. I assume he's still.
These guys have such chemistry. Man, they should do a podcast together.
We're gonna do a bunch of dumb shit over and over again, and be a loyal servant of the weirdest pro-Israel stalkers online. You know?
Oh no, he's getting heat from the pro-Israel people. Wow. Wow.
What did you think of the context, Nuke?
I don't like the
I thought it was wonderful. I thought he totally annihilated you, Hasan. That's what Ethan's gonna say, obviously. Or Idubbz is gonna say, right?
No, of course not.
Oh no.
No, he wants Creator Clash money.
attempt at political commentary combined with Ethan jokes, because it's very confusing when he's trying to make a point. Like the beginning when he says there's a big problem.
Okay. Now this explains Idubbz has completely lost his flair for comedy because there were some fantastic jokes. Content Nuke. The Ethan pretending to be the head of Twitch and soliciting money from terrorists was pretty on point. Every time he said that aligns with progressive values, I had to laugh.
Yeah, I laughed a bunch in that video.
Yes. I laughed 0 times in Idubbz Content Cop. I mean, you know, in Ethan's Content Nuke, I don't remember a single time. There were some jokes that didn't land, I'll admit, but there was not a single time that I cringed so hard that I produced a black hole singularity of cringe in my sphincter. Okay,
right.
That never happened when I watched the Ethan's Content Nuke. Now, when the very beginning of Idubbz Content Cop, I probably saw the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, and I'm not even exaggerating.
Right.
Even when I say literally, I mean literally. I cannot think of a cringier thing than watching Idubbz and the fucking cast of retards doing the Fortnite L dance behind Hasan after telling Ethan to wake up. Because if I saw that, I would think I was in a fucking fever dream. Okay.
It was a string of cringe. I mean, it was like an undefeated string of cringe.
Yes. Yes. But here we have Idubbz, comedy expert, is like, I didn't understand the tone of Ethan's video. The mix of politics and comedy was just too confusing for me. Comedy expert Idubbz.
Yeah, he has lost it, hasn't he? He's lost his edge. He lost his mojo. Where did his mojo go? Who took it away? What happened to the mojo?
We all know.
Missing mojo.
We all know where the mojo. Where the mojo went, baby. We all know where it went.
The mojo went?
Obviously, Dr. Evil stole it. Okay.
Right. That makes sense.
Communism. I don't really understand if that was meant to be serious or not.
I didn't understand that either. He was trying to, it felt like he was trying to make a joke, but it also kind of also corresponds to the rest of the commentary. So I guess it's not a joke. Like he legitimately thinks the real problem is me radicalizing the youth.
Yeah, but there was a lot of that vibe throughout the video, and it's hard to take it very seriously.
So I guess, is Idubbz saying he's in favor of communism now? I'm confused. Now I'm confused.
Seriously.
People ask me all the time.
Hold on. He said point blank, he thinks you're fucking up the youth. How is that unclear? How's he saying, I think he might think that? I mean, he said it pretty explicitly. He was saying pointed out clips of you saying you were that.
Idubbz is like, I didn't understand if he was really anti-communist in that video or not. It seemed pretty clear to me that Ethan was not communist. It seemed extremely clear to me that he was not communist.
Right.
I guess Idubbz is, and he's like, well, why would he be anti-communist? I'm confused.
In that video, he calls himself a capitalist pig and tells the commies in his chat to fuck off and deal with it. I mean, that's pretty.
I don't understand. Is he actually against communist? Why would he do that, Hasan? I don't understand.
That's pretty anti-communist. Well, look, he's rich. He's totally wealthy.
I'm very confused, Hasan. Ethan is rich and lives in California. I thought that was the prerequisite to be communist. I'm so confused.
Nah. Communism is the virtue signal.
No, okay.
To tell people, oh, you'll get it one day. I'm in Beverly Hills, bitch.
How I deal with this, like you just asked as well, like you just talked about. And like there is a relentless sea of attacks that come from every direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Liberals, other leftists criticize me. Liberals criticize me. Obviously, the entirety of the right, far right, Nazis.
I can't believe that he's doing this. Cry me a fucking river. After everything he said about, when his entire chat is attacking Ethan, he's like, nut up, dude, fucking grow some balls, get some thick skin, right? Now that Idubbz is there, he's gonna cry on his shoulders. Oh my god, I'm so attacked all the time.
Well, also,
it's so terrible.
It's so funny too, because he's like, Idubbz, I know you used to be a big YouTuber, and now no one watches your content anymore.
Right.
And
My
I'm so much-
future is appearing before my eyes.
I know. And I'm so much more richer and successful than you are. But you don't understand. It's so hard. Everyone attacks me.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
so attacked constantly. Oh.
Maybe that's what the look is on his face. It's like,
That
you
is the look.
motherfucker.
He's like, holy shit. This is Idubbz realizing who he made his bed with. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Or at least I hope it is. He's fucking retard now. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't perceive what's going on. Could be reading into it.
I hope he gets a check out of Hasan, some sort of loan for Creator Clash 3.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
Maybe that's what's going on here.
And they all have their own version of this criticism. Sometimes it's the same. Most of it is just like delusional shit that they believe that they saw on a meme that they are trying to repeat. And
I mean, we've been watching a lot of this video. It's more than just a meme, dude. It's a little insulting to think, oh man, it's just one little out of context clip. How many hours of Hasan did Ethan have to watch to make that content, Nuke?
A lot.
Yeah, it's not just a meme.
No.
Everyone's
you
got
understand.
your number.
All those clips were sent to him by Sex Pestiny. Okay. He didn't actually watch it. He didn't do anything. It was all Sex Pestiny talking points, bro.
He's dreaming. He's dreaming. That's what he wishes would happen.
the reason why I don't give a shit about any of that is because I have my moral convictions. And
Oh!
Oh my God.
He had to say it. He had to say it.
I
thought he was
realize.
going to say, because I'm rich, dude. I have my own house. I live in West Hollywood.
I didn't realize he was saving the comedy portion for the stream at the end. So I'm glad we're watching this.
He's like, I got my morals, man. My morals.
I know what I'm doing is getting people to reconsider a lot of the social conditioning that they've taken.
Terrorism. I'm getting to them to reconsider terrorism. Thank you, Hasan.
I'm making excuses for terrorists.
Taken for granted their whole lives from their upbringing, right? I'm sure throughout this process, there was,
What was his upbringing like? That dad of his working for Hamas. I wonder. How much have you questioned your convictions from your upbringing, huh, Hasan? None, it sounds like.
50,000 people watching throughout the entire day over the course of 11 hours. I'm sure there were some people that heard me say something and went, I've never thought about it like that.
Because I'm not retarded. Why would I think of it that way? Because I'm not a fucking idiot.
I mean, I will admit, I did have that thought process, when Hasan was like, the guys that have death to Israel, curse the Jews on their flag are throwing up Nazi signs. Did you ever consider that maybe they weren't doing it for Nazi reasons?
Right.
I was like, I hadn't considered. Yeah, Hasan's right. I hadn't considered that. Thank you, Hasan.
Yeah,
You've enlightened me. Yes.
Yeah, because I wasn't gaslit by my Hamas loving dad to believe that shit.
Yes.
The little things.
And I think that's what matters at the end of the day. That's the reason why I don't mind all of the relentless attacks or anything like that, because I can
deserve them.
Sleep soundly at night knowing that I've had a decent impact on someone's life, cause someone to go on their journey of learning, journey of development. And as a consequence of that,
to defend terrorism,
I have this amazing
Journey of
community
calling
of people
CPS
that
on
can
an
just
innocent guy's
fundraise on a
family.
dime like that. You thought we would, I told you we probably do 100,000, and you were like, let's do 75, right?
Yeah.
And we blew past that instantly.
it's
Like
amazing.
we raised $185,000.
That's pretty fucking weak, to be honest with you.
it is funny that Idubbz's Creator Clash charity is doing so poorly that he has to have Hasan do a fundraising stream for it.
Is this for Creator Clash?
It's for the charity, I think, that Creator Clash. So if you buy a ticket to Creator Clash, $0 of that, my understanding, $0 of that goes to charity this year.
Right, but this 150 grand is going to go to charity in lieu of the money that Creator Clash couldn't raise for charity. Is that the scam?
I guess, which is pretty interesting, right? So Creator Clash 3 is no longer a charity event whatsoever. no, I mean, I'm assuming that they'll say like, hey, now that you're here, why don't you, now you spent hundreds of dollars on a ticket to watch a bunch of fucking random YouTubers you never heard of punch each other in the face. You know, here's a little kiosk where you can drop a $1 bill in for cancer, right? It's a charity event.
So crazy.
Oh God.
It's as far as fundraising goes, as far as YouTubers fundraising, 150 is pretty weak sauce.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the size of Hasan, that's completely weak.
Well, it wasn't for terrorism, so.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And I'm just so profoundly fortunate, and I feel like for every issue that I speak out on, if I didn't use the platform that I have, if I didn't actually fundraise like this, if I didn't use all the privileges that I have for what I think matters, for advocating for things that I think are important, then I think that would be pathetic, you know?
I mean, mostly it's the lying that's pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in my estimation, it seems like the lying is the bad part. So,
and to loop this back around to Ethan, I think he's a pathetic man. And I don't think he's ever going to actually understand why so many people despise him. I do. I understand why a lot of people find me to be horrible. Many of it is because they're misguided from clips. Some of it is genuine ideological disagreements.
Like, how long have we been watching this video?
A lot.
We know everything about Hasan.
I know.
This is not misguided by some clips.
No.
I think, and Idubbz, I think his video, why it had more views, was because of the cringe factor, because so many people were there to watch the train wreck. So I don't know that it got more views is a good metric, right?
They were like, this is unbelievable.
Right. A lot of people didn't watch Ethan's content nuke because they could give us two shits about Hasan.
Right.
They already know this guy's a piece of shit, right?
It was also like pretty long too. It was I think twice the length of Idubbz. So.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yeah.
That happens as well.
Mm-hmm.
But if you hear, famous YouTuber is completely destroying his career in this video, you're gonna make a point to watch that video, right?
Right.
And then if it's all up front, you're just seeing the cringe, the cavalcade of cringe up front. Oh man, that's internet gold right there.
Well, I think part of the reason Idubbz was also like hesitant to talk about the views is because, I mean, Idubbz already position is that he thinks the dislikes, which were more than the likes, were botted.
Right.
So it's kind of hard to be like, well, look how many views I got. Well, you're saying that you had a bunch of bots disliking your video.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Which also counts towards your views.
Fake views.
Yeah. So.
Interesting.
Some of it is the way I carry myself, and how I pop off on a random chatter every now and then that people don't like. Okay, certainly, but I think he will never understand why people find him to be repulsive. He's just never going to get it. He's just going to consistently, as his crew leaves one by one, he's going to replace them with active sycophants, and it's going to ruin the content that he was able to make initially. And he's going to be surrounded by the likes of Keemstar and all these right-wing fucking losers, wondering how things changed.
I doubt Keemstar is coming back. It seems like the last dust up he got in was with Keemstar.
No, this is
some really nasty shit was said. So
no. Hasan here is correct. Okay, in a month from now, Donald Trump is going to tap Ethan Klein to be his new press secretary. Obviously, that is the trajectory. Ethan Klein is going to be on Trump's cabinet.
I don't think that's going to happen. I do think
Donald Trump is going to say Ethan Klein is his Middle East, director and mediator on conflicts between Israel and Gaza. Okay. And Ethan Klein's going to put on a MAGA hat. And he's going to start pounding the desk and saying, parking lot.
He called Netanyahu a war criminal. I think Trump likes Netanyahu, right?
That can all listen.
Weren't they shaking hands and glazing one?
It's all going to change in a month from now. It's all going to change, right? He's a Zionist genocider pig. All right.
There's a slim chance here that Ethan could become the Joe Rogan of the left. And I'm so here for that because Hasan wants to be the Joe Rogan of the left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hasan fading into obscurity as Ethan Starr rises in politics. Oh, that's beautiful. That's so beautiful. And look, who does the Democratic Party have on the left anyway? I mean, they don't have many people. I mean, they're talking about Pete Buttigieg for president. It's insane.
And because he's already been there before when he was doing edgy shit, I think, and then he saw what it was like when he wasn't doing that, when he was on a journey of becoming a more progressive person, he already knows what both sides look like. And I think the more he ventures into these treacherous waters, if he tries to continue doing political commentary and like right-wing political commentary.
Oh my God, he's already calling him right-wing.
Yep. I told you.
What a fucking bastard.
He's putting on the MAGA hat, all right? He's going to be in Trump's cabinet in 1 month. Mark my words.
Ethan is not remotely right-wing. That is so dishonest. So dishonest.
This is interesting.
He's auditioning for the left.
It's funny because this is the mirror image, and I hadn't seen this part, so this is kind of interesting. This is the mirror image of, I don't know if you saw, James Lindsay and Tim Pool have been going at it like the last couple of days, like nonstop on Twitter. And Tim Pool on his show said that Tim Pool on his show said he thinks James Lindsay is going to make some like pivot to the left. That's his prediction. Yes. So I think it's kind of funny that Hasan is like making this prediction that Hasan is going to pivot to the right. James Lindsay and Ethan are going to switch sides. All right. They're going to switch all of a sudden on us.
He's always been on the left, though. James Lindsay has. I listened to part of his conversation with Jordan Peterson, and you were right in saying they're talking about shit nobody gives a fuck about.
It's way too high. It's unfortunate because I feel like they could have a really good conversation on the subject matter, but it's like really way too like in the stratosphere of high level, like conceptually. People aren't going to like be able to grasp what's going on.
I just kept thinking all of this is bullshit. It just seemed like free association to me, which is just complete nonsense. So
I don't know what you mean by that.
It's like woo. Well, the whole thing is just to say, make associations between the far left and the far right, which you can constantly make associations, but I realize the similarities are just similarities.
Well, okay. Well, I get a
anyway, let's continue.
Disagreement about it.
We're almost done here.
The more he's going to lose his sense of self-worth. That's the way I see it. That's part of the reason why I often don't fight back against a lot of these people that are fueling.
He's hurting himself, Sitch. Oh my God, the empathy of this man.
We do need like the sad,
so compelling.
We need the sad violin music in the background for this speech.
Yeah, no. He's definitely crying. He wants you. He's crying in his beer right now. Please sob. That's what he's saying. Please sob with me. Let's clasp our hands together and feel my plight.
These hate raids and brigades is because I know I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. And eventually all of that is going to be background noise. And those people, they have a shelf life. They have a shelf life because they don't have the same fucking stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves.
Pause for the moment of irony to settle.
Yeah.
You might think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting showered with praise. An army of anonymous Redditors telling you you're brilliant. But at the end of the night, when you go home and you sit down and you look yourself in the mirror.
Look at Ian's face.
Ian is like, Ian is like, are people watching this? What's happening here?
What's
going on?
God, the irony of all this.
You're not going to recognize who you've become.
So deep.
Oh my God.
So profound.
So deep. I'm so glad he like pressed the button to turn it off right there. Oh, chilling. I'm chilled. I'm chilled by those words at the end there.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
He should be a motivational speaker.
I should be. He should be.
He could motivate people to kill themselves.
That's fucking terrible. That's terrible. Okay. Well, that was fun.
All right. James Lindsay. Free association.
No, okay. Let's read some super chats there.
Okay. Okay. We'll read some super chats.
JV for $10. Thank you, JV. Says, have you guys seen Sargon talking about Bernie Sanders and Hasan's hypocrisy? And now because they are not living what they preach, it causes them to constantly be angry. I have not seen that, but I wouldn't be surprised in Hasan's case that that's what's going on. So,
yeah, interesting.
I don't follow Bernie Sanders enough to get a temperature of his anger levels. The Mongolian Leprechaun Surferman from Saturn for $10. Thank you. Says, hey, Sitch Adam, have you guys ever seen Birdie and the Mighty Decode? It's such a good anime. It is my favorite anime. The plot is about a space cop coming to Earth capturing space criminals. I haven't seen that, no.
No, sounds good, though.
Is that a good
Space
anime,
cops.
Sam? Let me know. She'll know.
Sammy knows all anime.
She knows all the animes, yes. Sitch played the clip of
Gross.
Hasan's speech and Idubbz reaction. Is there a longer clip of that? It's not what we
Idubbz
just
has a
watched?
reaction.
Send
Isn't
it
it
to me.
great? Idubbz had some insightful reaction and Hasan just edited it out. I edited
Did
that
he-
shit out.
Did he have like a response to that and then
How come-
Hasan
how
edited
come-
out? Because that'd be fucking hilarious.
Idubbz sounds smarter than me. Everyone knows he's a retard. Edit
Oh
that
my
part
God.
out. I can't believe you put that left that in the video.
That would be hilarious if there's like a reaction to that and he just cut it out.
Does Kanye seem smart to you? Does he seem like a smart person?
Kanye seems insane to me. Like he's a person crashing out before our very eyes.
Right.
It was kind of interesting. Even Roseanne, who, doing her own little crash out, she's like, someone need like Kanye's spiraling out into like mental help and not the funny kind. Like someone needs to help this
Really?
man. Yeah.
Wow.
So I was like, that's pretty accurate. That's pretty accurate.
I think Roseanne got railroaded.
About her comment, yeah, I don't think she
Yeah,
meant it in a racist
totally.
way. Yeah.
No, yeah.
So
And managed to stay in good spirits about the whole thing.
yeah. There's a channel called Hasan Abi Vaz that has an 11-hour video that seems to have more after the monologue. Oh God. Okay, it's worth watching. Bro Sarah for $5 says, I love the midweek intro. It screams focus. No time to waste, on time and straight, not a hint of parasociality. This isn't your mother's hey now.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to like that intro, so
There you go. That was the goal. I'm glad you liked it.
yeah.
That was the idea.
Get going. Time's a wasting, Speedy. Helped with our numbers too, it did.
Lucifer Doman for 5. Canadian says, Sitch, Dave Smith told me that America bad and Putin is justified. Checkmate. Also, A-Team reigns supreme.
True. And thank you for mentioning it.
There you go. JV for another $5. Thank you, JV. Says Tibet had autonomy in the same way East Germany was autonomous from the USSR. Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So that is totally
Autonomy.
right.
Autonomy.
Big finger quotes. Big old finger quotes.
Yeah, you could sense my finger quotes, couldn't you?
Yeah. Radically Milktoast, thanks so much for the 18 months. He says Avatar is still, I think it's Sitch and like the drag cosplay. Hasan says the Uyghur camps are closed, so don't cry about it, but you should still feel bad as a white guy after 60 years from the U.S. civil rights. Okay. Yeah, right? Just get over it. It's been like at least a couple years since those weird, concentration camps were closed. Since the closed air prison was closed, why are you complaining about it? It's the tourism hour. Now, geez.
You missed one super chat.
Did I? Oh, you're right. Featuring Virgil from Devil May Cry for $10. Thank you. says he's a song. He's a communist with a Gucci bag. Gotta have his kicks. Gotta have his swag.
Yeah.
True.
He's such a fashionista.
Yep.
It's kind of interesting.
No man for $5 says Innuendo Studios is quitting YouTube. He posted a video and admitted to running his channel at a loss for 7 years. Shame he was so damaging to society.
What? Oh my God.
He was
Really?
running that channel at a loss?
Right.
What?
Well, that's
how much
pathetic.
How much did it cost him to make those videos? Those videos, like,
well, he was paying through the nose for those animations.
I'm okay.
This was before AI. So
wait a minute. Wait a fucking second here. Okay. The video, okay. I believe I've made way more videos than Innuendo Studio did in his entire YouTube career on the I'm assuming he's talking about the alt-right playbook videos. Okay. I made way more videos than he did those alt-right playbook videos. And they were literally just like fucking they're just like cartoon cutouts moving around. They weren't even animated. They were just fucking still picture frames. I did more fucking animation and work my fucking self than this motherfucker did.
Well, if he's paying someone to do it, though, who knows how much he's paying? And I don't know what his view counts were. Usually, you can make $3,000 or $4,000 per million views, and it seems like he had videos that were 1 million views or more.
I mean, some of his alt-right playbook. Let's see, some of them, the low end made like 300,000 views. So sad,
right?
The high end,
like $1,000.
The high end, he made like his highest one made 3.9 million views. Another one,
huge Patreon too, though.
He had a huge Patreon. Some of them made 1 million, 2 million views. What the fuck was he doing with his money? Wait, well, hold on. Wait, whoa. Hold the fuck phone. Okay. This guy, what the fuck? I just checked this guy's Patreon. He actually has the amount available. This guy from Patreon made $6,000 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And he's making a video where he's crying about YouTube bankrupting him. What the fuck? Who's he paying to edit these shit videos? That I edit all my videos, which required way more editing, way more intensive editing, that I produce at a much faster rate than any of the fucking shit that he did. And I did it all my fucking self.
$6,000 a month is not bad.
And this guy's like, listen, I was making $6,000 a month, and my YouTube videos were, getting 500,000 views, billion views, and it bankrupted me. What the fuck were you spending money on your fucking videos, bro? What were you doing?
He was buying cocaine from Nick Rekieta.
Okay. Maybe.
I mean, Nick's got good coke.
He doesn't say, like, I'm looking at his videos. He doesn't say, like, video edited by someone else.
Right.
Right.
Well, maybe he's breaking up his time. Maybe he's just not getting paid very much because he spends a lot of time doing it.
Let me, in case you guys forget, hold on. Let me just bring this up in the watch together here, just so you can see, like, this is the masterful editing.
Say for the sake of argument, you've been having a knockdown.
Then $6,000 a month plus whatever his views were. Okay. Look, he's
going to claim our video right here. He's desperate for money. You sure you want to run this?
Well, I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to scrub through it. Okay. So look, you got like this little stick figure dude. He had to draw. I mean, that must have taken hours to draw, right? That little stick figure guy. Oh, look, he's got another stick figure guy.
Look, you just color it different.
Got another stick figure guy. Oh, we had a zoom. We had a pan in here. Okay. Oh,
well, that
look
means
at that.
It's some kind of. He's got vector art here. So.
Oh my God! Look, he's got vector art. He's got a caption. Oh my God! How? Oh, it's moving. Oh my God! He's doing a tracking shot. Holy shit! They're actual objects that are moving across a 2-dimensional plane. Holy shit!
I keep telling Sitch not to do this. This is a big waste of time. Nobody gives a fuck.
Oh, look,
most of people are just listening to your video.
Look at this shit, Adam. I don't know. Like the background has a blur filter and it's moving up. Holy fuck! This is crazy. Look at that. Look at the editing. This is the intensive editing work here. Is just my brain. I have no fucking clue.
I mean, I don't want to look that shit up. I don't want to look up those emojis.
I spent fucking This was a huge
I
mistake.
know,
I spent 2 weeks painfully editing fucking Jordan Peterson and Ezra Klein into motherfucking Undertale fight sequences by hand without AI tracking. And this motherfucker's like, these videos are bankrupting me. Oh my God. Look at all this editing work. See, who the fuck, what is he paying someone to do all this? Did he just do this himself? What the fuck? He's being bankrupted by this shit. Oh, look at all this. Jesus Christ. This is insane. Oh, well, look, that meme, that's where the money went. Went for that meme right there. Okay, you got Shay doing the little spice meme.
He's getting out of the business at the wrong time.
Holy shit. This is
all this shit with AI now. Totally easy.
I can't get over this.
Make this video in like 15 minutes. What's this video called? What is that word in the middle? What's that?
Negging?
All right. Yeah, what's going on there?
They're doing the neg.
Oh.
They're doing the neg work. Okay. Anyway, that's hilarious.
Well, good riddance.
Good riddance.
Thank goodness.
That guy's a piece of shit.
You've made life miserable for people.
Yeah.
You probably I sent you a podcast today of John Ronson. You got to listen to that podcast. It's super fascinating.
I listened to a little bit of it, yeah.
He talks about the guy who basically got everyone in the anti-abortion movement going. And it was just this guy who wanted to be big in Hollywood. He made some documentary and he used a bunch of interesting visuals in the documentary that convinced Jerry Falwell that abortion was an evil beyond reproach, and
really?
basically started the entire the pro-life movement.
That's
the guy feels horrible about it. They talk about him, and I guess now he's trying to make amends for it by raging out at pro-lifers on Twitter, which is a complete waste of time, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. This is the first time I heard this story, but there's compelling evidence that he's the one that actually is the source of the pro-life movement.
Mm-hmm. I'll check it out.
Yeah, they talk about a bunch of interesting stuff in that podcast. John Ronson's great.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know Moynihan, the guy he's talking to, also was in So You've Been Publicly Shamed. Moynihan is the guy who uncovered the science writer. Have you read So You've Been Publicly Shamed? Maybe you haven't even read it.
I've read So You've Been Publicly Shamed.
Okay. So there's a science writer in there that a guy discovers he made shit up. And he was going to out him. And the science writer was basically begging him not to out him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the kid who found out he was lying and was going to out him is Moynihan, the guy that's in that podcast.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I was totally interesting, which is crazy. So that's why he has a relationship with John Ronson.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone should read that book, So You've Been Publicly Shamed. That book is hilarious and super informative.
It is a good book.
And prophetic for kind of the time we're living in now.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, we can move on.
Oh, I
should probably put I'll put a link to it in the description if people want to. A lot of times they're like, what's this podcast you're talking about?
Right.
I want to watch that. There's a link on my Twitter if you want it now.
Also, I checked the end of the longer stream with Hasan and Idubbz. The only thing that he cut out is Idubbz just says that it was mean but true. That was Idubbz's brilliant commentary at the end of that speech. So isn't that exciting?
Great response.
Yes.
Idubbz's job now is to make Hasan feel bad or feel good about how everyone hates him. Just to come and say, oh yeah, they're completely wrong. How is Hasan different than Trump now? What's like?
Yeah. That Dunketh in the chat said, Sitch makes videos. Like, yeah.
We should have darn Kidda on more.
We should.
Because she likes to do content. She's doing a stream on her channel. But yeah, she's fun. I think we got her
curious.
on before. So
I want to watch. She did I don't know if she did it or she's doing it. A breakdown of the Lindsay Peterson conversation.
Oh yeah.
I was curious to watch that.
Let's fight about that. Come on,
No,
Sitch. You've got it in you.
JV for $10 says you can't expect good morals from the oppressed unless they're Tibetan. Then they need an outside force to make them moral. Very true.
Mm-hmm.
Philip Kogan's for 28 months. Thank you so much. Says, I care as much for Palestinian civilians as I would German or Japanese in World War II. Don't start wars and then complain about consequences.
Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. He started a war.
Oh,
I feel bad for the
so.
I feel bad about the innocent civilians, obviously.
Yeah.
They probably didn't want to start the war.
Of course.
But you watch these videos where people ask them, what do you think of Hamas? And they're like, oh, I really can't say. They'll kill me if I say anything.
Right. Yeah, they do feel like people are living in like a terrorist state where a bunch of mobsters control it. So they're like, what? Who is this for? I don't want to get killed.
Yeah.
Fan Morality for 3 months says Kanye has the voice of an angel, but used it for sin. My Jewish friend said Kanye's song would have been a banger if it was not Nazi coded. There you go. Squeeze Louise
lost. I don't know where we are. Anyway, I'll try.
Squeeze Louise for $2.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Rate HH against Poopity Scoopity. This is important. What does that mean?
Rate. I don't know.
Oh, the Heil Hitler song.
Horrible.
Poopity Scoop. What is Poopity Scoop?
The song just sucks.
Terrible.
Lucifer the Doberman for 2 Canadians says, smash that like button. Look at that.
Yep.
7 likes. Here, I'll give it an 8.
Thank you. Living Dead Wall specifically for 24 months. Thanks so much for reading 2 years of free will. Speaker says, these 2 years have been fun. Looking forward to many more. I love all you guys. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Love
I like hanging out with you guys too. The super chatters become part of the show. They really do.
Yep. No Name for $5 says, I don't think Hasan is anti-Semitic. He's an Arab supremacist. Arabs are never in the wrong, and the India versus Pakistan situation proves that. That's an interesting
point.
You
mean he is an ethno-supremacist? Is that what you're saying?
I could believe it.
I totally agree. Yes. I think Hasan does think he's better than everyone.
Yes. I don't even know if he's an Arab supremacist. He's just a white people bad. Whatever the opposite of a supremacist is. White people bad bigot. Or West bad bigot. Mitch Gaines for $5 says Hasan's anti-Americanist was exposed in his reaction to the Pope. You should watch it. He hates his countrymen. Oh, really? I didn't even see his reaction. He had a big problem with the Pope being American.
I don't think of Hasan as American. I don't think of myself as a countryman of Hasan. I think of Hasan as a Turk. I really do.
Yes.
He grew up in Turkey. I mean, he was basically an anchor baby. His parents came over here to have an American kid. So he got dual citizenship. They took him back to Turkey, and he grew up in Turkey.
Yeah.
Listen, you and I can share our experience of growing up in an American high school. Obviously, you're on the East Coast. I'm on the West Coast. But we have commonalities that we've been talking about for years. Hasan has none of that. What was his experience like in high school? What's a Turkish high school like? What's a Turkish grammar school like?
Couldn't tell you.
Who the fuck knows? For all I know, they have dry erase boards with a bunch of fucking Jewish people on there with fangs. I have no idea what his upbringing was like.
That'd be cool. Bunch of vampires.
Yeah. Does he talk about that? Oh. I mean, I used to listen to Young Turks and Cenk would tell stories about Turkey. Very interesting stories about Turkey. I've never heard Hasan tell any stories about Turkey. And it always makes me somewhat suspicious.
Yeah, I've only seen what people in chat are saying. I've only seen the picture of Hasan as like a wee lad. He's like in like he's he's like riding horses and he's got like the full outfit on. You know, whenever you see someone kind of like hoity-toity, like a rich kid riding horse, and wear like that outfit.
That makes me think all the pictures of him are completely telling.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
He wants to bury all that shit.
Rich kid. It's so funny, you know, rich trust fund kid, you know, goes to America, you know, Nepo baby gets a job from his uncle, becomes a rich Hollywood streamer, where he totally is pro-communist. He gets to live in his mansion. It's so funny.
Yeah.
It's so typical.
He's scamming everyone. He's totally scamming everyone.
Yep.
He's trying to make it sound like he's a man of the people.
It's funny too because he went to college in South Florida, and he was apparently like doing so poor, like just, you know, crashing out and doing partying and shit. His parents had to recall him back to wherever the fuck they lived. I think it was in like New Jersey or something, just to keep an eye on him. Like, stop fucking up.
Hasan is not doing it for the money because he could probably just go work for his parents, doing whatever they do. He's doing it because he wants the attention. He's a big famous person and he loves that. That's what he's worried about. That's why he's sitting here sobbing to Idubbz. He's like, oh my God, Idubbz. Completely a non-entity now. That's my future. Oh my God, I'm going to be a non-entity. Terrifying for him.
Yeah, he used to do pickup shit, like pickup artist shit.
Oh yeah. Because that was the thing on YouTube.
Right. But he's like, listen, he's progressive now.
Mm-hmm.
Cameraman 502 for $2. Thank you. Says the literal phrase is Palestine will be Arab. Yes, stuff from the River to the Sea thing. Yes. Spencer Harmon, thanks so much for 36 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much. Says, wow, just wow. Thank you.
Nice.
That is wow. JV for $5 says, Hasan, thank you, JV. Says Hasan pretending he didn't laugh when the babies were Israeli, or how he hasn't been losing his mind over destiny. Very true.
Yeah.
Fata Morality for $2 says he needs to eat this much to keep his MAGA body. Oh, that was so fucking
as much as I rip on Destiny, at least Destiny grew up middle class. He's not scared to talk about his youth.
Yeah. I mean, then he became a sex pest, but whatever.
That's not good, yeah.
Not good. Fata Morality for $2 says, Happy Mother's Day. Yes, Happy Mother's Day.
Yes. We should have said that when she was here. We're such fucking bastards.
Such bad people.
I think her kid might be a year old now. I'm not
look at
certain.
that.
It wasn't too long ago. It might be still less than a year old. So look at that. She's doing her job, keeping the human race going. We salute you.
JV for $10 says, let's recognize that Ethan was talking about how Hasan responded to someone asking if the bombing was actually Israel. Ethan wasn't even saying that it wasn't true. He was criticizing the response. Wow.
Bad news, huh?
Eagle Shadox for $5 says he continues the hospital bomb lie. Either he is the most brazen gaslighter ever, or he's actually this dumb. I think we know which.
Yeah. Liar.
Both. JV for $5, thank you. Says Hasan, watching the context puke for the first time, has clips prepared to make his point. That's a good point. He's got all these little clips, all these little things ready to go. And he's like, I've never seen this before, chat. I just have it completely prepared. Completely prepared.
Suspicious. Very suspicious.
Stug for $5 says Blank Slater's explaining out how people molded by a violent Jew-hating culture totally won't be violent Jew-haters. Yeah, it's not going to work.
Yeah. The people who keep screaming education.
Yep.
Are like, oh, we educated these people poorly. It'll be fine.
JV for $5 says Hasan saying Ethan means white, forgetting that there are non-Jewish Israelis. So I just want to talk about that. Eagle Shocks for $5 says actively lying and providing cover for that event to this day. Hasan is as despicable as those who perpetrated October 7th with his influence may be worse. Well, I don't know if I'd say worse, but I understand the point.
Yeah.
Jeff McIntyre for $10 says, I was recently diagnosed with low blood pressure. My doctor prescribed me to 1 hour of Hasan related content daily, and within just 2 weeks, I was cured.
That's true. It'll get your blood pressure up. I know I get triggered by it. I just,
Philip Cogans for $5 says, there's a xenocide going on. Hasan, why are you not picking up a weapon? That's true. That's true. Melee for $5 says, Israel just struck the Houthis. I thought
Did they?
There you go. I thought they made peace. I thought
Again?
Donald Trump made peace with the Houthis.
Hit him up.
Ace for $5 says the far left has more anger at Hogwarts legacy than at the worst horrors inflicted on Jews since World War II. That is true.
Yeah. Look, I
Look-
agree with Ace.
Lucifer the Domain for $2 Canadian says A-Team reigns supreme. Look at that.
I know. Bring it in. 4 likes. Only 4 likes? Guys. I made it
Ace
5, so.
There you go. Ace for $10 says, guys, you missed the part where Hasan did the resistance isn't perfect meme in regard to Hamas mass rapes on October 7th and thought adding that point made him look better.
No,
That's
it
pretty
didn't.
bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. I don't think I got to that part in the video. Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says Klaatu Virata Adam friended, apparently.
What does that mean? Hope it's
Well, I mean, that's
good.
an Army of Darkness reference. I don't know what he's relating it to you specifically.
Hmm.
Remember Army of
take it.
Darkness? They're like, you have to say the words, and he forgets, so he just mumble coughs.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Grabs the book. Yeah.
They did something similar in the TV series Ash versus Evil Dead, which is a great watch if you guys want to watch it on cable.
Right.
Very funny. My kind of humor, obviously, because he's a huge womanizer.
Aussie ODST for 10 Aussie bucks says the only difference between Hasan and Ethan's opinion is that Ethan thinks Israel gets to exist, but Hasan treats it like Ethan is the complete opposite. Endlessly annoying. Love you guys. Keep it up. Thank you.
Yeah, it is annoying. And thank you for noticing.
Yes. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says Sitch needs a wheat filter to compete. There
With
you
the
go.
corn filter.
He'll be
Look at
corn,
it.
I'll be wheat. All right.
This is one for the corn filter.
I like it.
$10 right there, Malik.
There you go. I need a
We
wheat
got
filter.
Insta Sacks for $20.
Malik for $10. That one is for
Says
you wearing the
one
dress.
For the dress. That's
that's
you
for
wearing
you
the dress.
wearing the dress. No, it's for you
I'm
wearing the
liking
dress.
it anywhere. How do you know I'm skeptical here?
Okay. Madney85, thanks so much for the $10. Says, I went to therapy when I was 18 because I was depressed. My therapist told me to get out more. He was right. I got laid and was happy after that. True story. Best therapist ever. Well, there you go.
Okay,
Look
well,
at
that's
that.
good. Look, if your therapist is going to tell you to go out and get laid,
That's the kind of therapy that Adam can get behind. Okay.
of course. Look, he was 18.
Yeah, I like
That's
it.
fine.
El Caliso for 23 months. Thank you so much. Says, if Donald Trump deports Hasan back to Turkey, will you, Sitch and Adam, join the Trump cult and put aside your TDS for good?
I'll wear a MAGA hat for a year.
Yes.
Let's
I agree.
do it. Yeah.
You can put a little MAGA hat on my avatar.
Okay. Done.
Get
moving, Trump.
Zero. Yeah, there you go. 0 for 21 months. Says, as a sexual assault survivor, I support certain lawn equipment for certain groups of people. Watching Hasan make me feel that I should support that equipment for him. I hear you.
Yeah,
I hear
totally.
you. Joe the Make for 37 months says, thank you. Says, I'd keep 500,000 illegal immigrants here with a max of 5% of them being MS-13 members. If we could extradite Hasan Piker into a volcano.
I don't know about. I don't know if that's
There
a
you
good
go.
exchange, but I like the sentiment.
There you go. Righteous Indifference, thanks so much for being 2 years, 24 months, a free will seeker. Says, I want to say Hasan is the dumbest person ever, but Lance and Denim still exists. Hasan has a more special kind of bad character.
We haven't touched base with Lance in forever.
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't. What
That
is
guy.
Lance up to? What is Lance
Who
up to?
knows?
Yes. PC for 32 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you. Says, I was worried Hasan would never respond to being nuked, that he was going to cower under the covers of his race car bed, but no, not the Joe Rogan to the left. He bravely came out and denied everything.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Months
brave Sir
later,
Robin.
too.
He bravely came out and then bravely ran away.
Is he brave if he's being forced to do this at gunpoint? I'm not sure he's brave.
He's very brave. It only took 20 other people to respond to it that he could watch and copy their points.
PC is great in the comment section too. I read all the comments. Sitch doesn't read comments, but I read them all. So,
well, thank you, PC, for improving the quality of the comment section.
Yes, thank you.
Apparently, because I've never read it.
Thank you so much.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, I'd reconsider forcing $100,000 lump sum dress payment. Take some time to reconsider the tax implications.
Yeah, it's better if it's just over time, right?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
It's $100K. I mean, people could bust that out. That's like a layaway plan for the dress.
Listen, what if it's $100K in tips and we have the no tax on tips?
Put a note on the calendar here.
Yeah, there you go.
Get ready. What color's your dress going to be, Sitch? Pink? Is that what we're going for?
Nice Hello Kitty dress.
The pink Hello Kitty dress. I like it.
JV for $5 says, if you listen closely, you can hear Hasan playing with himself under the table.
Oh my God.
That's terrible.
I heard that. Definitely. That's such a great insult. I love it. Lives in Dev's Walls for $5 says, Democrats don't have a wide selection of variable candidates. They all left. Yeah, of course they did.
Get it?
Yeah. They all left the party?
Oh, they're all to the left.
Oh, is that what? No. They left the party.
Okay.
Get it right, Sitch.
Tennessee for 37 months. Thanks so much. Says, what up, fellow free willers? Question is there a place to buy the comic digitally? I don't want to break the seal on my orgy Sitch variant.
You're going to have to break the seal. Break it open. You can do it.
Yeah.
Get the white gloves out. You can buy white gloves on Amazon. Just get a nice pair of white gloves and pull the white gloves out. You can white glove it.
Sammy says, can I pay the dress money via stock?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to give me $100,000 worth of stock, I can be amenable.
Wow.
I can be amenable to that.
Wow. What kind of stock are you going to take?
I only accept BlackRock.
I did notice.
I want BlackRock. $100,000 of BlackRock.
I did notice that tomorrow's stock futures are up huge right now.
Wow.
Dow is up 400 points. As
That's
traders
good.
await deals on U.S.-China trade deal or details on U.S.-China trade deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought we were at the top. We'll have to see if that. I think a lot of people are short here. I think the market's like 50-50. People are betting it's going to go down. Sitch, are you short the market right now?
Am I shorting the market? I'm not shorting the market. No.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
I've never bought a short before.
Really?
Short position, yeah.
Oh, you gotta put that on your bucket list. You gotta short something at least.
Okay.
I mean, I've shorted stock before.
Look at you.
You're like, now go down. Then it goes up like $50. I'm like,
That feels mean. That feels mean. It feels wrong.
Does it?
It does.
Isn't there some Trump stock that you can short or something?
Derek, can I short the Trump? No, I wouldn't even. I wouldn't even want to short the Melania coin. It's all going to go up. What do you mean?
I don't know that you can.
I don't think it's short crypto, but
chat. What should Sitch short? Would be a good short for him.
After the was it Qatar? How much did they spend? It's like a $400 million plane or whatever. They're buying Trump.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Sammy G say that she was going to buy Tesla? Because I remember
Tesla
saying,
stock?
"Oh, don't." Yeah.
I don't know. Did she say
in the
that?
chat?
I
She
don't
was
remember
talking
that.
about buying Tesla.
Oh, okay.
Because Tesla's up huge now. I think it's up 20% from when she said she was going to buy it.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy it now.
Let's see. It's up 24% from when she said, "I'm going to buy that Tesla." And I was like, "Don't buy a Tesla. Tesla's on a wing and a prayer right now." Holy shit, is that up 20?
JMax says one of his stocks is at an all-time high because he bought the dip. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Look, I was buying the dip too. I was trying to get Sitch to buy the dip.
Yeah.
Tesla is up 31% in the last 30 days.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, wait. Since April 21st, it's up 31. You got to go in on the Tesla's the perfect meme stock. It goes up and down wildly.
Mm-hmm. Hennessy for 37 months. Thanks so much. Says, what up, fellow free willers? Question is there a place to... Oh, I read that one. WTF1818 for $5 says, what you saw about Bernie for the DEI fires in California is him 24/7 in a nutshell. Still a fake person who hates the rich. There you go.
Bernie is?
Yeah.
Bernie's a faker?
It's a fake guy. He's a phony. Lives and does Walter Lily for $5 says it logically follows that the anti-Israel crowd is fake. That's true.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, I'm beginning to have suspicions that Hasan may not be the intellectual that he claims. I certainly don't want to jump to any conclusions, but he might be. Retarded.
True.
Right. That makes sense.
God, all that sobbing at the end of the stream was so weird, too. After he was just bitching about, it seems like all he's doing is projecting through this whole stream.
Yep.
It's really all about his feelings.
That's right. He's like, how dare Ethan make this about his feelings?
It's got to be difficult for him because he's all alone in this. At least you and I get to hang out with each other. He's just all...
What do you mean? He's got Idubbz there.
Yeah, Idubbz came late to the... And then it just became weird. Can you imagine if Sitch and I just sat on stream and talked about how everybody hated us and how terrible it was?
Could you imagine
what is that?
If one of us, the stream was one of us sitting awkwardly in the background, like making weird expressions, barely talking the whole stream.
Right.
That'd be a little awkward.
It would be. And then just every time they did talk, or no, one person just listening to the other person bitch and moan about how everybody hates them.
Mm-hmm.
When they're the second most popular Twitch streamer in the world. He'd be like, delusional.
Yes. Ace for $5 says, if Donald Trump deports Hasan, I'm campaigning for him to get a third term, and I'm going to have a MAGA hat surgically attached to my head. Wow.
That's a big flip on Ace.
Yeah, Ace really doesn't like Trump, so that's a lot.
Ace is our resident left winger.
There you go. Boof Ski McGee for 21 months says, short D's nuts. Got him. Well, thank you.
Oh, are you shorting?
Thank
Is
you.
D's nuts something I can short? Who's D's nuts?
V Marie for $10. Thank you. Says the Innuendo Studio guy got bailed out by his stupid audience. He was about $100,000 in debt. $60,000 was back taxes. What?
Oh my God, he didn't pay his taxes.
How the fuck are you $60K in back taxes?
Well, look, all these YouTubers, they make checks off of YouTube and Patreon. They don't pay taxes on that.
Well, you have to pay taxes on that. What the fuck? Yes, you pay taxes on YouTube and Patreon. What?
Well, if you actually file your taxes, you pay taxes. But I can imagine most of these people don't. They just...
Oh my God.
I'll never get caught. Then all of a sudden the IRS shows up. Oh my God, you've been making $100,000 a year for 10 years.
Jesus Christ.
Don't you know you're in a 20% tax bracket? Let's just see here. 20,000 times
He raised
10.
way over that on GoFundMe. It's depressing. Oh, wait, whoa. This guy made a GoFundMe to pay his back taxes. Why did he not pay them originally?
You people paid his fucking taxes. Oh.
Okay. Let me see this.
What schleps?
Here it is. Here's the GoFundMe. So he literally, like, Ian Danskin had a GoFundMe to help him pay $87,000 of personal debts.
How long ago was this?
2 days ago, it closed.
2 days ago.
Now he raised almost double that amount. He raised $155,000. Okay. You got all these suckers to donate to him $155,000 fucking dollars because this retard somehow went $87,000 in debt with his shitty fucking his barely edited YouTube videos. I don't even know how that's possible. He broke down the cost here. Okay. He says he owes $59,000 in back taxes and fees. Which I'm curious as to how that happened.
That means he owed massive amounts of taxes because the IRS writes that off on 10 cents on the dollar.
Yeah, what did he not fucking pay his taxes? This motherfucker didn't pay his taxes and he's asking for a bailout?
He probably owed 10 times that amount. So if it's 60,000, he probably owed 600,000. Which if he owed 600,000, now do the math on how much money he made.
I genuinely don't understand. How do you unless you're like some super wealthy person, okay, and you're running a bunch of businesses or something, how do you whoopsie doopsie? How do you floof the goof and you're like, oh, I just accidentally didn't pay $59,000 to the IRS?
You don't file your taxes for like 10 years. It's
insane.
I know plenty of people who've run from the IRS. The IRS always catches them.
Mm-hmm.
I knew one guy that had to show up in an IRS office once a week or they would put a warrant out for his arrest to write the IRS a check. He was basically on parole with the IRS.
Mm-hmm. So I pulled up the video. He doesn't explain why he didn't pay his taxes. I mean, he's sort of implying that like he couldn't pay his taxes because he just had to pay for the stupid YouTube channel. That's why he couldn't pay his taxes or something. What?
YouTube channels are free. What do you mean? You have to pay what?
I don't know.
had to pay for the cloud services for the YouTube channel.
This is insane. This is crazy.
Are people that stupid?
Oh my God. This is worse than the quartering situation that's going on right now. Holy shit.
Quartering said he was $200,000 in debt. And I couldn't make heads or tails of that either.
Well, it's not worse in terms of the dollar amount. It's worse in terms of the thought process, which is pretty fucking stupid on Jeremy's position. But no, he bought he bought
$200,000 worth of equipment in a business.
No, he was trying to sell these like $100 coffee boxes for Mother's Day or something. And he like bought $350,000, okay, of product.
Right.
And like they're not selling because he way over purchased. He spent $350,000 on $100, thousands of $100 coffee boxes.
Why didn't he just do a pre-sales campaign?
I don't fucking know.
Not some dumbass.
I couldn't tell you the answer to that question.
Bad business decisions.
But at least he paid his taxes.
Oh,
I assume. Like, this is so crazy.
You assume that's part of it. I wouldn't make that assumption.
Maybe you should make that assumption. So, okay, so here, let me finish. So he has $59,000 in back taxes, and he owes $19,000 in credit card debt, and he owes $9,000 in loans from loved ones. So there you go.
He made loans to loved ones?
No, I think he got loans and he's trying to pay them back
loans from loved ones.
Yes. So wait, I don't understand here. What's
he spend his money on?
I don't fucking know. Not the video production. And in the video, and I'm watching the video where he's talking about this, he's filming on a potato and it looks like in a closet somewhere. So I don't know what's happening here.
Put the video and the watch together. That's the video I want to see.
I mean, it's like
bringing up his edited videos.
It's like 14 minutes long. I don't want to watch the whole thing today. Maybe we'll watch it during the week.
No, I want to see him bitching. I want to see him complaining and
oh my God,
whining and crying. This sounds like my pleasure.
I just can't.
Sounds like I'm going to get schadenfreude from this video.
So this video,
that shit. Oh, look, he put it in. Look at this.
Being a YouTuber bankrupt me. And this thumbnail says indefinite hiatus. Okay.
They wanted to come back so bad.
I know.
They're like, look, we'll pay all your fucking back taxes.
He's like, listen, if they can give that N-word bitch all this money.
Is that what's going on here?
Maybe. That's my thought process. He's like, if that N-word bitch could get a bunch of money, why can't I?
Right.
Hey everyone, Ian from Innuendo Studios here. Here to let you know that
obviously all the money went to his beard, to beard care. That's where all the tens of thousands of dollars went.
Before you just give money to some random dude, you got to find out, does this guy have a drug problem, a gambling problem? Does he frequent prostitutes? This is not, I mean, Ian could be dead in a month now that he's got all this money. He's probably buying a kilo of cocaine.
I believe it.
And he's running off to Vegas.
I believe it.
He's looking at the money. He's going, pay my taxes, smoke crack.
for the time being, Innuendo Studios is taking a break.
Why is he red? Why? What's going on with this?
Because he can't afford yellow lights, Adam. He can only afford the red lights.
The light only works on his face, not his hand. Why is his hand white and his face is red?
Oh, maybe saw the truth. Yeah, that's a good. I don't know.
This guy's plastered. This guy's drunk. Look, he's got red-faced drunkenness.
I'm not sure for how long, and there's a chance it might be permanent. Well, you've seen the title of the video, so that is not hyperbole. It's not strictly speaking true. Like bankruptcy is only one of several options right now, but
another option is you Sims bail me out. That seems like a way more viable option to me.
Mm-hmm.
How about you guys give me all your money and you go live under a bridge?
It is a very real and likely possibility. I've been saying that doing this job is making ends meet for a while, and it has, in the sense that most months I end with my bank account at least nominally in the positive. Not all, but most. But if making ends meet is supposed to entail things like being able to settle up your credit card debt or settle up personal loans you take from friends and loved ones.
Who's that YouTuber that goes through your finances? Oh God,
Caleb.
I'm dying to see the.
Oh
Caleb
my God,
episode
please,
with Ian Danskin.
Ian, please go on Caleb's show.
That would be amazing.
Please, God, please.
I mean, I would donate to the GoFundMe if I could see that.
Ian,
Give me something for my value.
I will donate to you an undisclosed amount of money. Okay,
right? Yeah.
For you to go on Caleb's show and have your finances be audited.
He has the same sort of energy as Bosch. So many of these people have the same exact energy.
It is interesting, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
weird. It's weird.
It is weird. I don't like it.
Or being able to pay the 30% in taxes that freelancers own every April.
Oh my God. He's talking. Man, I guess you should have voted for Trump. You could have got a tax cut.
It's a weird way to frame it. The 30% that freelancers own.
Right.
He wasn't a freelancer. He paid less taxes. I mean, you pay taxes generally based on your income amount.
Well, you have to pay your, you should know this, right? You pay your payroll tax. You got to pay your Social Security.
Right.
Yeah. So freelancers do pay higher taxes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Because normally the employer pays
Right.
that part.
That's a good point.
Working
Okay, that's a fair
stiffs are
point.
like, and I don't know if
That's
he's in
true.
California, but like California, you're paying another 10% on top of that to the state, right? So the federal gets you for 20% and the state gets you for 10%. Yeah, well, the federal can get you for 23% depending upon what it is. Yeah, he could easily pay 30% tax if he's in California.
Yeah, no, I believe that he pays 30%
So this
tax. I don't deny that. So.
This all checks out.
Yep. Listen,
But
no one likes
I
to pay
just-
taxes. I pay fucking high taxes. Not great.
I want to
Not
know what he
wonderful.
spends his money on, right?
Well, it's just it's weird. He's making $6,000 a month from Patreon. I mean, he could make more videos. His videos get like hundreds of thousands of views. He could actually generate more videos than just like one every fucking 6 months or something.
Is that
Like,
what he
yeah,
does?
Obviously.
He
You're
gets
not-
6,000 a month to make one video every 6 months. I mean, the
So-
guy's killing it. He should just get a regular job and do videos on the side.
So he has, before this, okay, he had 2 alt-right playbook videos that came out the same month, which is very rare. That came out 3 months ago. Before that, he had a 2-minute video that came out 6 months ago. So 3 months before that, he had a 2-minute video. A month before that, he had 1 alt-right playbook video.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. He had a list of songs that represent smart music. Well, I didn't know what the fuck that has anything to do with that. With anything. His other alt-right playbook video was 4 months before then. Okay, it took him 4 months to make these alt-right playbook videos. Even though they're like 5 minutes long.
Mm.
It takes him like 4 months. 4 to 5 months to make these 5 to 6 minute long alt-right playbook videos. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
I could just shit these things.
I
Not
know.
very good.
That is insane. I still want to know how he just fucking owes all his money and back taxes without paying his taxes.
He doesn't pay his taxes.
Taking a full account, I have been running this channel at a loss for 7 years. And between back taxes I owe the government, a maxed out credit card that is in collections, and money I owe to a few people who've bailed me out, I have a total accumulated debt that is pushing $100,000. And
oh yeah, his channel's basically dead. We get more views than him.
Well, he would get more his individual videos get a lot of views. He just doesn't produce very often.
Right.
And he's like shocked. He's like, well, I don't know why. Like, I can't have the ContraPoints model where I just make one video every like year and get like $1 billion from my fucking Patreon.
I mean, if he's still raking in 6,000 a month in Patreon,
that's good.
I mean, maybe
That's a
he
lot.
feels guilty because he's not actually doing anything for that money.
Right.
He's like, oh my God, I'm basically ripping people off. He's got 50,000 views, or 50 million views rather. I do some quick math here.
I'm not going to say I'm perfect at managing.
It is kind of completely insane that ContraPoints, who literally comes out with a video, I think once a year, if even, and they have 51,000 Patreon. Well, I guess Ian's like, why can't I have that model? Why can't that be my model? Sorry.
Yeah. He's just not that popular. So
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on from this. Is depressing.
Well, he drops a video and he goes up by 1,000 subscribers.
I know.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay.
Liz and Devs Wall specifically for $5 says you should absolutely get a near mute to hover behind Adam and make weird facial expressions. I'd super chat 40% more. That's funny.
Oh yeah.
That's funny.
Sounds fun.
Sulla for $2 says, according to the Wikipedia article, the culpability of the hospital bombing is still in dispute. Multiple organizations have cast doubt on the accident theory. I don't like Mama's Pike either, but let's be fair here. So I did look into this, and I did see that there was the claims of dispute, but I don't know. It didn't seem very credible to me, honestly.
Not by reputable sources. Yeah.
Didn't seem terribly credible to me. Solo for another $2 says, could there be a point, maybe it's already reached, where Israeli Jews might have to leave Israel because there's no prospect for peaceful coexistence with the Palestinians as Israel existing has made the Middle East more violent? I don't think that's a point. I mean, we're already way past that point. We're like way fucking past that point. There was a point where they were literally at war with all the fucking surrounding countries. And now they're basically at peace with most of the surrounding countries, at least their official governments. And it's just these, independent terrorist faction groups that are attacking them. So there's basically no shot that will happen whatsoever, in my opinion. Death by Sloth for $2 says Hasan has so successfully created his own bubble of reality that has become a vast ocean in which he's able to remain continually submerged, needing only to come up for air every few days while his fans just drown in it. That's very, very true. Self-Redor says, I want to point out that I'm just playing devil's advocate. In the last super chat, are talking about points that someone else told me. I just want to pass to you. I don't necessarily agree with it. I apologize if I offended you. You didn't offend me at all. But thank you for the $2.
I wasn't offended.
No. I think it's a fair question. I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, the things were so much more hostile to Israelis decades ago, than they are now. At least from the total region perspective, anyway. Death by Sloth for $2 says, after listening to the Hasan Destiny Kamala debate from 2020, I believe he is not actually that stupid. He's actively malicious. He uses a facade of stupidity to avoid accountability, but he knows exactly how dishonest he is. I don't really remember that debate. I'll take your word for it. I would believe it. I would agree with that. Okay, there were 2 super chats I think I missed from last Thursday, or they came in after he stopped. Dooney for £5 says, if we are the ancient ones, the ancient aliens that was, we should go full Mars attacks, ack. There you go.
That's a great movie. Mars Attacks is funny.
The Mongolian Leprechaun Surferman from Saturn for $10 says, by the way, Sitch and Adam, have you guys... Oh, you sent this last week. Well, sorry, I sent it twice. Have you ever watched Birdie and the Mighty Decode? I'll check it out.
Haven't. Yeah.
Check it out. Anyways.
Is that it?
That's it.
I feel like there's so much more that I could say.
Well, I'm hungry. Unlike Hasan, I haven't been stuffing my face the whole stream, so you're going to have to hold back on that. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true people who would never, ever owe the government $60,000 in back taxes and then get a GoFundMe begging people to pay your taxes that you didn't pay to the government. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye. Have a good night, everyone.
Don't do any sexual assaults or war crimes.
Of course not.